online participants from all kinds of places. Now, before we start with our today's symposium, a big thank you goes to, I think you could see it before on the other slide, to all our sponsors. We'll see that later. Fritz Thyssen Stiftung, Universitätsbund, Würzburg Embassy, Irish Embassy Immigrant Support Program. Thank you so much for all the funding. Now, let me say some words on ISWÜ. As most of you know, this is our usual introduction ever since the Irish monks Kilian, Colonnat and Totnan proselytized, or we can call it colonized, us here in Franconia in the 7th century. Würzburg has been considered the Irish city on the continent. And today, manifold activities keep close connection between the city and the Emerald Isle alive. Now, hence, we think it stands to reason that the University of Würzburg, JNU as we call it, is engaged in the study of the literature, language and history, and of course, the culture of the Republic of Ireland, but also Northern Ireland and the Irish diaspora. Now, Irish Studies Würzburg is a cooperation under the umbrella of Ephesus. Many of you are probably familiar with that, the European Federation of Associations and Centers of Irish Studies, which unites the major national professional associations in the field of Irish studies, as well as about 50 academic centers in over 25 European countries. Now, ISWÜ offers opportunities for cooperation and international dialogue to scholars, PhD students, students of English, but also non-academic people or circles simply interested in Ireland and Irish issues. Now, we are also involved in the organization of cultural events such as Irish Itinerary. So we'll switch to me at this point. So a very warm welcome from me as well to the people in the room and to the people in Zoom, especially the students from my History and Stories seminar. Yeah, the history in stories, the Irish past and the challenges of the present. In a context totally unrelated to this symposium, I was recently reading Eric Avila's introduction to his American cultural history, a very short introduction. As many of you know, my other hat, or my original hat, is an American Studies hat. A colleague had recommended Avila's book to me, and I wanted to consider it as assigned reading for students in my American Cultural History 1492 to 1865 class. And perhaps surprisingly, Avila starts out his introduction by writing about Harriet Beecher Stowe's novel Uncle Tom's Cabin, which was published in 1852. So it's a book on American cultural history. He starts with literature. He relates how the novel became a lightning rod in the polarizing debate, and I'm quoting here, over slavery, sparking enough controversy for Abraham Lincoln to allegedly remark when he met Stowe for the first time that she was the little woman who wrote the book that made this great war. So, misogyny aside, the president's observation that a work of fiction could make the American Civil War is quite remarkable. And Avila draws the conclusion from this anecdote that cultural history is quite simply the history of stories, their origins, transmission, and significance in time. And there it is, the title and topic of our symposium, which we originally, before I read Avila, drew from eminent German historian Reinhard Koselleck. In his influential definition of the terms Geschichte and Historie, he defines them as indicating the sequence of past events as well as their depiction. In German sowohl den Ereigniszusammenhang
wie dessen Darstellung. Sigrun Meinig, another colleague drawing on Koselleck's designation, defines the term as follows. History refers to the events or sequences of events in the past, res gestae, and to the cultural representations of such events, historiae rerum gestarum. The double meaning derives from the German, where Geschichte means both history and story. The 21st century has increased in awareness of and brought on a variety of trials and catastrophes, such as the climate crisis, the challenges of digitalization, a worldwide pandemic, the rise of totalitarianism, renewed racism and sexism, the drawbacks of globalization, and this list could go on. Ireland, Northern Ireland, and the Irish diaspora, as well as their friends and partners in Europe, furthermore have to deal with the effects of Brexit. Due to its history, the consequences of Brexit on the island of Ireland are uniquely politically charged. In fact, the economic effects on the UK leaving the EU are hitting people and their lives equally hard across the whole Confederation. However, the Irish situation can be seen as a key example of a specific European and maybe even more of a general global phenomenon. So which strategies, approaches, and attitudes can be helpful when dealing with these not only European, but also transatlantic or global challenges? Is it possible to learn for the future by trying to learn from the past? Can a backward glance provide much needed guidance in this time of turmoil and offer blueprints for the shaping of the present? And how can the younger generation, provided with a knowledge about the past, create a better future? The past can only be presented and received in narrative form. Texts are repositories of cultural and historical knowledge. Fictional texts and historical documents both provide histories. Thus, the aim of this symposium will be to draw on texts from and about the Irish past for their cultural knowledge and for their historical lesson. Scholars from 3 disciplines, literary studies, TEFL methodology, and history, from 3 universities, University College Cork, UCC, Catholic University Leuven, Leuven Center for Irish Studies, LCIS, and Julius Maximilians Universität Würzburg, Irish Studies Würzburg, JMU, ISWÜ, in 3 European countries, Ireland, Belgium, and Germany, will approach the history and stories from the vantage point of their national and disciplinary contexts. From the perspective of literary studies, genres such as the historical novel, historiographic metafiction, and life writing, among others, provide the reader not simply with nostalgia for a past time. Historical fiction is furthermore a critique of the present transferred into a past setting. And this is something that Leon Feuchtwanger remarked in his book, The House of Desdemona. Historical fiction this means that literary texts in general can be salvaged for cultural and historical knowledge, and even for a historical lesson. They can help to avoid the repetition of mistakes of the past, at least in theory, and they can assist shape ideas for the future. New historicism questions the notion of a canonical narrative of the past, rejecting the idea of a histoire totale. By emphasizing history writing as literature, it draws attention to the creative and subjective nature of historical narratives. As much as any writer, the historian is shaped by the values of the society and times they inhabit and their histories. as rationalizations of the past, reflect these contemporary cultural preoccupations. Exploring history with a capital H as text and identifying the changes and challenges of history and stories in the 21st century reveals how written history or histories can lead to an understanding of its present. And for the last paragraph, I'm also indebted to the input by Damian Bracken. Thanks very much. And I'll hand over to Maria again for the last remarks and some housekeeping.
Yes, but first some words on EFL methodology, of course, because this is precisely the interface actually between literary studies and teaching English as a foreign language, because literary learning includes elements of intercultural learning as well as terms in an oblique or in a direct manner. So I think that literature can usually contribute to the goal, what I just said, of inter and transcultural learning in the EFL classroom, because literary texts always present the cultural other or the other culture in a fictionalized version and provoke contemporary literary texts offer privileged insights into target cultures because they present kind of an insider's perspective and thus provide a sort, I would call it surrogate experience of encounters with literature or with another culture, which is not accessible firsthand. Now, of course, you can ask the question, why Irish studies in the EFL classroom? Many of you probably know that we used to have a very strong focus here in Germany on the so-called core cultures, which is the United Kingdom and the United States. But I think in times of globalization, migration, and international networking of cultures and communication, EFL teachers are more and more under the duty to treat other Anglophone cultures and their literatures as complementary and contrastive to what used to be those core cultures or countries. Nowadays in EFL teaching, there is an increasing tendency of opening up the classroom towards other Anglophone cultures and of course their literatures, such as Australia, India, the Caribbean, South Africa, as well as of course Ireland, the first colonized country by the British. Newly developed curricula explicitly ask for the treatment of cultures and literatures outside the Anglophone mainstream. And Ireland, I think it's not only because it's anchored in the curriculum, but especially in view of Britain's departure, Ina mentioned that already, of the European Union, and especially in the post-Brexit era, Ireland is becoming an increasingly important country for us, also economically, of course. Moreover, it is the only remaining English-speaking country in the EU, which makes it even more important for German students to learn about the country, particularly in English language teaching. And most importantly, Ireland is a country with a rich storytelling tradition. And in a modern context, that means there are endless excellent literary options, literary examples for a good read. So I think reason enough to teach Irish studies and the related literature. So much for the symposium's content design. Now, as most of you know, we plan a publication to publish the contributions to this symposium in a volume by the end of 2022. And we would like to ask all speakers, I think we already let you know via email, to send a revised abstract and bio sketches to Franca Leitner, with whom you had you've all probably been in contact with by July the 29th at the latest, so that we know who is on board. Colleagues from UCC, from KU Leuven, from JMU who attended this symposium are also invited to hand in abstracts for prospective articles and biosketches by this date. The introductory text on the symposium website, if you check that on the website, can be used as a guide. So I think you're well informed if you check that to what we are specifically looking for in the articles for the publication. But we just want to have the three universities united, so Corp, Leuven and JMU, also from people taking part online who are interested in a publication. But we ask you to understand that we will not accept proposals from other colleagues, from other institutions other than the three that I just mentioned, nor from any kind of individuals who want to hand in something. Now, Ina mentioned that before, some housekeeping points. We start with our program, yes, in 10 minutes at 9:45 with panel 1, which is chaired by Matthias Fleckenstein, who thankfully stepped in for Bernd Fat, or Fat, I think that's the pronunciation, who, caught the disease. So overall, we will have 75 minutes for each panel, and thus about 5 minutes for the introduction of both speakers by the chair at the beginning of the panel, then around 20 minutes for each paper and around 30 minutes for discussion for both papers by the end of the panel or at the end of the panel. And the discussions will always be chaired by the respective chair together with Antonius Menaios, who will handle questions by online participants. So they are able to ask and write into the chat. So chairs.
Can I interrupt there?
Yes.
I think the microphones were good enough for people in Zoom to raise their digital hand.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Ask questions directly.
They can do both, actually. They can use the chat. So for all participants outside, use the chat function if you want to write down your question, but you can also use your yellow hand. And yes, then Antonius will check that and see when or whether there are questions. Yes. So the last panel has only one speaker because Emma Phelan has cancelled her contribution at short notice. And this means panel 5 takes place from 4:45 to 5:25. If I'm correct, yes. So around this time. And then we thought we might have a very short break just to move around a little bit of 5 minutes and start a bit earlier with the concluding discussion at 5:30, which is chaired by Jennifer Meier. There are 2 coffee breaks, which you can see in the program at 11 and 4:15. And there is also a lunch break, and lunch will be provided, of course. It will all be brought here. Also, the coffee points will be brought here. So lunch is between 12:45 and 1:45. And the symposium will be finished then a bit earlier by 6 o'clock. But I think it's good for you just to go to the hotel or walk down the town, whatever you want to. And we all meet at the restaurant called Bürgerspital. That's a very Franconian restaurant. We chose that because we usually do that for guests coming from abroad, because they should know or get to know to the Franconian meals there at 7:30. We haven't changed that. That gives you a bit time to walk around. Kiliani Festival is actually open tonight. And also there is a lovely wine festival around the residence. So if you want to walk there before or after dinner, just feel free and ask questions where you find everything. We are here. Yeah. So I wish you all a very good time and enjoy the symposium. I wish you good talks and good input. And I think we have a tiny break now till 9:45. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Yeah. Good morning and a very warm welcome from my side. I'm Matthias Fleckenstein. I'm the chairman of the German-Irish Association in Würzburg. And I'm delighted to welcome two experts in Old Irish history, Damian Bracken from University College Cork and Helmut Flachenecker from JMU Würzburg. And Damian Bracken, many of you might know him from a previous lecture he gave for ISWÜ a few months ago. And Damian Bracken examined Latin and Latin-influenced elements of early Irish vernacular law in his PhD, completed in 1994. And his research has focused on Hiberno Latin literature, especially on the works of St. Columbanus, the earliest Irish writer to leave an identifiable corpus of writings, and the first to explore Irish identity. He's interested particularly in exploring Columbanus's works in the context of late antique and early medieval ideals of authority and concepts of orthodoxy. He has taught in the School of History, UCC, and spent periods teaching in the Department of History in Boston University, and also in the Department of History of Boston College, where he held the Brian P. Burns Chair in Irish Studies. He jointly edited Ireland and Europe in the 12th Century, Reform and Renewal, Dublin 2006, and the commentary volume that accompanies the facsimile of the Schaffhausen Athevnon, I hope I pronounced it correctly. Perfect. Recently published as the first volume in the series Irish Manuscripts in Facsimile. Our second speaker in the first panel this morning will be Helmut Flachenecker. Helmut Flachenecker was born in 1958. He studied Germanic studies, geography and history of the universities at the universities of Erlangen, Nuremberg and Eichstätt. He did his PhD at the Department of History at Eichstätt in 1987 about eine geistliche Stadt, Eichstätt vom 13. bis zum 16. Jahrhundert. This was published in 1988. His habilitation also in Eichstätt in 1992 about Schottenklöster, irische Benediktinerkonvente im hochmittelalterlichen Deutschland. This was published in 1995. 1997 to 2002, he was at the Max Planck Institute for History, responsible for the long-term project Germania Sacra. Since 2002, he has been chair for medieval regional history at the University of Würzburg. And since 2014, he was the director of the Research Center for the History of the Teutonic Order in Würzburg. He was a visiting professor at Kent State University, Ohio, and Flagler College, St. Augustine, Florida. The author of more than 250 scientific articles, co-editor of 34 anthologies, co-editor of Bulletin Polskie Miski Historisch, the Bulletin der Polnischen Historischen Mission and Concilium Medii Aevi. So these were a few biographical sketches about the two speakers we have this morning in panel one. And I'm now delighted to hand over to Damian Bracken for his first lecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Matthias. It's wonderful to be back lecturing to live human beings. I'm not suggesting people joining online or anything less than human, but thank you. It's good to see a return to some sort of normality. I'd like to start by, first of all, congratulating Maria and Ina for organizing today's symposium, and not just today's event, but the extraordinary work they've been doing to make Würzburg the centre for Irish studies in this part of the world. I'm sure as being the festival of St. Kilian, he would be very happy with this development. Full disclosure, my youngest son is called Kilian. He's not a saint. So what I'm going to look at this morning is make some connections with some of the material I've presented in this forum in the past. And also look at a writer who was the first to use the word Europe with reference to Europe's, what he saw as Europe's Christian identity, or to a cultural identity. And I'm looking at culture contact, which in today's changing world is as significant as ever. And I'm also going to look at how he presents a historical event in the past as a story which he interprets. And he interprets the story for a contemporary readership. So I'll be looking at the earliest accounts of Irish identity and history written for a continental readership. And I'll argue that their purpose was to shape continental views of Ireland and to challenge the deeply entrenched and pervasive negative views of peoples who occupy the geographic edge. And I hope there'll be some sort of parallels with what Professor Flachenecker will be looking at in the later medieval period. So to start with, or maybe not to start with. Is this on? Ah, here we are. Okay. So this is a map you might have seen before in previous presentations. Where's it gone? There we are. Okay. So what you have here is a representation of the world as people understood it in medieval and in the ancient world. At the center is, as you see here, the center of the Christian world, Jerusalem. In earlier maps, it would be Rome. To find Ireland, you really have to search. Okay, and you go to, here is Britain. Here is Ireland. You know, Britain is at the edge of the map. Ireland is literally off the map. Okay? And beyond that is Thule, which Iceland, who knows? But it doesn't figure in these sort of rationalizations of geography because nobody lived there. So it doesn't really matter. So the remotest part of the Earth is that little island off the edge. I want to look at something we might find a bit easier to understand. This is the map of the Roman Empire around the year 1000 AD at its greatest extent. From the perspective of the Romans, this represents not just their empire, it shows the whole world and shows Rome to be a universal empire. This is the ecumene, the inhabitable earth, the parts of the earth worth conquering. The areas in black remained outside of the empire, not because the Romans couldn't conquer them, but because Roman logic and rationality determined that there was no point in conquering them. The investment of resources didn't make conquest worthwhile. You know, why conquer this part of the world, Germania? You're just going to end up with a lot of trees. Or this part of the world, you know, sand. Or this part of the world, bogs. So it doesn't make sense. So this map shows not the limits of the self-professed universal empire. It illustrates the ideals of empire. The empire was not about territorial conquest for its own sake, but an enterprise to bring together the peoples of the earth in peace, harmony, and concord. And all of this, of course, comes with a health warning. This is Roman political propaganda. This is what the Romans say. This is not what I'm saying. Because the Romans see their empire as a process of liberation, liberating the peoples from local tyranny, because that's what empires are all about, right? Liberation. This is how they would have seen the world in ancient times. And again, it's very much a rationalization. And just to add to the confusion, here is the north, here is the south, here is the east, and here's the west. So just to make it easier for a contemporary audience, I'll turn it upside down. Okay, so you have the peoples of the world, you have Europe, Asia, and Africa. And this illustrates not just the peoples of the world, it also illustrates the characteristics you would find if you go to these places. So as you go north, you come to Frigida. This is the north is cold. And as you move south, Calidus, it gets hotter. So cold north, warm south. And if you move into the east, it's extremely dry. And if you move into the west, as you see, it rains a lot. So this is the mundus tetragonus, the four-cornered earth. And all the map, it's a map of the continents, but it also, as I said, includes information about the nature of the environment in these regions. And as you move on a line from north to south, you're leaving behind the cold and you're moving towards the hot part of the world. But if you stop in the middle, things are perfect. It's a perfect balance, okay? And the same if you move from the wet west to the dry east, stop at the midway point, because that's where you have that perfect equipoise. And at the center of this world, you won't be surprised to hear, the last map shows the Mediterranean as the perfect environment in which to live. So the edges of the known world are places of natural extremes, but for the Romans, they were also places where human societies indulged in extreme behavior. The center is civilized because its natural equipoise created the ideal conditions for civilized life, but the periphery was wild. The reasons usually given for the barbarity of the edges is that these were the furthest from the influence of the civilized center. But it's not merely a mechanical question of physical distance from the civilized metropoles that causes the people on the edges to be barbarous. Rome is located at the center of the world, and it's at the crossroads of the nations. As the heart of a global empire, Rome attracted peoples from across the world, and its ecumenical culture reflected its status as the caput mundi, the head of the world. The diversity that was possible only at the center produced a creative, dynamic society. The Romans believed that this imperial cosmopolitanism and the mixing of the peoples and cultured modified habits and moderated religious belief and cultic practices. Extreme behavior emerges in remote and therefore monocultural societies, where comparisons with others that could reveal these excesses are impossible. According to Roman ethnographers, the cultural diversity of the city of Rome led to values that were not merely temperate and balanced or particular to Rome, but to a civilization that embodied principles of truth and which were therefore universal. As Doge says, the Roman ideal coincides with positive values, the true calling of the human. Without ever ceasing to be itself, Imperial Rome recreates the world by diffusing an ideal at once particular, urbi, and general, orbi, convincing the nations to participate for their good and for the good of all in this great enterprise. I don't have time to do Scotland or Boudicca's chariot. What I will look at is what Seneca says about this idea of a cosmopolitan society. He says, for a man would have been an untaught animal and without experience of affairs if he had been circumscribed by the limits of the land where he was born. The intermingling of cultures waned, however, the further one moved away from the center, and with it, the capacity of society to measure and moderate its successes. So the periphery is a place in which you would find practices like human sacrifice and cannibalism. In Roman thought, both are linked. If you're living in a monoculture, there's no one to tell you that human sacrifice is not a good thing. However, out as barbaric, and the practitioners are condemned. These views determined ancient views of the inhabitants of Ireland and Britain. The Romans viewed the islands as strange places that provided a complete contrast to life in the civilized center of Rome, and the settled cultivated in the sense of civilized, but also cultivated in the sense of a land that has been subjected to human intervention and as marshes and bogs. Marshes were territories that threatened Rome and Roman values. A bog or a marsh defies categorization. It's not land and it's not sea. It's neither soil nor water. It defies and offends order, clear delineations, and reason itself. So Roman, and by implication, so Britain, and by implication Ireland, are irrational, barbaric lands. But these were lands which also supported a people who were themselves irrational and barbaric. These barbaric societies are monocultural, and they reject the hybridity and cosmopolitanism that are essential for civilized life. And so by their very nature, they reject civilization itself. Trapped in their isolation, these peoples are unable to rise above the provincial to an understanding of the rational, universal ideals that sustain civilization. Okay. The Roman Empire saw itself as universal, and that universality was very important to it, because universality is the defining characteristic of truth. You know, if something is true, it must be true everywhere, across space and across time. So when the Romans claimed a universal status for their empire, they're actually saying something profound about their culture and their civilization. They're saying it's not just better or more advanced than all others. They're saying that Roman values are the truth. They represent truth itself because their empire is universal. With the coming of Christianity, Roman culture is replaced by Roman Christianity, and therefore Roman Christianity comes to represent the truth. As a consequence, those who live on the periphery are no longer just barbaric, they also add heretics to their impressive list of negatives. The universality of the Roman Empire and Christianity are illustrated here in this extract from the works of the Christian writer Eusebius. And here he is describing Constantine, the first Christian emperor. This is what he says about him. And thus our emperor Constantine, like the radiant sun, illuminates the most distant subjects of his empire through the presence of the Caesars, his co-rulers, as with the far-piercing rays of his own brightness. Once more, having harnessed, as it were, under the selfsame yoke, the foremost noble Caesars as horses in the imperial chariot, he sits on high and directs their course by the reins of a holy harmony and concord, and himself everywhere present and observant of every event, thus traverses every region, and I'd say of the earth is under the green part there. Okay. Here the emperor is portrayed riding his chariot across the skies, and this is a very clear allusion to the sun. Constantine is presented as the sun, spreading his light in all directions, and it's the light of the Roman Empire and its culture, and also the light of Christianity. But once this chariot of Roman civilization and Roman religion reaches the geographic edges, the wheels fall off. This is an extract from the papal librarian. His name is Anastasius Bibliothecarius, and he's here describing the works of John Scotus Erugena, a medieval Irish philosopher, the only original philosopher from the Middle Ages in Europe. And John Scotus, this Irish philosopher, translates Greek into Latin. So he's sort of the bridge between the extraordinary sophistication of Eastern theological thought. He's the one who brings it into the West. And this is what Anastasius says about him. He says, "It is moreover extraordinary how that barbarian, John, placed at the ends of the earth, as remote from interaction with men as it can be believed, he is distant from speaking another language, by such force of intellect could understand and translate into that other language. I refer to John Scotigena, a man who I heard is in all things holy." So what Anastasius is saying here is that he finds it extraordinary that John should be able to do this, because he is out of the mainstream. He's from the edges. He's a barbarian. So to come to this figure, This is St. Columbanus. This is an overview of his foundations on the continent. Columbanus is Ireland's first man of letters, the first Irish writer to explore Irish identity and Ireland's place in the unfolding of history. He left Ireland for continental Europe around the year 591 and brought with him his ideas of holiness and spiritual authority that had a deep influence. This shows a map. I'm not sure if you can see this from the back, but it shows the extent of his influence in terms of foundations in Western Europe. And he establishes for certain 4 monasteries, but the alumni of these monasteries found other monasteries that spread his monastic ideas, and other monasteries adapt his monastic rule. So he is a deeply influential figure. In this paper, I'm not going to consider a narrative history, but attempts to rationalize a historical event. For Columbanus, the central event in his understanding of Ireland's past was its conversion to Christianity. The coming of Christianity brought a new belief system, but with it came literacy, the Latinate learning of the ancient world, Latin law, Latin philosophy, Latin poetry, Latin legend, Latin history, and Latin theology, and the sacred text of the Latin Bible. Conversion therefore brought Ireland into contact with the civilization of the Mediterranean world and created for the Irish an understanding of the past that made them present history through a biblical lens. This is an extract from Columbanus's, as you can see there, maybe not, letter to Pope Boniface, written 2 years before he dies. It's written in 613. And he's referring, he gives an account here of the coming of Christianity to Ireland. He says, the fame of Rome has reached even as far as the western regions of the earth's further strand. And that's typical Columbanus. He'd never say it got, the faith got to Ireland. It has to be the faith got to the western regions of the earth's further strand. And this is, in the edition, this is all one long sentence, 200 words, like something out of Proust. It's more poetry than prose. He says, even as far as the western regions of the earth's furthest strand, miraculously unhindered by ocean's surging floods, though they leaped and rose beyond measure upon every side, yet from that time when the Son of God deigned to be man, and on those 2 steeds, fiery steeds of God's Spirit, I mean the apostles, Peter and Paul, whose dear relics have made you, the Bishop of Rome, blessed, riding over the sea of nations, troubled many waters, and increased his chariots with countless thousands of people. The most highest pilot of that carriage, who was Christ, the true Father, the charioteer of Israel, over the channel surge, over the dolphins' backs, over the swelling flood, reached even unto us, the Irish. Here Columbanus dramatically presents the coming of Christianity to Ireland as the sun that rises in the east and crosses the sky into the west. Christ, the sun god, Christos Helios, rides in his chariot, drawn across the skies by 2 horses, by 2 steeds, identified as Saints Peter and Paul. Now that the sun chariot had reached Ireland, it has reached the furthest point in the West. This is before they invented North or South America. This is the furthest point into the West. Now the sun's journey is complete, and the universal mission of the church to reach all peoples has been realized through the conversion of the remotest of people, the Irish. Significantly, Columbanus shows this being achieved by the Roman Church, for the chariot is drawn by Christ's, what he calls Christ's twin apostles, Peter and Paul, the traditional founders of the church in Rome. The conversion of the Irish is also, therefore, the realization of Papal Rome's universal mission. The central image in this part of Columbanus's letter is the solar chariot. And there are many influences I could point to that shaped the image as it appears here at the central part of this letter. But there's one in particular that shows the extraordinarily creative writer Columbanus was. Oh, sorry. Pointing it in the right direction. Okay, great, okay. I just want to look at this very quickly. This is a sarcophagus It's the type of sarcophagus is referred to as city gate because it's in an architectural setting. And here you have at the center Christ, and he is handing over, as you can see, a scroll, usually handing it to St. Peter, sometimes to St. Paul. And it's a symbol of the transmission of authority, of Christ's divine authority to his apostles, and from his apostles onwards through the church. These represent images of the transmission of authority. This is on the facade. And if you go to the short side of this sarcophagus, you see a figure here in a chariot with 4 horses. Underneath is a representation of the god of the ocean, with his jar and the waters of the oceans flowing out from it. And he too is handing on his mantle, his authority, to his follower that you see here. Okay. What you're looking at here is Elijah, an Old Testament figure, riding into the skies in his chariot of fire, handing on his authority to this figure behind him, Eliseus. Now, Columbanus never got to the Louvre, or he never got to St. Peter's, where this would have been at his time, but he did get to Milan. And this is a similar type of arrangement, another city gate sarcophagus. It's in Sant'Ambrogio in Milan, and it was in place when Columbanus was in the city. And I'm sure, sorry, these are really bad photographs, but they've very inconveniently put this sarcophagus under a pulpit. And when I went to take the photographs on the day, there was a sexton who did not want to cooperate because it was arranging things for some event, and I had to sneak a few photographs. And these have all the appearances of sneaky photographs. That's the front side, and this is what you see on the short side of the sarcophagus. Elijah in his chariot, riding up to the skies with Elijah behind him. What you're looking at here is an image of the prophet Elijah, who is described in the book of Kings or Chronicles, depending which version of the Bible that you use, riding into the heaven on a chariot of fire. Here you see him riding high, but before he takes off, he hands his mantle to Eliseus as a symbol of the transmission of his authority. And this is what this section of the Bible says when it describes this event. Riding over the sea, he says, as they went on, walking and talking together, behold, a fiery chariot and fiery horses parted them both asunder. And Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. And Eliseus saw him and cried, my father, the chariot of Israel and the driver thereof. Now you can compare that to what Columbanus says, and you can see that Columbanus is here very explicitly alluding to this fiery chariot this solar chariot from the Book of Kings. Elijah in Latin is Helios, which must be another pun on the Greek Helios. So these are the depths that Columbanus reaches when he is presenting the account of the conversion of Ireland. Here, Columbanus rejects the determinism of the ancient authorities and transforms the negative associations of the peripheral location of Ireland into something positive. Ireland is not the location of utter barbarians. Ireland is the location where salvation history is fulfilled and brought to completion. He continues, writing as an Irishman, to develop his critique of Rome, both Rome of the Empire and Rome of the popes. When he says, if you look, say, 4 lines down, he says, for although the name of the city of Rome, which is Italy's glory, like something most holy and far removed from heaven's confines, a city once, quondam, founded to the great joy, not of all nations, but of almost all nations. What he's doing here is he's saying Rome, the Rome once founded. Quondam means formerly. It's in the past. It's part of history. That Rome, the Rome of the past, was imperial Rome. But for Columbanus, it is in the past. It's gone. He further subtly questions imperial Rome's importance, its status as a universal empire, by saying that imperial Rome was founded for the joy not of all nations, but almost all nations. This is a very significant qualifier because he is denying a central element of Roman political rhetoric and the basis of its claim to be the caput mundi, the head of the world. That is, its claim that its empire was universal. And he, as an Irishman, is uniquely qualified to undermine Rome's claims to universal power because Rome never conquered Ireland, as we saw on the first map. And here, so this is the clearest example of the transformation of the ancient imperial and Christian assumptions about the nature of things at the geographic edges. It is found in this part of the letter here. He says, "For all we Irish, inhabitants of the world's edge, are disciples of Saints Peter and Paul and of all the disciples who wrote the sacred canon by the Holy Ghost. And we accept nothing outside the evangelical and apostolic teaching. No Irishman or Irishwoman has ever been a heretic, none a Judaizer, none a schismatic. But the Catholic faith, as it was delivered by you, the bishops of Rome first, who are the successors of the holy apostles, is maintained unbroken. So the Irish on the edges of the world are the ones who preserve the true faith. Ireland, for Columbanus and his reading of history, this is sort of, when he's looking at the conversion of Ireland, he's presenting this history as a story, which he's interpreting. Ireland is the source of orthodoxy, not of heresy or barbarity. This, I would suggest, is what made the Irish attractive to non-European peoples. One could be a barbarian and be orthodox and learned and civilized and cultured all at the same time, as St. Killian proved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Damian Bracken, for your enlightening words about the western regions of the Earth's farthest strand. And now I'm delighted to welcome Helmut Flachenecker with his paper about history in stories, the Irish Benedictines in Ratisbone and their attempts to interest the new environment on Ireland. Thank you very much and welcome, Helmut Flachenecker.
So welcome from my side as well. I hope you see my presentation, and yes, I can see it. So I try to continue the story which Damian started. I'm going now to the 12th century, and generations of Irish monks traveled from the Emerald Island to the continent. And they described themselves always as ambassadors of Christ, as human tools by spreading out the Gospels. So for the moment, the last period of the presence of Irish monks on the continent started in the late 11th century, and it was around about 1170, in the 1170s, that Miridach Drog Mac Robertag, I never speak Gaelic, in Latin his name is Marianus, that's much easier, who came on his pilgrimage to Rome, not to Rome, but only to Ratisbone. And this is a part so that Irish hermits, Irish monks, got a new center in southern Germany, especially in Ratisbone, and from this side on, from two churches. So it's consecrated Peter, the one, and the other, which is still existing, is in Ratisbone, St. James. And from this side on, other Irish monasteries, they were all Benedictines, came up in southern Germany, so Thuringia from Erfurt via Würzburg, Nuremberg, Eichstätt, Constance, Vienna, and so on. There are in German we call it Schottenklöster. So these are the monasteries of the Irish Benedictines, and most of these Irish monks came via Rosscarbery in Southern Ireland. There was a priory, and they sent these Irish monks to southern Germany till the mid of the 15th century. So it's a long tradition, but I do not want to talk about this long tradition. The main focus of my paper now will be the question how these foreign monks communicate with their new neighbors who had no ideas about Ireland, no ideas about the Irish church system, no ideas about Irish saints. And well, that is one of my main goals to show you. They did it mostly with stories with the help of hagiographic texts. And so one of them is the Vita Mariani, so the vitae of the founder. The vitae was written by an anonymous author, presumably from an Irish monk from St. James in Ratisbon, shortly after 1180. And this vita offered a role model for the self-description for the new neighbors. Because the emphasis of this vita and all the other stories I would like to show you is on a lifelong pilgrimage and a mission task. And this is a specific Irish idea. Going abroad for evangelizing the extremely distant, so going from the edge to the center and proclaim that, as Damian has showed, so the edge is more important than the center. And this is always this story which started that at the beginning, even in the time of the apostles, there was an Irish in Rome called Mansuetus, and this man was in a way a scholar of Holy Peter, and of course Irish. And he tried from Rome, wherever he was, a couple of times to organize the evangelization of Ireland before Patrick. So this is a story so which changes all the sequence of tenses of chronology, and this is what historians like very much. So what we know about him, that he was not an Irish, he was a bishop of Tours, according to the written heritage. He died in 375. But the Irish always started this story. We were in Rome, and then we started immediately the evangelization of the continent. And so we are the most important missionaries in Europe. And so this story started when Mansuetus goes on with others like Furseus or Fursa, who also, according to the Vita Mariani, he came from Munster. So this is the Southern Ireland part where most of the Irish Benedictines going to Southern Germany came from. And so this is, if you would like to say, so the Irish know each other. And of course, in the story, ongoing story, there was also a place for Killian, but the Irish had the same problem as we have. The sources about Cillian and his companions are very rare. So the Irish self-confidence voiced in this text, which is not only written for the Irish, but also for the people living around in this new area the Irish lived, was repeated by the followers then of Marianus and his companions. So the story starts in the first century after Christ, and then made a jump to the 11th and 12th century. And so that they try to connect the new development in the 11th century of Ratisbon to the old stories about the Irish missionary task in the late antiquity and early Middle Ages. And so Marianus and his companions followed these old Irish ideas of peregrinatio, is a Latin word for that, even in a time where no mission was needed, because in 11th and 12th centuries, Bavaria or Franconia or something were already missionized. But anyway, so this is how it worked. So this new Vita tries to say, hello, we were here a couple of centuries before, and now we are back. So this is one of these argumentations in these texts. Another highlight is another text written 30 years earlier than the Vita. We think round about 1148-49. It's the Visio Tunugdali, written by an Irish monk, Marcus, who was a monk in Ratisbon. And he wrote the story of an Irish knight whose soul marched through hell and heaven under assistance of his guardian angel. And this narrative included also specific information on Ireland itself. This text was a bestseller in the Middle Ages. So we have a lot of translations to vernacular European languages, but what we see in these languages, they cut out all these Irish informations. So in a way, the intents to give a story about that. So before Dante's Divina Commedia, and also to bring in Irish informations failed. So what we see in these interpretations, readers or listeners were not interested on specific details on Irish history. They liked the vision, but not the Irish information about it. And so one of the things which were more and more kept out of these texts in the former translations was a description about the topography of Ireland, because this topography is not a real one. It's adopted by Bede's stylization of the country in his history of the English church. And Hibernia, so Ireland, is not a real description about that. Its geographical position is somewhere between England and Scotland. So you see, it was not a geographer who wrote that. And all these stories that in Ireland there were no animals with poison, and there was hunting and fishing are excellent. So it's more a text for now for tourist information to praise on Ireland. And what you see here this is interesting because these two guys who are in the mouth of a gigantic monster called Acheron are Fergus and Connor. And these are Irish heroes, but they are pagans. In the text, they will have a chance to come to heaven because they were outstanding believers of their religions. Even this religion wasn't Christian. And this story made always problems for Christian translators. And so, for example, a Carthusian monk who translated the text changed the story and argued that both pagans might be crypto-Christians. So you see, they do not understand how to handle it. And so this is always a problem. Also a problem is the name Tnuk Dali. So no Franconian can speak Tnuk Dali or Bavarian or something. So they changed the name from Tnuk Dali to Tundali because it's easier to speak. And also the author of the ISWÜ brought in his local saint Ruedan, but nobody knows Ruedan at the continent. So they changed it to Brendan or to Patrick. And the other thing, so there are a lot of these smaller arguments also. So in Irish tradition, there's also a strong connection between pilgrim and a priest. And the pilgrim priest could, in the story, easily cross the valley of the Proud. And so, but the prominence of a priest pilgrim was unknown on the continent. So the translation changed it to a pilgrim and cut the priest out. And there's also stories about three kings from Northern Ireland, from the family of the O'Brien and McCarthy. These families are very important because they gave money to build St. James in Ratisbon. So that's why these Irish monks talked about them. But for Southern Germans, it's an unknown story how it should work. And you see it also if you look to the patrons of these churches of the Irish Benedictines. They never used an Irish saint like Ruedan or others. They took the saints from the continent which were familiar. So that's why in Ratisbon we have St. James, also in Erfurt or in Würzburg or in Constance, or St. Egidius in Nuremberg, or Holy Cross in Eichstätt, or St. Mary in Vienna, and so on and so on. So it's a very difficult process to convince the new neighborhood about Irish saints, Irish culture, Irish history. There were no Irish pubs in these days. Another thing which is very, in a way, funny, but not, they also in the 12th century from an unknown author in St. James in Ratisbon, they wrote a hagiographic text between two saints, Albert and Erhard. And so what's the important thing? Saint Erhard is a local saint in Ratisbon. And Albert is an apocryphal archbishop of Kassel. So they invented a man, and this Albert, horrible to say, is not a real Irish. He is coming up from England, and then he is in Ireland. And then also Erhard who came from Aquitaine or Gaul, they made him to an Irish as well. So the Irish thing take them all, and then so they connect the both in a hagiographic text. And again, chronology is out of anything. You cannot fix that problem. Both bishops then traveled from Ireland, from Cashel, and this Erhard should be a bishop in the northern part of Ireland, go to Rome, and then Albert went to the Holy Land and came back and find Albert already dead in Ratisbon. And so this is a picture from the Niedermünster in Ratisbon, and still this is now the grave situation from the 19th century. And here you have an old thing, and so archaeologists found an old grave and said, this is a grave of Erhard. Okay. And then they find a second grave and had no idea for whom it could be. And then the archaeologists read the Vitae and said, that's the grave of Albert. So, you see, that's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because in this Vitae, so in a way, the Vitae won. So and since these times, so 14th century and so on, we can see that there's still a belief and a veneration in Ratisbon that Albert and Erhard are friends. So this is a spiritual connection between the old the old part Ireland within the new area they live, Ratisbon, to connect saints which never have seen them. So to make a story very short, but it has an influence, and you see also if you look about that here, also on this high tomb is from Erhard, and the smaller one should be from Albert. So the archaeologists believe that. I do not believe that. But anyway, there is no proof for that. Another, so this is the situation now. And another thing is Libellus de Fundatione Consecrati Petri. So it's about the foundation of consecrated Peter, consecrated Peter the Church. It's written in later on between 1250 and 1261. The author is again unknown, but should be an Irish monk from St. James. So, the old story about the Irish as missionaries for Europe comes again with another emphasis. According to this Libellus, after the victory of Christianity, 30,000 Irish saints became missionaries. And these 30,000, so always 10,000 went to Europe, to Africa, and to Asia. So this is a mentioning that Ireland is not Europe. No, I am kidding. One of these Asian missionary or designated for Asia, Machiantus, only came to Ratisbon. So a first connection to Ratisbon was made in the early time of these Irish missionaries. It's a story. It's only a story. It's a legend. But the Irish wrote it so we were here a little bit before. And then, of course, it's a story about Mansuetus and all the others. I already talked about this, but we have not enough time to go here in details. So what is new in this libellus? And this is something which is still going on in the self-identity of Ratisbon. What is new is the appearance of the Irish connected with Charlemagne. So they tell the people in Ratisbon and elsewhere that Charlemagne brought Christianity to Ratisbon. He fought against pagans and 2 times. It's a long story, but and Charlemagne did it, and it was Charlemagne who told the people in Ratisbon that there were some Irish coming to them. And so these Irish had the blessings of Charlemagne. This is the story. And then they told the Ratisbons, and Ratisbon is so important. It's one of the 4 imperial cities, which is Rome, Trier, and Cologne, and Ratisbon. And what happened is, of course, that in the tradition of the city, of the chronicles of the city, mostly they kicked out the Irish because they are foreigners, but they still believed on this legend of 4 imperial cities and how important Ratisbon is. And the story of Charlemagne, which is out of every proof, of course. What is also, and there's a small reflection to Würzburg as well, because in this libellus, there also the history of the foundation of the Irish Benedictines, not only in Ratisbon, but also in Würzburg. And they talked about the first abbot, Irish abbot in Würzburg, Macarius, it's a Latin name. And he was asked why the Irish came to Würzburg as well. And he said, it is God's will that the Irish should found a monastery here because it is a place of Killian. So again, the Irish, not only in Ratisbon, but also in Würzburg, tried to come in an old tradition. We were already here and we are now back again. So this is it's a very interesting thing. So, and of course, these stories are always the cry of these foreigners to make their new surrounding more clear where they come from. Nearly the last example. Now I'm talking about the Irish Benedictines in Vienna. And these, so there is still a Schottenkloster in Vienna, but no Irish, but German or Hungarians, and now our monks there. And they also they wrote annals. And this Annales Scotorum is unique because so for these years, and there are some informations about for every year, it's a combination of informations in Austria, Vienna, combined with informations of Southern Ireland. And I never seen that before and afterwards. And so there are a lot of examples. I only concentrate myself on these two. So for 1206, for example, though there is the writing, Donald Rex of Cork is dead. Popo, Bishop of Passau, died, followed by Mangoldus. So you have an information from Ireland, and you have an information of the Bishop of Passau together, combined. So this is one thing. Or for some years, you only have you have only informations about Ireland. That's about 1211. Fingen Rex of Cork was killed insidiously by his supporters. So I'm not sure who outside of the monastery understood that. But anyway, it's a little bit a small contribution of the Irish to a European historical perspective, Austrian-Irish perspective in a way. Very interesting, but I cannot talk about that more. At the end, Ireland in Europe, or Europe in Ireland, there is a ceiling fresco in Griestetten. This is a church in the Altmühl Valley, and what is important by the ceiling fresco, you see 3 Irish saints, so the 3 miserable saints which were venerated there, even in modern times. So you see the old tradition of veneration of Irish saints, of Irish missionaries is going on in this, and this cult experienced a certain renaissance in the 18th century. So seen in this way, their veneration is a small sign of a European bond that can be experienced in everyday religious life, not only here, but there are some small other parts or areas you can find that. And what is outstanding is this visual expression of an European identity, because you see a card of Europe here, and this ceiling frescoes and shows the glorification of the miserable saints over a map of Europe. And so you see Ireland is no more at the edge of the West. Iceland is more in the West now, so a little bit times are changing since we start this panel in the late antiquity. So thank you for your patience, and so this was a little bit of insight how Irish tried to convince the new surrounded that Ireland is very important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Helmut Flachenecker, for this interesting insight in the old links between Ireland and Germany, especially southeastern Germany, and also to Damian Bracken for his words about the position of Ireland in old Europe, or in the old world. Now we have a few minutes time for a short discussion, and I may invite you to ask questions concerning the 2 papers we heard now. Thank you. Yeah, Ina, please.
I have an easy, but also I think quite difficult question for both of you. Given that we want to salvage the past for ideas or lessons for the future. What would you say, Damian? What can we learn from St. Columbanus and his contemporaries? And then, Helmut, what can we learn from the monks of Ratisbon for the 21st century? Is there something that speaks to us directly?
I had a little bit problems to understand. Sorry for that. So the connection was a little bit bad. So as far as I understood, what are the connections to nowadays?
Yes.
Damian, start.
Right, go here.
We move forward chronologically.
Okay, thank you, Helmut. I was going to let you feel this one. Well, what I'd say about Columbanus is he presents his Irish identity very firmly in what he's writing. So he presents himself very much as an outsider. He's coming into this region with no axe to grind. He's got no fights to fight. But he's coming into, when he comes into France, he's dealing with a church which is controlled by bishops. And Columbanus does not like bishops. He sees them as dead losses, especially the French bishops. And he says, I know that these are bad people, because he writes to the Pope Gregory, says, I know these bishops are bad because I heard their confessions. So I know what they're like. But he's having to negotiate his way through controversies of the time, and these controversies, they sort of crystallize about a debate of all things about Easter, when to celebrate Easter. But this is something that really explodes, and it's really got to do with authority. Who cracks the whip? Who is the true inheritor of the authority of the past? Are they monks, or are they priests, or are they bishops? And what Columbanus does very cleverly is, in his letter to the Gaulish bishops, the Gaulish clerics, he uses a very interesting image towards the end. He says, it doesn't matter whether we are Irish, or whether we are British, or whether we are French, we are all members of the one body. And what he's doing there is he's very subtly evoking an image that went back to antiquity, which was a way of presenting the world as analogous to a human body. And within that body, if a body is to survive, all the parts must work together. Your liver can't decide it's having an off day. It's tired because the whole body suffers. So what he wants to stress is that we are all in this together. We all share values. We all share identities to a certain extent. We share values to a certain extent. We are all joint members of this one body, and we have got to work together for the whole of the body to survive. There's no room for Brexit in this. It's a community. It's a community of values. And what Columbanus is actually doing there is he is building on ideas which are present in Irish literature from the very start. They're in St. Patrick. They're in the writings of Irish writers from the 5th century, because Patrick is having to negotiate his way through identities which are British, Celtic, which are Roman. He sees himself as a Roman. And which are Irish. St. Patrick is the first writer ever to describe himself in writing as Irish. The fact is he was British, so the first person to describe themselves in literature, record their Irish identity, was British. And Patrick's attitude was, Patrick's attitude is, if he's asked, is he Roman, he would have said yes. If he's asked, is he British, he would have said yes. If he's asked if he's Irish, he would have said yes. And that's it's that malleability in terms of identity, rather than putting identity which puts up barriers, and identity which is open and which is inclusive. I think that these writers are inspiring figures. Helmut, it's all yours.
Yeah, the question, what is telling these stories to nowadays people? I would say generally it's a question of communication and communication problems between foreigners and natives, to make it in a simple phrase. how natives are really interested in foreigners and their culture and story and beliefs and all this. And I see a lot of miscommunication in the 12th, 13th century in this way for the Irish, because they tried to bring in their history and their tradition, but as far as I can see, the reaction is not that what the foreigners want to see. So on one side, the stories were picked up when they were good for the natives, but they skipped out a lot of specific Irish ideas. And so they changed it in a way. And but of course, you still can see that if you go to the portal of St. James, and if you go to in Cashel, to Cormac's Chapel, and so these are also the try to on a artificial way to combine the ideas of what they saw in Germany or in Ireland. And this is, but it's very tricky, and I'm not an art historian, so I never talked about that. If you go to these things, to the written sources, you see, yeah, this is this Irish story about pilgrimage, and it's an old and so going on, but I'm not sure that they convinced a lot of people about that, except of the story of Erhard and Albert in the Niedermünster and the Lower Minster Church. But there it fits in the eyes of the natives here or the locals here. So it's a mirror in a way on both sides. What do you really want to know, and what you skip out of my culture in a way? Thank you.
Understand what I'm saying? It doesn't react.
Would you like to come forward?
Yeah, maybe. Okay, just come to the front. Can you hear me now, Helmut? Yes, you can hear me. Great. Okay, so I don't see you now. I have a question. First of all, thank you for both of your great talks. I enjoyed them very much. And I also have a question to both of you. You used pictures, particularly Helmut, in your presentation, you had those paintings. And my question is, in what way did art or did those kinds of paintings influence the picture of, because we are in this symposium of stories in history or history in stories and the other way around. So in what way did paintings influence the picture or the impression of history, of historical facts in these days? In what way was historical writing influenced by those impressions given by art?
The painting, you think, especially on the Visio Nugdali, are later. So they are from the 14th century. And in these texts, they reflect the stories, but the Irish emphasis is out. And on the portal, you can, in St. James, you cannot see anything about that hagiographic texts or something like that. And this is a problem, that the stories of the pictures is sometimes very different to the stories of the texts. and these texts from the 12th and one of the 13th century didn't have any images in these bestseller all over Europe. So you can find a lot of pictures of that, but these pictures then are a reaction on the translated text. And the translated text, mostly in the late Middle Ages, are with less information to the Irish. And so this is a little bit a problem.
I'm sort of rattling my brain to see how I would deal with the visual culture of the period of Columbanus in terms of also. But in the image I showed, he very clearly of the chariot, of the solar chariot, clearly he must have seen, as a colleague of mine once said to me, he must have seen a mosaic. If you think of those Roman mosaics showing Apollo in the chariot. He also describes this chariot as riding over the dolphins' backs. So an image of Neptune frequently portrayed in this guise being pulled over the seas. In terms of the visual culture of the age, if you think of the Irish manuscripts, which are illuminated and survive on the continent, they speak an international language. You know, they're not presenting the independent Republic of Irish Christianity. They see them, they didn't think of in those terms. They saw themselves as representing a belief system which, by definition, to be true, had to be accessible and examinable by all. That's the basis of its rationality. And they use the visual elements of those manuscripts as a means of conveying those theological values. Now, it's art which is expressing those values, but in an Irish idiom in terms of how they're presented. But I would say that they are there to present the message to readers of all regions. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Yes, also thank you for both your talks. And I also have a question to both of you, which is perhaps related to what Bergmann asked. Of course, nowadays we see history as constructed, as a form of narrative, as in relation to stories. And we also interpret these ancient texts in such ways. Are there indications in any of these writings that the writers themselves, surely they were aware of their own intentions, but do they ever express such awareness in their texts? You know, are there signs and indications of self-awareness, self-reflectivity in any of these old texts?
I'm not sure if I understand you entirely, but you find in, for example, the saints' lives, where they're presenting the sequence of events that apply to a particular saint, they will very creatively adapt stories from the past and apply them onto the saint in a way which affects the reader, convincing the reader that this is a holy man or a holy woman and deserves respect. So what they do is they will graft episodes from the Bible, or, for example, the earliest saints' lives, St. Patrick, they will graft elements from imperial Roman past and apply it to an Irish context to show that these people are sophisticated enough to be able to work within these long established and authoritative means of portraying authority. So they are conscious of this because the language that they use when they come to present, for example, in the life of Adovnon, who was mentioned earlier on by Matthias, they sometimes use the language of imperial Roman authority, and they graft it on to British rulers. So they are aware that they are very self-conscious in what they write, and they are presenting their past and appropriating the past in a way to shape the values of the present. And in the political sphere, sometimes they're even ahead of political reality. They're setting up expectations for what their subject is expected to do and how they're expected to be perceived, even before that becomes a reality. I don't know if that answers your question. Okay.
Yeah. I also would say that the Irish were very creative then in the 12th century, because there is no chronology. So these stories try to impress, and these hagiographic texts were normally read on the feast day of these saints to the people who were at church. So this is an area, of course, where Latin is always used, but all these texts, for example, we have no translation in the vernacular language of southern Germany. So, and this is another problem we always have. It's okay inside of the church, but it's not okay outside. Who could understand that? And how it worked in the translation thing. So we know a lot about the Visio Nugtali, of course, but on these other texts, they are very, very local. And so there are not a lot of different manuscripts. We have these texts. And so the self-reflection of the Irish is always we are the people who brought Christianity to the continent, and we did that, in the early Middle Ages, and now we are back and do it in a different way again. And so these monasteries were only open for Irish. And so I have a charter from 1500 which shows very clearly that as Scottish people try to come in, Scottish merchants in this church, they were kicked out by the Irish with the argument Germans are better than Scots. And so this is all these. You learn a lot about this image of foreigners, and if foreigners talk about other foreigners in a foreign country, then it's this is a very interesting thing. But the Irish themselves were very self-content, and also they were very self-assured.
Any more questions? Okay, so thank you very much for the two interesting lectures. Damian Bracken and Helmut Flachenecker. I think we had a wonderful first panel. And we meet again in 20 minutes at 10:30, if I'm getting it right. 11:30, sorry. And Ina.
Yeah, very, very briefly. For the people in Zoom, we'll resume at 11:30. For the people in the room, coffee is next door, and you can also use the outdoor space, which is just a bit further down the aisle. See you again at 11:30. Thank you very much to our first panelists. Thank you.
I'm a research assistant and PhD candidate here at the American Studies Department, and I'm very pleased to introduce you to our two speakers for the second panel and to lead you through the discussion later. We have two wonderful speakers, Beatrix Färber from UCC and Professor Hedwig Schwall from KU Leuven. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And I will just speak a few very brief words of introduction before I hand the mic over to the two of them. So Beatrix Färber, the first speaker, is managing editor of the Corpus of Electronic Texts, in short CELT, at UCC. After studying Celtic philology, historical linguistics, and Romance languages at the University of Bonn, she worked in technical and game software localization from 1993 to 1999, focusing on non-technical language for users, machine-aided translation, as well as creating and customizing terminology sets and glossaries. In 2000, she then joined CELT, which is a TEI XML encoded multilingual text corpus, which includes languages such as Irish of all periods, English, German, Latin, and other languages as well. At CELT, she is responsible for encoding documents, managing and guiding contributions by students, interns, and volunteers, administering research projects and workshops, as well as guiding postgraduates in internships and work placements for the UCC Master in Medieval Studies. She also worked on the translation of the so-called Letters from Ireland by Ansbach native Magdalena von Dobeneck to her father Paul Johann Anselm von Feuerbach. Her ongoing doctoral research at UCC School of Irish Learning examines early modern Irish medical translations from Latin, especially works by Montpellier University Professor of Medicine Bernardo de Guardonio. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Her research interests more broadly lie with electronic text edition, the digital humanities, text encoding, and the reception of German literature in the Irish context. And her talk for today's symposium is also grounded in these interests of hers and is entitled Karl Gottlob Kuttner in Search of an Older Ireland. Our second speaker, Professor Hedwig Schwall, is Emeritus Professor of English Literature at KU Leuven. She serves on the board of numerous academic associations and journals in the fields of Irish and English literatures, and is occasional referee for the Irish Research Council for the Humanities and Social Sciences. Her fields of expertise are as broad as covering contemporary Irish literature, as well as English fiction and poetry more broadly, psychoanalytic literary theory and the intersections of literature with the visual arts, as well as literature and religion, which are all fields in which she has been publishing for a very long time. To give you just a few examples of some of her most recent publications, in 2018, she edited the volume Boundaries, Passages and Transitions, which came out with Dick Reuter, as well as an issue for the Review of Irish Studies in Europe, which is entitled Irish Textiles, Tissues in Communities and Their Representation in Art and Literature. In 2019, she edited The Danger and the Glory, which came out with Arlen House and assembles 60 different contributions from writers of Irish fiction and on the art of writing. Currently, Hedwig Schwall is heading the translation project on contemporary writer Anne Enright, and she was the director of the Leuven Center for Irish Studies until quite recently, namely 2021. Currently, she's working on parent-child relations in contemporary Irish literature. Today, her talk is entitled Caldwell's Brazilian Women and the Belfast Blitz in These Days. So please join me in welcoming, first of all, Beatrix Färber for the first talk of this panel.
So now we're all set up to go. Thank you very much for the nice introduction, and thank you to the organizers for this invitation. And I'm very happy to be here in Würzburg. I've only been here once before when I was a teenager and don't remember anything. My topic is Karl Gottlob Kuttner. He's a bit of an under-researched person. And I'll talk just a little bit about him and his background, and then I'll try to focus on three a few topics that he looked at and that could be relevant maybe for today. And then as the last we'll come to how he was in search of an older Ireland and how he was only partially successful. But that was just a sign of a sign of the times, and it wasn't really his fault. So now Karl Gottlob Kuttner, he was the first German eyewitness, or he first wrote the first German eyewitness account of early modern Ireland, published by a German. He was a young Hofmeister, so a traveling tutor, who came at the age of 26 or 27 and was employed by a very rich Irish nobleman who was also very influential and was from County Waterford. And he was the Earl of Tyrone. In 1782, he must have met them somewhere in France. It's not quite clear. And then he went with him and with the family to England. And the summers were spent in Ireland on the estate, which is Curramore in Waterford, and it still exists. So, just okay, we'll go. Okay, so this is like, he was born in Wiedemar, which is near Delitzsch in Saxony. It's actually near Halle, where today I think there's the airport, so it's convenient there. He was the son of a minister, so a Pfarrer, and I think there were 13 children in the family. After his life as a private tutor, he spent about 10 years with that family, with that Irish family or Anglo-Irish family, and he came back. They paid him a pension, and then he was working as a private scholar, and he published his other travel impressions also, and he was engaged in some more translations, and he died comparatively young. So at Leipzig University, that's where he studied, and he first was going to study theology according to the wish of his father, but then he didn't like it and changed to modern languages. And after that, he got this job. The first job that he got as a private tutor was in Switzerland. And then the second one was already in Ireland now. So some of the travel journals and letters that were written around his time. So the one that is Richard Twiss, we come back to that. That was something that it was really received very badly in Ireland. They said that Twiss was giving them a very bad write-up, and it was totally untrue, and the Irish hated Twiss. And there's another, Thomas Campbell, a philosophical survey of the south of Ireland, which Kuttner later used when he was doing the second part of his letters. And then Arthur Young, a tour in Ireland with general observations on the present state of that kingdom. He was a kind of an agricultural expert from England. And the Campbell and Young and Kuttner, we have all those on Celt, but Twiss, don't have it. I didn't dare to put that on Celt because it had such a bad press in Ireland, but you can find it in other places on the internet. So interestingly, also Kuttner's briefe, they were published at the Leipziger Buchmesse. So the Leipziger Buchmesse was already well established by then. And his friend who edited them, Christian Gottlieb Schenk, he was actually a teacher at the Nikolai-Schule in Leipzig, which is like, that school has also very good reputation. And interestingly, Kuttner first met Schenk in Annaberg, where both went to secondary school, because when Kuttner was born, or when he was about 2 years old, they had the 7 Years' War in Saxony, which devastated Saxony completely. Prussia was victorious, and the Prussian king had everything, had a lot of valuable industrial production. He had all shipped off to Prussia, and Saxony was made to pay reparations for that war that it had lost. So that threw them back, and it was really devastated. So now at the age of 10 or so, he was sent to Annaberg to a school, which I think it was the local gymnasium or so. And that was actually there was this guy Adam Riese. He had taught there, so it was fairly well known, and that was where he first met Schenk. I think Schenk was a few years older than him. Anyway, now I have to talk a bit quickly, and I'm not sure if we get through everything because it's just very rich. Like the whole book is about 450 pages. The first 2 pages are the letters that he wrote in his 2 summers, the 2 summers he spent with the family at Curramore mostly, also sometimes in Dublin. And it's like, that is 39 letters. And then in the winter afterwards, he wrote another 14 letters where he embarked on the second part. That was the description of Ireland and the summary of its history. So now we go on. Oh. Yeah, so first thing that he remarked on, and it's echoed by many other people who wrote around the same time, that Ireland is very little known. It's a country which is hardly known on the continent or falsely known. It's even terribly misunderstood by the English. I'm now very happy with the Irish people, knowing a great number of them by now. And to my mind, they are in general a very good sort, with whom a foreigner will certainly be better than with English people. And of course, I chose that because I work at UCC. So what else could I say? I live in Ireland myself. So, and the Irish are great hosts. So Ireland has been misrepresented. We already heard that from other people, that it's misrepresented. And now he now links this like with Lessing again, with German, and says, Lessing says somewhere, if you want to write a book, you should choose an opponent just for yourself, and then the topic will come. Doing so, I will have soon found mine in Mr. Twist, an Englishman who published his tour through Ireland a few years ago. And this tour was also translated into German, interestingly. I read his book in preparation for coming here, and now I think the Irish are right to complain bitterly about him, regarding his travel journal as the most spiteful, most impertinent thing you could make up about a country. I have no idea what kind of caused that man to belittle a whole country and a whole people who received him very hospitably. But this I know, that his work is riddled with errors, and his manner of looking at things very different from mine. So now this is his book of letters, which was published in Leipzig 1785, which is fairly soon after he composed the second part of his writing. So I don't know if his friend pressured him a bit so it could come out at the Leipzig Buchmesse. It was also reviewed mostly favorably in the German press, but there is also one review that I might come back quite at the end of this about Valency, who was a very important figure in Irish antiquarianism and somehow controversial. So, but we'll return to this later. Right, so this is just going to give you an impression that he wasn't always at Curramore in Waterford. He was able to travel a bit around the country, though of course he had to spend most of the time with his charge. And I'm not exactly sure which son it was, or maybe it was 2 sons. The Marquess of Waterford had a number of children. One of them became a politician, the other became Archbishop. But I mean, they were really, really very well connected. And he was one of the richest men in Ireland, I think. And he was also, his employer was also, no, I have to go back. Yeah, that was Curramore House, what it looked like today. Now on the right, there's the employer, George Beresford, 2nd Earl of Tyrone. He was made a Marquess in 1989. He was a politician, an MP, and he was the highest civil servant in County Waterford. So he was always into politics, and Kuttner, he once said in his letters that at every dinner he was sitting beside somebody else and always hearing like the latest story. So he was probably hearing a lot of politics. And at the beginning, of course, he couldn't relate everything because he was a newcomer. So it took him some time to really figure out what was going on. Irish in domestic politics is still something that is not easy for somebody from the outside to understand. So now this Curramore House and Lake, and he also describes this in his letters, but I'm not going into this because there's just too much, although it's very, very nice. It's a very nice description, but it's not maybe for our topic today. So now the first topic we come to is the general aspect of the country, and then about the woods. So he says, what I've seen of the whole country of Waterford and the major part of several others, everywhere beautiful and fertile land, but poorly tilled. Everywhere ruins of churches, abbeys and monasteries. Everywhere precious buildings and beautiful parks, beside the most miserable cabins I've ever seen. Villages nearly nowhere, and the most abject poverty among the rural people. So there's three things. First, it's like the big divide between rich and poor, which we also have, of course, in other countries, but maybe even more so in Ireland. Then the villages nearly never. People didn't live in villages. They lived like in very much, they had their cabins, and then there was a bit of land, and then there was another cabin. So the way of living like we had it in Germany or here in Saxony was a kind of an Allmende, that people till something communally. That wasn't done at all. So they were maybe more, more isolated in some ways. And then the third thing, one nearly forgets that there is no village to be seen anywhere in the whole wide area. You overlook from the height, and that the hilltops are all without wood cover. So the hills were all bare. This is another thing that I just interjected because I will go back to that again. And I haven't translated that. He also went to Waterford, which was at that stage, I think it was the major harbour city. Later then it lost out to Cork. And he was very taken with the quay at Waterford. He said it was beautiful, very interesting. The quay was nearly a mile long, had many nice houses and booths and shops, and the ships were loaded and deloaded here. So you could see the hustle and bustle of all the busy people and the many languages, and especially the Portuguese. So it was a hub. It was an international hub. Then it's no longer that. So then we get back to this deforestation. So now this is not by Kuttner, but this is about Gerard Bode, who wrote in 1725 The Natural History of Ireland. And Woods already remarked that the deforestation was not a new thing. It already went back to the 17th century and even before. By 1700, most of Ireland's wood had been cut down for political and economical reasons, as Gerard Bode remarked. The English, having settled themselves in the land, did by degrees greatly diminish the woods in all the places where they were masters, partly to deprive the thieves and rogues who used to lurk in the woods in great numbers of their refuge, and partly to gain the greater scope of profitable lands. For the trees being cut down, the roots stopped up, and the land used and tilled, the woods in most part of Ireland may be reduced to very good pastures and to excellent arable and meadow land. Through these two causes, it's come to pass in the space of many years, of some ages, that a great part of the woods which the English found in Ireland at their first arrival there are quite destroyed, so as nothing at all remaineth of them at this time. And then today, Ireland is one of the most deforested countries in the EU. And can anybody click on that? So, and you scroll down just a little. Yeah, and you see here, Ireland is among the countries that brown with the least wood cover. I think actually the record now is in Malta, which is a new member, so that's no wonder why. But Ireland is still, that was 2015, is still very much, very poorly represented. Okay, so we can go back to the presentation. So, oh yeah, that was, yeah. So next topic. Now, sorry for jumping a bit, but I have to get to this. How much do I have left? 10 minutes? 5 minutes?
Yeah, maybe 5.
Okay. Okay. So then we now come to another topic, which it's like a failed resettlement. So this is like a proposed large scale migration by the Genevans. And Geneva was famous because it was like a seat of, I think it had its own government, and there was always a lot of friction between the burghers and then the aristocracy and several other layers. And it was like a seat of a rebellion. And at the same time, the people of Geneva were very highly skilled in economy and they were good tradespeople. So there was this idea of asking them to come to Ireland. So, and apparently he and his friend, they had conversed about that earlier. So he says, you want to know about the Genevans? I'm very close to them now. The Duke of Leinster offered the Genevans 20,000 acres of land on his estate. The Genevans accepted it, but now the Duke recognized that he had acted too hastily and he revoked his promise. However, this occasion inspired many Genevans to consider settling down in Ireland. Lord Temple, the previous viceroy, supported this. The king owns 1,200 acres of land in County Waterford, which were to be allocated to the Genevans for a completely new town. And this was to be called New Geneva, but it never materialized. The spot has been marked out, and it's beautiful and well situated indeed. Oops. Well, what's this? Yeah, so here is Waterford, and that was Dunconnet Ford, and opposite New Geneva today it's used as barracks, or later, maybe today not. So now what happened then? There were the leaders of the Geneva People's Party, the rebels, Clavier, and Durevaret, who were already banned from Geneva by the government, traveled to Waterford and negotiated a proposed resettlement of families, of whole families, with the English-Irish nobles and with the parliament members. £50,000 sterling, and that was a really big sum, was offered to build the new town and to bring the poorer inhabitants of Geneva to Waterford. £25 were offered to defray the cost per family. Now, finally, the whole thing fell through, which Kuttner attributed to the unrealistic political demands of the Geneva negotiators, because they all wanted voting rights. And at this time in Ireland, this was not to be had, because the Irish politicians, they were just afraid that they would be voted themselves. So somebody else would be master in their backyard. So of course that couldn't be. So that's just like how proposed political schemes, especially if they say involve like dissenters or people who are politically very astute, how all this can go wrong. Okay, and on another note, there was also a lot of land speculation in Dublin, and we probably don't have a lot of time anymore. No, I'm probably out of time. But he just said that there was so much in Dublin. It was all while he was there. It had been alleys had been bought up, razed to the ground, and new buildings being bought, and the people all were thrown out, of course. And he says, I'm surprised that this is so easily done here, while considering that in Strasbourg, I think it went on at the same time. And she said, it's nearly identical, but people are complaining about it. In Ireland, the complaints were not heard. So now today, Georgian Dublin is marketed to the tourists, and maybe you've heard about the Georgian doors. And what remains of Georgian Dublin in North City goes back to a period of building speculation. And it was exactly in that period when Kuttner was there. And instrumental in this was somebody called Luke Gardiner. And today, maybe you've seen there's a Gardiner Street. That's the name of him. Now, he was a speculator. He was a developer, a landowner, politician. And he was the person who was behind that. So, and this is like what the typical building that is still extant there in North Dublin. Now the last part, and I don't know if I can, maybe we can also have it in the questions, is like, okay, so when Kuttner found out or agreed that his letters could be published, he also said, I'm going to add some Irish cultural history because Ireland is so little known, so misrepresented, and I'm going to use books and make extracts, translate that into German and add it to the book for the readers. So, but it wasn't so easy. So while he could use his employer's library and newspapers, and he had many people who he could have conversations with, he couldn't really find out a lot about the older Ireland. So, so he says he wants to go to return to his former attention, compile what he has gathered together. He mentions these 3 books. Campbell, who we have seen before, he's like a good philosophical survey, and then 2 books by Colonel Valancy and Essay on the Irish Language and Grammar of the Irish Language. Now, Charles Valancy, now his birthday is not quite, that's not quite sure. He could have been born in 1725, it's not quite sure. He came to Ireland as a British military surveyor. He was an engineer and he did a survey of the fortifications, and they are very, very good. So he was good at what he did. And he also had an interest in antiquities, and he was a member of this Society of, what is it, Society of Antiquaries, and he helped a lot, but he didn't really have any scholarly knowledge, and he actually was more of a hindrance. So he was deeply controversial, and now, of course, Kuttner didn't know this, so he describes how he met him on the mail boat and how he was taken by him. And then he had this conversation, and he said he understood Irish, which led us to a long conversation. He told me many wonderful things, claimed to know a lot about ancient languages and the antiquities and all this. He ran down some scholars of great reputation, seemed to correspond with half the scholarly word. In short, Kuttner thought he was a bit of a ghost. But how I later regretted it when I heard this was the Colonel Valancy. So obviously he had a big name. An opportunity, I learned what an opportunity I had squandered to receive more detailed instructions about a lot of Hiberniana. Instructions which no man alive today may be better placed to give than Valancy. And that was like a total, that's a total error. But the thing was, Kuttner was not in contact with these people who knew more about him. And Valancy was placing himself as a kind of a gatekeeper. So he knew it. And then he could do all these fanciful theories, and Kuttner kind of fell for him, maybe not wholly, but kind of. And so Valancy studied this language, studied all Irish manuscripts, which no living man except him has read. Now that's grossly untrue. Hence, as far as ancient Irish history, language, and antiquities and scholarship are concerned, that is why his own views differ widely from the common ones. So, so he was looking in the wrong places, and that what can we take from this? So that's at the end of my talk. And this, like that, there's also this danger when knowledge gets lost, or when you don't know who has the knowledge and somebody else claims to have it, that actually creates this bottleneck, and you can get in all sorts of problems when you listen to people who don't really know what they're talking about. So, and that's then the fourth topic that maybe is of impact for today, and of impact of universal impact, really. And thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Beatrix Färber, for this really interesting and I think also entertaining insights into the German perspective on Ireland. Next up is Hedwig Schwall, and I'm just reiterating the title again of her talk, which is Caldwell's Resilient Women and the Belfast Blitz in These Days. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much to the organizers and everybody here in the room. I'm also pleased to see Elisabeth Zlotos among the people there. So she will be at our PhD seminar in Leuven in August, which is great. There's a bigger German contingent than ever before. So this is our 7th International FSS PhD seminar. And the German. I see.
So we're sending over 2 of our best.
Great, yeah, wonderful. So today I will talk about Caldwell's Resilient Women and the Belfast Blitz in These Days. And These Days is a book that you probably haven't read because it came out in 2022. But it's not important because I'm actually talking about the situation of women and how they figure in what the historical novel actually does to that. So am I supposed to? So first I'll give an introduction where I will talk about the historical novel and then about the position of Northern Irish fiction, and then about These Days and how Lucy Caldwell uses the interactional model in all of her novels, whether it's a historical novel or not. And she does that because Lucy Caldwell is somebody who wants to describe in any of her novels, whether it's a historical novel or any other, she focuses on how people find their real self. So that is her major topic. So the historical novel is, do you think I should? Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So if I press this,
the word you can just ask when you should scroll.
Oh, okay. So the historical novel, there's actually 2 kinds of historical novels, the Scott-like version on the one hand, which is traditional, and then the postmodern kind, which is the historiographic metafiction, as Linda Hutcheon calls it. I based myself on an article by Bozena Kuchala, who focuses in this article on David Mitchell and Hilary Mantel, so 2 contemporary champions of the historical novel. And she says about them that they both reanimated the historical novel in the 21st century without departing very far from the tenets of the genre as it was established 200 years ago. But the demand of verisimilitude is very important, yet they avoid in the 21st century the epic narrational retrospective sweep of the 19th century novelists. So this means that the people like Mitchell and Mantel do not go for metafictionality nor for postmodern skepticism. So what do they do then? They replace it with the intimate perspective, which means they tell the story from the point of view of individuals. So it's all about details and about psychology. This means that we have to do that people like Mantel and Mitchell work with well-rounded characters, and very important, they use the so-called thick fictional worlds. And with thick fictional worlds, they mean concrete details that make the reader feel the atmosphere, the manners, the time, the way of relating. So these novelists work with an assemblage of minor histories, and they focus on the authenticity of personal experience and subjective narratives. So thick perspective means that they go through the vast gamut of human needs. They look at how our rooms lit and heated, how our meals prepared, how our bodies baited or not baited, how our feet shod, how our transgressions punished, illnesses explained, corpses disposed of. This is what they actually focus on. And Scott, indeed, is somebody who was already in favor of this. He said it's couleur locale, that's actually important, and of course, couleur temporale as well. So the primary reason for writing a historical novel, says Mitchell, is the pleasure of the painstaking reconstruction of a lost world. So there's actually, the historical novel wants to do 2 things. First of all, it wants to show the genuine search of a real self, especially in Mantel and Mitchell. And they show that every search is unique because it is in a unique time construction in a unique paradigm. Then Mitchell is actually one of my favorite writers. He's not Irish, but he lives in Ireland, so I can mention him. And so all his novels have figures who refer to each other. So it's a kind of macrocosmos that he is making. And Caldwell is doing that as well, because in The Meeting Point, a novel that she wrote like 5 years ago, the protagonist is called Belle. And in this historical novel that is set in Belfast, in Belmont, it's also the Belle family that takes part. So Hilary Mantel says about these days, about Lucy Caldwell's novel, this is a novel of real substance. Of course, she was over the moon when Mantel said that, and she put it as a blurb on the novel. Before we go into the actual substance of the novel, I would like to make a brief picture of what is Northern Irish fiction on about these days. And I start with Michael Story, who wrote Troubles in Irish Fiction in 2004. And there he says the focus of fiction is on identity formation and violence. David Lloyd is quoted there, who says that formation of identity is fundamentally a question of negation of other possible forms of existing. And then Story says that no woman writer, no protagonist has examined the issue of male dominance in Irish nationalism. There's only William Trevor's Penelope Vade in the short story Attracta, who was active in the peace process. Now, things have changed since 2004, as we see in Fiona McCann's book, which was written in 2014, and it's called Aesthetics of Violence in Contemporary Irish Short Fiction. And there she focuses on this violence is turned in rhetoric of sameness. So sameness is what oppresses people in Northern Ireland and everywhere else for that matter. So she talks about protagonists who are a walking karaoke, who lack emotion and involvement, and the novels are very strong on antiseptic abstraction. She also says that somebody notices that Bernard McLaverty is too overly sensational, and Edna O'Brien notices the essentialist positions of key players. There's also a lot of sarcasm and stasis in the novels, in the fiction of Northern Ireland. But then we have the book by Caroline McGuinness, which came out in 2021, and this is called Northern Irish Writing After the Troubles. And this looks at fiction between 2016 and 2020. And she says now the focus is on stratified appreciation instead of imitation, and on small moments of intimacy that can be transformative. So in that sense, it's completely different from male violence. We see indeed that there are lots of anthologies like Ruth Carr's The Female Line, Sinead Gleason's The Glass Shore, Female Lines by Linda Anderson and Dawn Miranda Sherrod-Bedo, which are all on women's writing. So now the women become the protagonists and become the authors. But then we see a further shift from women's writing to maternal writing. And this is very different from the 1970s, because Ursula Le Guin noticed in the 1970s that feminists tended to identify the mother as the enemy. Now, when you look at Elis Ní Gaoithne's anthology, Look, It's a Woman's Writer, which came out last year, it's all about Irish literary feminisms. And in the foreword, Martina Devlin, who also lived in Northern Ireland in the 1970s, said, little by little, social mores shifted. Generally, our mothers urge us on. So again, the stress is on the mothers who actually form the children and give them chances, give them the chance of developing, articulating their identity. So what we see, my point here is that we see in Northern Irish fiction a movement from focus on the masculine and the imitative, the megalography, to ropography. Ropography is a term that is used in painting, and it focuses on still lives, on domestic scenes, on genre pieces. So it is derived from the form from ropos, the Greek for trivial, but of course, as Anne Enright and many other feminist or feminine writers say, it's not trivial. The domestic is not trivial, but is fundamental. And indeed, Anne Enright says in many of her texts, a mother doing her job properly is the basis of mental health, which is such a day-to-day thing that it's worth of getting a place in fiction. We see that indeed many women become authors, as we see in the next slide. Indeed, Sinead O'Shea's film is from 2017. I can very warmly recommend this. It's a striking documentary about how paramilitaries work and how mothers work against their ways of dealing. We see that Wendy Erskine, Bernie McGill, and Jen Carson focus on the silence of women and how they are self-sabotaging in that sense. But let's move to Lucy Caldwell, because she's the topic of this talk. She was born in 1981, so in the middle of the Troubles, but from the very start, her parents, who are neither Protestant nor Catholic, but interested in religion as such, gave them a very lots of leeway in their education. They went to a non-denominational school and they encouraged their imagination. So what we see in Caldwell's books, whether it's short stories or novels or whatever, the imagination, imaginative worlds will give a feminine alternative to this masculine violence. And she focuses on the hidden, unconscious, and strange reality that deeply unsettles our logical, rational certainties. So what we see in each of Caldwell's texts is that sameness is moved into creativity, essentialism is changed into relationality, abstraction becomes greatest physical detail, again, that thick reality of the historical novel, sensation becomes suggestion, and sarcasm becomes curiosity laced with love. So what about these days? It was written in the COVID lockdown, and Caldwell was living in London at the time, which meant that she had the right distance from her life in Belfast. And the Belfast Blitz was something that she had wanted to write about all along. She says it's that Edna O'Brien thing, it's the places of your childhood that haunt you, that the crucial formative years. So again, she goes back to childhood, because in childhood, that is where people's psyche is basically actually formed. And she says, indeed, Belfast to me is like a bedrock. It's the place that you return to, or the place that you're trying to resolve. In that sense, she's like Joyce. And if we would have time, I would make lots of parallels between her and Joyce, except Joyce focuses on death and she focuses on life. But that's another matter. So she says, indeed, it takes decades for something like that to alchemize enough to be the stuff of fiction. So why does she write this novel? She has 4 reasons to do this, and they're all part of her positive politics. So her literature is a kind of politics, but with a focus on literature, of course. As Yates would say, literary writers focus on art, not on politics as such. So first of all, she wants to rescue a good part of Belfast oral tradition. And so the lockdown for her was a very good occasion to talk to people, old people, Zoom them, bring them, have long talks with them, because they had all the time in the world. And so she revives this oral tradition, which has been part and parcel of Irish literature as such. She then wants to counteract Troubles-focused fiction. There has been an article which Rosemary Jenkinson published last year, which caused a lot of upheaval, because she said people should stop writing about the Troubles. And of course, many people said, why should we? And indeed, Milkman shows that you shouldn't, because you can do a good job. And so let's not go into this now, except if you want to later. But her answer is, let's just counteract the Troubles and let's talk about the solidarity that people in Belfast had. And let's go back to those examples which we can take forward. So she also, in each of her stories, has protagonists who oppose the poverty and the systematic inequality of Northern Ireland. And of course, in this book, she refers to the root cause of the Troubles, which means there is a lack of non-denominational schools, and the school system is very important to her. She says she wrote this novel for schools so that it would be used in schools, that people would look at how people looked at Belfast in a different pre-Troubles way. And she also refers very often to Boris Johnson, but in a very hidden way, and of course never mentioning the name because he's not worth it. And then she also says that I wanted to write a book with this novel that COVID shows us that it's like the Blitz in the sense that people always have to prepare for something that you cannot prepare for. So be prepared for the unpreparable. In the following slide, I show something which is the gist of my analysis, but I will be very brief. Caldwell sees an individual as individual. as very divided, as a sheaf of desires and fears and victors. And she describes this very clearly in her books. So what is the interactional model? We see in the next slide that in Caldwell, all writing is stories that we tell ourselves about why we are and how we came to be. And this is always in the context of interactions between mothers, daughters, and sisters. And indeed, one of the figures in this novel says, we all have public selves, Miss Bates says, and private selves and secret selves. So public, private, and secret. And the secrets are the unconscious selves, which are very clearly described in this novel. So first of all, the human being is a sheaf of vectors, and that's a matter of life and death. We're always dealing with life and death. And as we've seen with the previous speakers, in the Middle Ages, people were very aware of this. And Lucy Caldwell is very aware of that as well. And she goes back for many of her anthologies and other works to Louis MacNeice, who says in a poem, "These days, though lost, will be all your days." So in every short story, death is a central matter. And death is something to count with. Death is something that permeates every present. And that's why These Days is a strange name for a historical novel, because it's about those days, but they are somehow condensed. So past and present are always condensed. Death and life are condensed. And so indeed, when Joe O'Connor wrote an essay about a review of the book, he said, Caldwell mines bleakness for beauty. Past and present is always in interaction, self and other are interaction. And so indeed, empathy is what Lucy Caldwell's literature calls for. The first function of literature is to bring people to empathy with worlds that they don't know. Conscious and unconscious are constantly interacting, material and immaterial aspects. I can't go into that because I think I have like 5 minutes.
Around 10, right?
10.
Or am I getting one?
Not really.
Okay, so
no, but take your time.
Yeah. So in a novel like this about the Blitz, of course, death is very important because so many people died, and this is what Caldwell wants to highlight. And so the structure of the book is in 3 parts, and every part gets the title of a raid, after which many people died: the Dockside Raid, the Easter Raid, and the Fire Raids. But death is further nuanced because there are 3 people, Emma and Audrey, who are the daughters of Florence. And that's actually all that you need to know about this novel. The story itself is just about death. So Emma falls in love with Sylvia, who is her commanding officer in the Red Cross. And they have a night and a day of love, and they celebrate their lesbian love. But then in the next raid, she is killed. So this is about physical death and the missing of some beloved person. Audrey is somebody who is about to be married to Richard, and Richard is a bit of a boring and emotionally hemmed-in person. But she can avert spiritual death because she's warned by, again, empathy, the reading of a short story by Catherine Ann Porter, who describes a couple that marries and shouldn't have married because it's doomed. So she reads this and realizes there's something I should not do, and that is marry this person. Then there is her friend who advises her against it, and her sister then says, just don't do it. Then Florence is the mother, and she's the arch container. So again, she had a beloved who died at the Somme, and this is again a milestone in the history of Belfast because the Somme is a big thing there. So she thinks about her beloved and about her daughter Olivia, who was a miscarriage. But again, it's a death that counts and that has to be taken into the present. So afterlife is something that is very strong in each of Caldwell's books. The masculine and the feminine is in very strong interaction. So you cannot be just masculine or just feminine, as we see in Emma and Sylvia and the same-sex love story, which refers to other short stories about this topic. We then see that Audrey escapes marriage to a very masculine person, something like Mr. Collins in Pride and Prejudice. Florence is somebody who's also going to make the feminine and more free, because she's going to work to defend contraception in Belfast in the 1940s. So this matter of contraception and the free right of abortus is something that we see a lot in Caldwell's fiction, and American readers will be very puzzled to read about that. Past and present is very important, and this is maybe where these days is most relevant. Brexit is a theme, as I said earlier, so the Brexit deal is not based on any interest in Northern Ireland, is implied in this novel, because Florence hears from a friend that Mr. Churchill rang to inquire about the protection of Carson's statue. So all he thinks about is not the thousands of dead, but is Carson's statue okay? So Florence then thinks they don't care for us. So many of those in charge of us, they shouldn't, but they don't. So this is again a reference. COVID is also mentioned because Doreen hopes that maybe the war will be an opportunity to change the way we live for good. And she talks of how, since the Ministry of Food brought in rationing, there are some parts of East London where people have never eaten better. This might be a parallel to Marcus Rashford and footballers like him who give money and shame the government by doing what the government should be doing. I'm not going to talk about the differences. Then self and other is, there's just a great respect for the other, always. So in each of Caldwell's novels, and this one especially, you don't know the people who are most familiar to you. This is a theme in her books. So I want to finish with the interaction between conscious and unconscious. What Caldwell talks about in this novel is the unthought known. We all have an unthought known, which means we know things, but we don't want to know them. And so it takes the whole novel to develop this. And she uses the historical novel to show that this has been the case for everybody, whether it was 21st century or 20th or anything else. She also works very much against dualism, and so she stresses the immaterial aspect of material things. I cannot give you any more examples, except maybe one. Florence thinks about her beloved who is dead, and she sees how past and present, death and life, etc. interact. And when you think things, you want to connect them to objects so that they are somehow. Here's the first quote. While thinking about things unsaid, the words unspoken, the touches untouched, Flo dreamily looks at the parquet blocks on the floor, the way they interlocked in their complex herringbone pattern. So very often things are a kind of objective correlative, a term of T.S. Eliot, for what's going on in yourself. So you use things in order to read your own unconscious. So I conclude by saying that this is a kind of emancipatory writing. So she's using a historical novel in order to show people that everybody has trouble finding themselves, but it's interesting to see how people in a completely different paradigm do the same thing as what we are doing. And that's more or less the story.
Yeah, thank you very much, Hedwig Schwall, for introducing us to this wonderful piece of writing, and also making a few more general notes on Northern Irish fiction, which I personally found very interesting. I think we now have 20 minutes roughly for discussion, for questions from the virtual and the physical audience. So do we have any questions? Miriam?
This would be a question for Hedwig, by the way. Great talk, and it seems like I really have to read these days, which you're right, I haven't done before. I was wondering about the feminized aspect and the relationality, also the interactional model between mother-daughter. Does this make for an alternative history, a kind of her story? And is this reflected in narrative strategy? I mean, usually, I'm not sure if this could be counted as a novel of development, but usually they have that's a traditional, rather teleological model of development. Is this different in terms of time, narrative strategies, because it has a different focus of relationality and feminism too?
Great, yes, that's a great question.
Do you want to come in front?
Thank you for a wonderful question, because indeed I did not talk at all about the form of the novel, whereas that is to Caldwell a very important thing. So she's always very economical, a bit like Chekhov, and Chekhov is one of her great examples. So she will always describe things indirectly. In that sense, it's ropography, it's feminine writing, in the sense that she writes indirectly about things, and briefly and suggestively, but also she often uses in certain chapters the you form. And the you form is, again, an address of the mother to the child, or a very direct address, and she combines the particular in this you form with the general, which is a very difficult thing. The you form is a very difficult form to use. She tried it in some of the short stories, and she does it here as well. So every chapter, we hear a different voice. And again, it's the differentiation between the voices that is very important again. So it's not a historical novel a la Scott, where you get this one sweeping narrator with a few colorful details. No, it's a different voice every time. Yeah, in that sense, it's very Caldwell, but again, it's very feminine, because first of all, she chooses women protagonists only. There are no men. The doctors are marginally mentioned, even though they're very important. Yeah, so but this you form is the major element, I think, on the feminist formative aspects, if that's what you mean.
It sounds even more fascinating now.
Well, she's also a member of the Academy, so, along with an Enright, and that means that she is not only a creative writer, but a very critical creative writer. So she's an academic, actually. Yeah.
This is just a quick follow-up, because I would like to ask this very same question about her story, or a term I use for American history. Her story called biofiction, something like that. And some of those texts that I have looked at, American texts, also use the you form. And I'm just following up on what you just said. Does that mean that the you form is also, she's addressing, I haven't read the book, unfortunately.
Sure, yeah.
But she's addressing the baby, and she is addressing the reader, but she's probably also addressing herself and the formation of her own identity, the speaking to herself, because that is the case in one of the books that I looked at, Dying Clancy's Stoneheart, totally different topic, but this is how I understood it there, the use of the you form, that it has different addresses.
Exactly, yeah. And that's one of the formal elements to create solidarity. For example, there is a chapter where a woman left their house in order to go to the shelter, and on the way a bomb falls, and she lost her children, and she has to look after her mother, and the whole chapter is told in the you form. So it's a super individual matter. She has to decide, do I stay with my mother or with my children? She stays with the mother and then loses the children, and then goes to look for the children. So it's in a hyper individual perspective, and yet the you form indicates that everybody was in that situation. No one knew whether the others were, and so it manages to combine the very particular with the very general, and this sense of solidarity. Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much. Can I maybe ask, or no follow-up at all, but if we stay with perspective, and Beatrix, what would you say? In your text, now would you say it's an outsider's perspective on Ireland, or does he become an insider over time as well? No, maybe if you want to go up there, that would be great. And what is gained by this perspective, this outsider's perspective? Is there something that's an advantage over, texts that were probably published by Irish people about Ireland at the time?
I actually think there were not so many texts published by Irish people. Okay. The texts published by travelers, they were by British people who came to Ireland, mostly. Also by French people. In Celt, we have quite a big section about travelers' accounts, but I really have to think. Yeah, there's one of Bishop Pocock, and I think he was Irish, but also of English descent. Now that's 70s, 50s. But, well, I think Kuttner, he looked at himself as an outsider because he was one. He remarks on his being German that sometimes he's still a bit exotic. He also remarks that because he is a teacher, he is not quite part of the family, but he's not part of the servants. But he does say that he's being treated very well. So, but he's neither fish nor flesh. So he's being treated very well by the family and also remarks on how in Ireland the doctors, or also in Great Britain, the doctors are treated and the religious are treated better than in Germany. So he often compares his experiences he makes there with the experiences he had before, either in Switzerland or in Germany. He is still an outsider, and I think I can say from my own perspective, I think that really never leaves you. If you have grown up in another country, that perspective never leaves you. But you learn to see the insider's perspective more. And for him, I think this hasn't really happened. Also, I spoke about some of the reviews, and there was one review critical of his book where he was criticized for his English, that he had got some things wrong. So the errors were pointed out. He also said that when he was trying to speak or to listen to local people who spoke English rather than Irish. Irish, he of course didn't understand anything, but the English he didn't understand either. So, so he had to get used to the language. He had to get used to the way of living. He once describes very extensively, like it's a different way of living, especially because then there's the added difference of the social stratum, because he was of a bürgerlich, he was like a bourgeois, and now he was moving in these circles. And it said somewhere in a review about him that because he moved in those circles, he was able to get access to places and people that usually he would never have had access to. So he was an outsider in more than one respect. And he also says that one thing that he always tries to adapt as much as he can to the local people, because that's the way to get on with them. And of course, he was a teacher. So he was, I think you get the idea that he was like a diplomatic person. So he always wanted to be, to stand back and observe first, and not to do anything wrong, like to behave badly and not to behave badly. So, but then you talk, did he gain anything from this? I suppose when he was relaying his experiences to Germany, maybe it was cause for amusement when he describes something and says, look what they do here and what we do, and isn't that amusing? Like everybody would, but really he had no choice. He couldn't step out of his shoes. All that he could do is trying by conversations and by reading to understand better the other perspectives. But somehow he didn't, there were, when he was trying to find out about Irish, he was going to the people, to the poor people, and he was trying to talk to them, but, he didn't really get through because it was where maybe they were also shy of him. This is something that is also mentioned, in the narrative of Helene von Dobeneck, which is by 1831. She was more circumscribed, but she also finds that when she tries, she stays on this estate in Northern Ireland, and of her employer, the Earl of Renfrewly. But when she tries to speak to poorer people and to the children, sometimes then they are shy, they run away, or she doesn't really get through to them. Yeah.
Yeah, Eisenmann, you raised your hand earlier.
Thank you. Yeah, first, thank you for both of your brilliant talks. I have a remark and a question for Hedwig again. First of all, I think it's amazing that the Belfast blitz, which actually caused more times devastation compared to the Troubles, has not been reflected so much in the Troubles in comparison. That's just a remark. That's amazing in a way. But my question is kind of a follow-up to this uniform that you mentioned. And I wrote down, he said, there is a great respect for the other. So first, could you expand a bit more on what exactly do you mean by the other? Because it's a really broad term, we very often talk about otherness. And follow-up question, do you think this uniform supports this kind of empathy or respect for the other? It's a hard one. Sorry.
About the first thing, the other, I meant in a Lacanian way, the other meaning the culture as such, first of all, but also, so, I mean, Lacan says the other is to be understood in two ways. It's your own unconscious and it's the culture. So it's supra-personal in the sense that it's out of reach because you can't reach directly to your unconscious. And indeed, every protagonist in these days knows she cannot reach into her unconscious. Like Emma is touched in her deepest self by Sylvia. The mother is touched by this child that she lost, by the beloved that is gone and so on. So they feel the other as their own unconscious very clearly at certain moments, which are almost epiphanic. But then there is also the other as the culture, which is very important to Caldwell in this book, because, and that is a very important aspect, and that actually connects with your youthing. What she tries to say, and I think the reason why she writes a historical novel is that in the past, the sense of community was much stronger than now. And she wants to counteract this individualism of the 21st century and show, look, people were feeling they did their part, and whether they were very poor or very rich, they all had to contribute to the war effort, to whatever. And so solidarity is the other in its strongest sense. And that's where the you form indeed comes in. But again, interestingly, on the unconscious level, she does not think other people are like me. The panic is too strong when she's looking for her children. So the panic is too strong to think that. And yet she sees that on an unconscious level, she knows I'm not the only one, because everyone is wildly looking for hundreds of missing children. So that's to answer the other. And then the you, I have to think about that. But I think that the you is this kind of generality, meaning the sense in which you feel your own culture. You feel the presence and being part of your own culture.
That's what I thought, yeah, because that's probably why she uses the you form. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We have 6 or 7 more minutes for questions. Do we have any questions from the digital audience? Just not to forget that. Okay.
I have a question to Beatrix. You say that Kübler was the first to write a German eyewitness account about his travels to Ireland or about Irelanders such. There have been German travelers before his time. Are there any accounts or any referrals to their travels? For example, I think of George Frederick Handel, who stayed in Ireland for a couple of months. He was performing in Messiah, for example. He traveled to different houses in Ireland, but there are hardly any details to be found about the stay in Ireland. Do you know about any other travels of Germans?
No, I didn't know about this Handel, and maybe I can find out about this, because it would be interesting if there was any correspondence or so, or anything that we could get for Celt. It would be wonderful. And I know only of one other text that had actually been published. There was an article about a German traveler, and his name is Rudolf von Münchhausen, who was related to he was also from the Münchhausen family, and that was in 1591. However, he wrote his account in Latin, as far as I know, and it was later translated. That's why I didn't include it. We have it. We have that translation. We have the English translation on Celt, and Dagmaria Orion Redel, she published it, and that was a relatively short extract. There was also another one, and I was in contact with with a researcher from, I think he's from Stuttgart, and that was even earlier. And that was, but that man didn't leave any texts. It was just that he traveled Ireland, but he didn't really leave any accounts that we know about. And there were a number of other earlier accounts about the Purgatory of St. Patrick, but not, as far as I know, by Germans. Or there may be others. There were others by Italians and by a guy from Catalonia. That was a very interesting one, and we have the translation also. Yes, and then afterwards, after Kuttner, now there were some more about some other guy who was also, I was also looking at Kaspar Vogt, who was from Hamburg, from the same town that I was I'm from, and he came in 1794. And he differed in many respects from Kuttner, because he was a private, really a private businessman, and traveling in his own coach with a servant, and he wasn't under no, he wasn't bound to live with any family, so he could really do what he liked. And then there was another person, Johann Georg Hering. He was like a military doctor in the military, I think, and he was in Ireland as part of the Hanoverian, in the Napoleonic War, and he came from what you call it in English, Brunswick. He was kind of that Brunswick regiment, and he came also to Ireland. He didn't stay very long though. But we are also, I mean, looking for more travel accounts, and possibly there are more travel accounts that haven't been published. Like there could be private letters, or even, as you say, there could be letters from scholars or scientists who just have paid visits to Ireland. But at the moment, I don't really remember any more. But I mean, we'd really be interested in that. Also from other countries, and yeah, so thank you.
Okay, one final question. Pardon?
I don't know whether we still have time for questions.
We do. Did you put up your hand?
Yeah.
Go ahead. I have a question for you, and we're going to talk about speculation in Dublin, and we didn't.
Yeah, it was really that. I think I mentioned it. It was like the land speculation, and in the time between 1782 and 1800, the Irish Parliament was sitting, and that means there were. After that, there was the union with Great Britain and Ireland, and the Irish Parliament didn't sit anymore. But in that time, there were representative houses needed for the members of Parliament, and I think that was in part what spurred these activities by speculators and by landowners, and that houses now Luke Gardner, he was on some council in Dublin, so he was on, it wasn't like the city council, but it was something similar, that he was able to influence the decisions. Then he was able to put up money to buy the alleys, destroy the houses, and put up more houses, selling them, and with that money then buy more houses. So he was really what I think it's like the example of a developer, speculator. And I mean, when you see that this happens in cities today that we call, what do you call it? What do you call this? When whole quarters are in cities where people used to live, then they are kind of redone, and then you have like gentrification. Then you have like rich people moving in. That was exactly that. Only today we're probably better covered, but that was actually what started then. And what really no key solution has been found to at least in most cases, unless when Kuttner says that there are, say, it happened in Strasbourg, but people were complaining and maybe then the city council decided against it. But yeah, so I just leave that question open, because I don't know so much about all this, but it really struck me when I read it. I said, yeah, this is still going on.
I think we can have, if there's one more question, we can have that.
Kind of solved itself. So my questions already.
Okay, then I think it's my job to close this panel. I really enjoyed it personally, and I would like to thank you both very, very much for your presentations, and we can give you a round of applause. I think it's lunchtime now, right?
Yeah,
60 minutes?
Zoom at 1:45. Lunch is over.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to panel 3 of the symposium, History and Stories, the Irish Past and Challenges of the Present. My name is Jochen Achilles, formerly American Studies professor here in Würzburg, and still interested in both histories and stories. Both papers in this panel share a common background, which is also the background topic of the entire symposium, namely the consequences of Brexit from Irish perspectives. The first paper by Raphael Ingelbien discusses Patrick McGuinness's post-Brexit novel bearing the uplifting title Throw Me to the Wolves of 2019, which foregrounds diverse forms of alienation in response to the referendum and its consequences. It raises the question to what extent this hybrid reaction of outsiders is compatible with the more direct aims of EFL methodologies, a question which may reverberate with regard to other papers as well. Miriam Wallraven, the second speaker, approaches the untidiness of reactions to Brexit from a different angle. From the related perspectives of interconnection, liminality, and postmodernism, she discusses Carine Doherty's Thin Places of 2021, a memoir of the Troubles and the contemporary political situation in Ireland, informed by both nature writing and myth. To introduce the speakers, Raphael Ingelbien holds degrees from the universities of Brussels, Oxford, and Hull. He has lectured at Katholische Universität Leuven since 2003. His research deals with literature and identity in the British Isles, cultural transfers involving Britain, Ireland, and continental Europe, the transnational context of Irish writing, and the reception of Shakespeare's works. He is the author of Irish Cultures of Travel, Writing on the Continent, 1829 to 1914, published by Palgrave Macmillan in 2016. And he has co-edited Irish Women Writers, New Critical Perspectives, 2011, an Irish special issue of Studies in Travel Writing, 2016, and Figures of Authority in 19th Century Ireland, published by Liverpool University Press in 2020. He was the lead investigator of a Research Foundation Flanders-funded project on Shakespeare and Irish Romanticism, and was a Long Room Hub visiting research fellow at Trinity College Dublin in the spring of 2014. Miriam Wallraven is associate professor here at the University of Würzburg, where she teaches English literature and cultural studies. Her research interests include spirituality, the occult, and religious cultures in literature, gender studies, and feminism, genre theories, as well as literatures of migration and displacement, particularly with a focus on the Balkans. She studied English and German literature at the University of Edinburgh and in Tübingen, where she received her PhD. The title of her thesis, published in 2007, is A Writing Halfway Between Theory and Fiction, Mediating Feminism from the 17th to the 20th Century. She held a postdoc scholarship at the International Graduate Center for the Study of Culture at the University of Gießen and worked as an assistant professor in Tübingen, where she completed her second book, Women Writers and the Occult in Literature and Culture, Female Lucifers, Priestesses and Witches, published by Routledge in 2019. We have 20 minutes for each paper and 30 minutes for discussion. So let us begin with Raphael Ingelbien and journeying into outsiders' pasts, Patrick McGuinness's imaginings of Irish and European identities in post-Brexit England. Please.
Okay, well, thank you for this introduction. And I guess what I'm going to do in this paper is at the intersection of two strands of this symposium, namely EFL and contemporary responses to Brexit. I should say that, as you've also gathered from that introduction, I actually am somebody who does research on neither, but I do teach contemporary fiction, and I'm very much aware of what I try to do when I also teach English literature and Irish literature in general. And that's this paper partly arises out of a response as a teacher, perhaps more than a researcher, but we'll see how that goes. Okay. Oops. I was particularly intrigued by this idea in the CFP that fiction can be used for intercultural or transcultural learning in the FL classroom. I mean, that's long provided a rationale for what we do as teachers of literature, especially as part of modern languages degrees. That is, those of us who teach English literature in Germany or in Belgium, for instance. Certainly at a time when literature courses are coming under increased institutional scrutiny, what exactly is the use of what you're doing? And also in academic environments like the German or the French one or the Belgian ones, where the study of foreign literatures has long been connected with the teaching of culture, civilisation, or Landeskunde. Now, as modern scholars, after post-structuralism and everything, we may have grown suspicious about the potential essentialism of this instrumental view of literature as a gateway into culture. But let's face it, it can still serve us well when we have to justify what we're doing as teachers as part of those languages degrees. But I was particularly intrigued by the suggestion that contemporary literary texts present an insider's perspective into a particular culture and provide a kind of surrogate experience that is otherwise unaffordable to somebody who is by definition an outsider, being a foreign learner. It came up against an idea that I have, and again, I'm simplifying because I don't read that much contemporary fiction, but what I do read of contemporary fiction tends to be written from an outsider's perspective. Whether that outsider's perspective is linked to gender, language, religion, or other factors, many contemporary novels, or at least the ones that are valued academically, the ones that we tend to teach and do research on, certainly seem to actually resist or at least complicate their potential use as points of access into a country's mainstream culture. But perhaps paradoxically, an outsider's point of view could also paradoxically afford a more comprehensive entry point into that very same mainstream culture, and perhaps actually make it even easier for the foreign learner to access that unfamiliar culture by providing a viewpoint with which they might more readily identify because it is an outsider's perspective. I would even argue certainly that the study of English literature in particular offers many examples of not just modern, but also older classic works of English literature that count as elaborate dissections or expositions of Englishness, but were actually written by authors whose own personal relation to English culture was actually very tangential, in quite a few cases by virtue of the fact that the authors were actually Anglo-Irish. In fact, if you try to go back to the very first use, perhaps, of an English classics in what is not quite the EFL classroom, but is what is what is beginning to be teaching English and English culture as a foreign language and a foreign culture. One of the first novels that were widely used to teach English culture to foreigners early in the 19th century was actually Oliver Goldsmith's The Vicar of Wakefield, which went through numerous translations, especially in France, and sometimes also bilingual editions on the continent. And they were used to actually acquaint continental, especially French readers, with ordinary provincial English life, which seemed to be at the center of the novel. You can see there, you have this, a copy of this bilingual edition with the English text here and the French text there. Now, what was little known and what was little observed, except by one or two translators, is that this quintessentially English novel was actually written by an Anglo-Irishman who thematized that distance in the novel itself. It's something that Irish studies scholars usually try to tease out and bring to the fore when they actually look at Goldsmith. You know, so look, he was an Anglo-Irish writer, even though he's writing about English provincial life. Similarly, would Edmund Burke have written so powerfully and influentially about English traditions in his reflections on the Revolution in France if he had not studied them as an Anglo-Irish outsider himself? And if you read the reflections on the Revolution in France, there are also odd moments when this person who speaks very influentially and very passionately about English traditions reminds you that actually he's not actually English himself. Examples can, of course, be multiplied from Anglo-Irish writers like Oscar Wilde to other outsiders who settled, from Henry James and Joseph Conrad to Kazuo Shiguro of Yesnaipo. I will concentrate here in this paper on an Irish example, not just because there is a long tradition of Irish authors writing very powerfully and influentially about English life, but because Irish perspectives also inevitably remind us about what I've called here the layered, composite and unsettled nature of the very culture that we are trying to teach. And I know that we should be trying perhaps to broaden the field and not just teach English or British culture, but also Irish culture and also Scottish culture and also American or Canadian culture. But there's a danger of here of a sort of endless juxtaposition. And I would say our core business, that's very controversial, but I say my core business as a teacher, certainly at a very basic level, is to teach still the big cultures, British or American. I would teach British because I know very little about America. But when I teach British culture, what do I teach exactly? I try to teach a culture that is riddled with slippages between identities and whose unpredictable fluctuations are currently being thrown into stark relief by the protracted playing out of Brexit. Enter my author for today. For those of you who are not familiar with Patrick McGuinness, his life and work, well, he's a British citizen. He's also an Oxford professor, and so much for the privileged insider's perspective. Okay, this is privileged and this is inside, okay? But there's an outsider side to Patrick McGuinness. As you would probably guess from the name, there is an Irish connection. More exactly, a father born in the northeast of England to Irish immigrant parents. There's a Belgian side, a francophone Belgian mother and grandparents in the town of Bouillon in the Ardennes. And in his best known work, which is Other People's Countries Here, the award-winning memoir from 2014, McGuinness recalls the last treasures of his childhood that he spent in Bouillon while his parents were traveling the globe on various diplomatic postings. He was actually born in Tunisia in 1968. At Oxford, McGuinness teaches French. He's also a proper academic with a specialism in fin de siècle and symbolist French culture. There's also a Welsh side. He partly lives in Carnarvon with his Welsh wife and his children who are raised with Welsh as their mother tongue. He's also a member of the Welsh Nationalist Party Plaid Cymru and has actually stood as a Plaid Cymru candidate in recent elections. In all of that, how Irish is McGuinness and how important is Irishness, his Irish background? Well, in Other People's Countries, Irishness only briefly features a sort of phantom limb that is vaguely and very intermittently remembered. Recalling the Catholic paraphernalia that lit the lodgings of his particularly devout Belgian great-grandmother, McGuinness writes, "If I ever imagine my missing Irish childhood, it involves some very similar decor, though less silence." Published in 2014, Other People's Countries is a very quietly ruminative book. Splendid if you want to read that kind of material, and I loved it. But it now feels almost pre-Lepsarian in its evocation of a European self that developed between Britain and Belgium. Since 2016, and because of 2016, McGuinness's Irish side has come to occupy a more central place in his work, and his missing Irish childhood now feels very different. His most recent novel, Throw Me to the Wolves, translated also in German very recently, Den Rosen zum Fass, is more clearly fictional. It's not a memoir, but everything he writes comes from a biographical impulse, actually. It's a sometimes odd mixture between a detective novel, a rumination on growing up in an English public school, and a Brexit novel. All these aspects of a biographical dimension. The detective plot is actually based on a 2010 case, the Joanna Yates case, in which this was about a woman who had been murdered, and an eccentric retired public school teacher called Christopher Jefferies had been held in custody for the murder of Joanna, who was his tenant. Jefferies was released after another man admitted to the murder. He was also awarded compensation for the long campaign of vilification to which he had been subjected in the British press while in detention. The biographical dimension there is not just that you've got an Oxford professor turning up his nose at the sordid culture of tabloid papers. Jefferies actually happened to be one of McGuinness's teachers when McGuinness attended Clifton College in Bristol between 1977 and 1986. So he was writing about his old teacher there. Jefferies is the model behind Mr. Wolfram, an eccentric old bachelor, poetry lover and connoisseur of European cinema who is depicted as a pervert by the tabloids. Jefferies' former pupil McGuinness, however, seems to have scattered himself across several characters in the novel. What those characters have in common is that they are former pupils of Mr. Wolfram, and their own latent sense of eccentricity of campaign against their teacher, former teacher. The novel's narrator, Alexander, is a police officer who's actually investigating the case and who initially tries to conceal his personal connection to the suspect from his co-investigators and superiors. Alexander actually has Dutch roots, from which he was estranged during his English education in Chapelton College. But that Dutch dimension seems to re-emerge as the Wolfram case forces him to revisit his youth. Alexander remembers that he used to be Ander, the name his little sister gave him and stuck to him with the rest of his Dutch family. And of course, Ander, diminutive for Alexander, significantly means other in Dutch. In his first years at Chapelton College, he had been erasing that identity and substituting it with a more English identity, that of an English public school boy, but that process seems to now go into reverse. His memories of Wolfram are also linked to memories of the strong boy he reached with Danny, third important character there, Danny McAlinden, a favorite pupil of Wolfram's. And when Wolfram recognizes Ander in the police officer who is questioning him, he tells him, "You were French, Dutch, or German." And then said, "But there were always two of you." Now, Damian McAlinden was a scholarship boy at the school. He was the son of an Irish father and English mother from Newcastle. Let's see where this is leading. And even though Danny identifies as English, and never really felt very Irish, his working class Irish background was at the center of a traumatic incident that contributed to his departure from Chapelton College. As Wolfram is being charged for murder in the present, Anders' recollections of his teacher gradually focus on another trial, the mock trial to which Danny, his friend, very close friend, was subjected by the Latin history teacher, the classicist Dr. Monk, who has a doctorate, a DPhil in classics from Oxford. That teacher had been irritated by the lower class Geordie boys' questions as to why history lessons only focus on kings and queens. And Dr. Monk then decided to improvise a classroom trial where Danny would have to defend himself against the charge of being an IRA sympathizer. The background to that is 1984, the IRA campaigns in Britain, and of course, the very recent Brighton bombing with the IRA bombing the Tory party conference. The closest Danny ever came to expressing Irish Republican sympathies was when, following the Brighton bombing, he just casually commented to his classmates over lunch, "It's a war, what do they expect?" Now, the comment is distorted to, they had it coming, they deserved it, by classmates whose hostility is encouraged by Dr. Monk. And all the while, and his friends like Andrew and a Welsh-speaking pupil called Gwyll watch on with increasing horror. When Dr. Monk actually pulls a black hood over Danny's face to stage a mock execution, Andrew rushes out of the classroom and asks Mr. Wallraven for help. And Mr. Wallraven actually comes to the classroom and puts an end to the proceedings. Danny left Chapelton College soon after that and vanished from Anders' life, but he reappears through a letter to the Guardian when Wallraven is arrested. Danny McCallendon from Newcastle writes to the Guardian that he has no idea if his former teacher, Wallraven, is guilty of murder or not, but he denounces the character assassination to which he is subjected in the press as neighbours, former colleagues and pupils all come forward to stress the suspect's oddity, egged on by tabloid editors. McCallendon writes, all of them remind us that when it comes to persecuting people who are different, British society can overcome the class divide and really get stuck into a common cause. There are also echoes of another crisis and of another coalition of interest there, obviously, and that is Brexit. The real-life Joanna Yates case dates back to 2010, but the fictional context of Danny's letter and of Anders' trip down memory lane is a later one. McGuinness revisits that material as a new common cause has bound various elements in British society in its rejection of difference, of course, Brexit. Ander remembers that how a latent and focused hatred of otherness suddenly coalesced during Danny's mock trial at the school. He supports the IRA, sir, someone calls out. His dad's a terrorist. Kneecap him. Then should be fucking shot, someone snarls. But Ander can't make out who it was. Strange, because he knows all of their voices from having listened to their accents in order to learn his own. That snarl does not correspond to anyone in the class. Ander thinks maybe all the hate in those words required a different voice, a voice other than a child's, though it was a child it must have come from. He thinks maybe something possessed one of the boys and took his mouth for itself, full-throated, burning blood hate. It flashed there for a moment and then went, but not away. It never went away. Or he thinks he invented it, that it was all in his head. Ander never heard it again at school, but he's heard it since. He's seen it at work, he's a policeman, on streets after pubs close, in houses where men beat women, at EDL rallies and football matches. He's almost familiar with it now, he can recognize it. There's a sound of hatred looking for an object to fix itself to, roving hate. It all comes through the police station and goes out one of two ways. Into the jails or back on the streets, back into homes and bedrooms and kitchens, back behind closed doors and curtains. He hears it a lot now, and though the people it comes from differ, it's the same hate he heard back then, back there, back when he was a child. Now, the casual observation he hears it a lot now is actually ambiguous. Is Ander thinking of the public vilification of Wallraven, or is he thinking about the broader national context in which it takes place? The interchangeability between those contexts is sometimes suggested by the juxtaposition of items on the headline bars of news channels. I haven't got that here, but you've got the headlines reproduced on the page that's in man taken in questioning for Zeli case, thought to be local teacher, pound slumps against the euro, men taken in against for questioning in Zeli case, etc. The exclusive English jingoism that Ander has been confronted with during his mock trial had sometimes targeted him too, as when the headmaster at Chapelton College had hit him over the ear with a book for saying kilometers instead of miles, 4 days after his arrival from the Netherlands. Wondering whether the English prefer the foreigner or the dimwit, he concluded that, quote, in general, they prefer you stupid, especially if you really are foreign, unquote. Chapelton had successfully translated himself into an Englishman. Said by the time he was 16, he was English, like Italian transfusion of words, of language, a whole new childhood. And when he was around 15, people started calling him Alex and Alexander, and that had stuck instead of Ander, the other. Yet when the 47-year-old English police officer now catches himself translating literally from the Dutch, sometimes writing phrases like refuse sacks and then crossing it out and correcting it to a more idiomatic bin bags, or referring to the Dutch with a first-person plural, we. The anti-Irish prejudice that blew its lid during Danny's mock trial also never quite went away. Its persistence beyond the fraught period of the Troubles is neatly symbolized in the novel by the fact that graffiti from the 1980s is still visible today. It's still there on the side of the buttress of the suspension bridge. Starve Irish scum. The council tried to get rid of it, but only managed to etch it deeper in. The stencil of Bobby Sands with a target on his forehead was easier to clean. That went sometime in the 90s. But Starve Irish scum is now so much part of the stone, it's like letters and a stick of seaside rock. You could chip away the bridge, it would still be there when the buttress was the width of a tooth. The re-emergence of old anti-Irish and anti-European strains in English culture was bound to affect someone like McGuinness, who would have probably been among those who had been slightly horrified by Tory suggestions that if it comes to a hard Brexit, perhaps we can starve the Irish into submission and giving of the protocol and all that nonsense. Let's just stop food exports to Ireland. Let's see what happens. This was bound to bring out what made McGuinness feel out of place in Brexit Britain, including dimensions of his identity that he used to find comparatively unimportant, perhaps, before 2016, but which are now rubbed in his face in the way that Danny's Irish background was used against him during the mock trial, despite his own insistence that he was actually English. McGuinness is also probably stepping scores with the snarling English nationalism that underlies the great common cause of Brexit, with his connections both to tabloid culture among the lower classes and among the upper classes that Guinness is very familiar with himself, the Tory debating chamber eloquence of Oxford Union types who set their jaw at a Churchill and Judd, the way they do at Oxford after landing a bomber on their opponent. I'm not going to show you a picture of anybody here, but I suppose you can see how I mean. In that respect, Throw Me to the Wolves is very much a Brexit novel. A novel that could teach foreign students much about British tabloid culture, the effects of a self-perpetuating public school system, their connection to the Brexit mindset, and the latent divisions and old wounds in British culture that Brexit has exposed. It's an incisive, sometimes very angry novel, but also quite revealing for being written by somebody whose British identity was rightly questioned by what has happened since 2016, and who projected himself onto multiple outsiders in his novel in order to deal with the range of exclusions that Brexit is performing. Thank you.
Miriam Wallraven. Brexit, borders, barriers, identity, collective forms of originality, Irish life writing, carrying property, 10 places.
Let's just have a check. Right. In Thin Places, published in 2021, last year, Carrie Doherty combines a memoir of the Troubles with reflections on current political events, trauma in an Irish context, while drawing on Celtic mythology and nature writing. And this book was shortlisted for the Wainwright Prize for Nature Writing. My reading will show how this text not only foregrounds the connections between personal and political, material and mythological, but particularly challenges current political events by an ethics of connection based on an exploration of connected forms of liminalities. Hence, borders and barriers are contrasted with liminal spaces, the thin places of the title. And in this way, connection is opposed to separation in order to shape a different future. Carrie Doherty was born in 1983 in Derry, Northern Ireland, and that's, of course, close to the Irish border. And with her mother being Catholic and her father Protestant, she was very early exposed to violence and ostracism. Aged 11, their home was petrol bombed in the night, and at age 16, one of her friends was murdered.
She left Ireland later in order to leave behind the violence and trauma which had already manifested in depression, thoughts of suicide, and alcoholism. She moved back to Ireland, however, at the time of the Brexit vote in order to confront her trauma and to reconnect to her homeland. Now, what are the generic traits of life writing that enable the negotiation of the personal connected to and constituted by Irish history, politics, mythology, as well as nature? In Groupgeld's words, life writing occupies a place between fiction and non-fiction and between literature and history. Consequently, autobiography and memoir have long been considered a hybrid genre, and specifically the Irish autobiographical tradition, according to Hart, is characterized by, quote, the symbolic reflection of the life of the individual through the lens of nation and society. How then is the individual life explored in Thin Places? I will show how it is narrated as constituted by connected forms of liminalities. Now, during the last decades, theories of connection have become central to many disciplines and discourses. They really have mushroomed. And the idea of universal interconnection draws actually from an ancient Hermetic worldview that considers everything as connected in a web of correspondences. Now, drawing on this worldview here is not far-fetched, since Thin Places evokes a Celtic mythology complete with a pagan wheel of the year. In his seminal work, Access to Western Esotericism, Anton Fevre states that, quote, symbolic and real correspondences, there is no room for abstraction here, are said to exist among all parts of the universe, both seen and unseen, as above, so below. We find again here the ancient idea of microcosm and macrocosm, or if preferred, the principle of universal interdependence. Now, far from being dated or archaic, this heritage of the tabula smaragdina attributed to Hermes Trismegistus and utilized by European alchemists for their art and the Hermetic tradition creates, as Ivakiv observes, quote, a postmodern worldview of environmental and psychic relatedness, a re-enchanted cosmology of meaningful correspondences that would offer itself as a response to what is sometimes called the crisis of modernity. This belief is indeed crucial for many 20th and 21st century approaches to ecology. Spretnak emphasizes, for example, that ecological postmodernism recognizes not only that all human beings are structurally related through our cosmological lineage, but also that all beings are internally constituted by relations with us, even at the molecular level, quote. These paradigms of connection turn out to be central to Thin Places, but what exactly is connected? I argue that Doherty conceives of different connected forms of liminalities as quintessential of Ireland, past, present, and future. Now, liminality, originating from ritual theory and anthropological perspectives, was introduced, as you probably all know, as the most pivotal stage in rituals of traditional societies by Arnold van Gennep and Victor Turner, and the use of the concept of liminality was then expanded to betwixt and between states in temporal, conceptual, and spatial frames, really actually used as a catch-all expression sometimes. Now, Kelly's approach to distinguish different conceptions of liminality according to etymological and conceptual origins provides a tool for a more in-depth understanding of liminality. And on the one hand, as Kelly argues, quote, the situation in between or entre deux requires some sense of boundaries, borders, or limits. In Latin, this was indicated by the term limes, plural limites, which could be used to designate any number of limits, but which stood for the frontier or boundary of the Roman Empire itself. Hence, quote, the limes represents an end, an outer boundary or mark of enclosure. When such a mark of enclosure, however, can be transgressed, when indeed its only point is transgression, the limes becomes a limen. And therefore, on the other hand, limen designates a threshold compared to a border, a barrier, and Telly highlights the fact that, quote, a boundary or border might become a threshold, but only if it is transgressed. The limen suggests a space more explicitly understood as the site of transgressivity, a point of entry into another zone. Unlike the closed space of place, given form by its perceived limits, limites, the liminal space or site of the limen is one of opening, unfolding, or becoming. Therefore, this liminal space of the threshold establishes a contrast to fixed borders, to a limit. And in the following, I will show how both limes and limen play a fundamental role in thin places, as the border and the threshold acquire crucial significance as being fundamentally characteristic of island. As Decker and Winchok argue in their work on borderlands, quote, a border is more than just a physical limit, it is also the limit of ideas, unquote. Two major instances in the representational mechanism of borders concretize the concept in thin places. First, Doherty's depiction of division according to religious lines during the Troubles, and second, Brexit, dividing the island further. Physical limits, the divided neighborhoods and a hard border, thus indeed entail limits of ideas. Living in Derry, a border town, the author is situated on the borderline of religions. As she writes, my mother is Catholic, my father Protestant. A spatially divided city is intimately connected to divided lives manifesting in forms of othering. Quote, we were nothing other than other, indefinable, unnameable, fallen down in the gaps in between. This precarious position leads to violence, bullying, harassment, and attacks due to the exclusion from both sides. Doherty therefore presents the Irish border as not only creating division concerning politics and individual lives, quote, I think of borders of the one that has cut my island in two for the whole of my life, but she depicts it as constructed and unnatural. This border, unseen, hand-drawn by man, and for him alone too, has been the thread that runs through my life. A ghost vein on the map of my insides. It is a line that is political, physical, economical, and geographical, yet it is a line I've never set eyes upon, this invisible line, a border that skims the water I've just emerged from, as though it were a dragonfly, has been the cause of so much suffering and sorrow and suffering, such trauma and loss, that I ran from its curves and coursing flow at the very first chance I got. The border epitomizes personal suffering and loss, as well as triggering political and economic effects, since it is constituted by different layers. In this depiction, the word line creates a marked sense of a man-made and uncanny entity. Escape, the author's live narratives makes clear, only seems possible by leaving Ireland, but in reality, it's only by returning and reconnecting to Ireland's nature, particularly, and especially its liminal places, that the author begins to heal. On her return, she finds herself faced with Brexit as a new border threat. In Northern Ireland, 56% voted to remain part of the EU, and Sinn Féin used the slogan Brexit means borders throughout the north of Ireland. Brexit again evokes the border trauma that constitutes Ireland's history, since the personal and the political are intimately intertwined. It's a bit of a longer quote. I was half the age I am now when I left my hometown. The year that I moved back, the UK voted to leave the EU. Despite the words about unity, solidarity, and strength in togetherness, lots of people decided that they wanted to choose a different path. Derry, my border town in the northwest of Ireland, known for being the place the Troubles began, voted to remain. There is a very particular type of wisdom that is born out of witnessing unimaginable cruelty, out of the experience of dark, harrowing sorrow. I remember standing on the same beach just after that vote and weeping, memories surging through my insides like hidden tributaries. No more, no more, no more. We have had enough already, enough for many lifetimes. That border has become a thread in the lives of so many people between that day in 2016 and this one 3.5 years later. Doherty's life is intertwined with Irish politics, and at the same time, she emphasizes how people are collectively affected by the Troubles. Ultimately, then, unity, solidarity, and strength and togetherness, in other words, connection, are contrasted with cruelty, suffering, and trauma caused by borders and division. Similarly, the Troubles and Brexit have an inextricable connection, as the Irish border trauma of the past is now reawakened, it's reinforced, and the text time and again reasserts the importance to read borders as well as human lives only in a historical line constituted by inseparable connections. Recalling the Acts of Union in 1801 and the War of Independence and subsequent partition in 1921, the author attempts to make sense of the border and its effects, but repeatedly states that my borderline is in reality a political line no one can fully understand, no matter how strongly the charcoal strokes have been laid on the page, unquote. The difficulty to conceptualize borders runs through the text and is, of course, central to border studies, discussed, for instance, in Connelly's Brexit and Ireland. Here's a quote. Ruth Taylor, director with the Center for Cross-Border Studies, has warned that Brexit could reinstate the border as a things that make the border a barrier in the first place. Two conceptualizations are paramount here. First, the border as a barrier and hence as limes. Second, when the border becomes a cognitive barrier, the invisible line has unpredictable effects that reach further into future, as Rosello and Wolf also emphasize. They write, we suggest that borders can have a life of their own, producing border effects after their original amendment. They can reinforce the symbolic difference that created them or even cause changes in these symbolic differences. They can continue to have effects after the symbolic differences that caused them have disappeared or lessened. Border formation can include an element of unpredictability and uncanny effects coming from the border itself. Thus, Doherty's invisible line becomes charged with an array of meanings, some of which are indeed uncanny, and the author herself sketches the borderline as operating on different levels, real and imagined. And in the quotation parts of which I utilized for my talk's title, she highlights the several different connections. Actually, she just puts them all together. And this quote reads, Brexit, borders, barriers, identity, real and imagined, place, the concept of home and representation of it, always massive things now seem so much more important, even critical. Against such a hard border, which causes suffering, Doherty draws attention to spaces of healing. Instead of separation, she emphasizes connection. Hence, in thin places, she counters the barrier with a threshold. The vehicle for this conception are liminal spaces characterized by various forms of connection, and by turning to such spaces, the book suggests a healing of divisions and trauma is possible. According to Decker and Winchog, to transgress borders, then we must do more than simply cross a line. We must be willing to break apart our own worldviews and reassemble them into something that allows us to navigate, survive, and bridge the liminal territory between binaries. This liminal territory, which invites transgression, constitutes itself as a contrast to limes. And in Talley's words, at the threshold, one sees both sides at once, finding a boundary to be transgressed, thus rendering the limes a limen. Liminal spaces characterize islands, as do borders. However, they have to be actively sought for and explored. Several instances of depicting limen and limes reoccur throughout the book. Another quote here. With Brexit, the river Foyle, will shapeshift once more to become a customs post, a threshold that must be crossed to pass from one place to the other, a ghost line made as visible as possible through human form. Already on both sides of the border, police forces have stated that they will not man any hard border that might be imposed once more on this island. Significantly, this text passage evokes several kinds of borders and boundaries. The river itself, a natural liminal space, the customs post as a man-made economic border, the threshold as well as the hard border. And here the author simultaneously re-articulates the logic of limen and limes, the articulate and intangible ghost line, a thin place is suddenly turned into a very visible man-made hard border. Crystallized into several appearances, the limen is often visualized as a threshold. Quote, I tiptoe around the edges and I feel myself outside time as well as place. Now I'm in both and neither all at once. I gratefully wait on the threshold, holding my breath as the reeds dance grass goddesses on the hushed dunes, unquote. Simultaneously evoking the fundamentals of liminality, the being in between, the transgression of normal perception of time and history and space, and the tiptoeing around the edges, and the waiting come to signify the connection of liminalities. Space and time are connected, as well as human and non-human. Central to its function as liminal space, the limen as a threshold requires and stimulates the transgression of boundaries. Establishing transgression as a rather multifaceted reference point, we could say, Foucault argues that, quote, transgression is an action which involves the limit, that narrow zone of a line where it displays the flash of its passage, and writes, transgression carries the limit right to the limit of its being. Transgression forces the limit to face the fact of its imminent disappearance, unquote. This conceptualization, vague as it is, can actually help to illuminate the limen. Being in between, and hence in the passage and the act of crossing, turns out to be the liminal space itself. In thin places, in more concrete terms, the limits between human and nature and between material and sacred are crossed, and indeed, at times, disappear. Both realms and natural spaces in the Irish landscape, as well as the Irish mythology connected to the seasons of the land, are thus intricately connected. When, for example, Doherty writes that, born on the threshold, we go again, of a door at the breaking of dawn, Bridget is a figure of liminality, the human equivalent of a thin place in many ways. Representing the most important Irish goddess, who very often merges with the Christian saints and Bridget, Bridget comes to embody a thin place, hence connecting natural space, humanity, and the realm of the divine, as well as old mythology. Sacred spaces, such as the beach, are constituted by a material space, always with spiritual attributes. Quote, it allows me to see things differently. It is as if the veil between worlds has become thin as a moth wing. The lines that are normally drawn for and by us, between here and there, between now and then, seem as though they have been washed away on some days, unquote. Man-made lines are contrasted with natural liminal spaces that just wash away such artificial lines. And these special signifiers are further connected to liminal times of the year, thus actualizing what Färber analyzes as symbolic and real correspondences that exist between different parts of the universe. Simultaneously, time in the pagan wheel of the year is not historical time, but is connected to other correspondences, for example, associated plants. So we can read, quote, in ancient times, reeds were held as guardians. They are the botanical markers for the days around Samhain, when it was believed the veil between worlds lived until 24th November. So a very different form of history. The veil between the worlds of human beings and the spirit world implies that separation per se is not existent, but merely veiled. In thin places, veils become thin, forming an absolute contrast to any hard border. The coming together of different worlds, beings, and times is affected by these liminal spaces, as the author writes. Places where a veil is lifted away and light streams in, where you see a boundary between worlds disappear right before your eyes, places where you're allowed to cross any borders, where borders and boundaries hold no sway, unquote. The limes and the limen are here presented in a nutshell. Quote, quoting Tully, one could say that the political program of liminality, if there were any, would have to involve the transformation of the limes into a limen. This could also be highlighted as a trajectory in thin places. Moreover, in the text, different forms of liminality are brought into conjunction. Space is connected to spirituality and mythology, while the past is connected to the present and the future of Ireland. And while the text very clearly unravels historical wounds in Irish politics, it also opens up avenues towards the future, which pivots on connection and thus peace, instead of borders, by connecting with liminal spaces. And with that, Doherty creates patterns of representation that work against the dominant paradigm of political separation due to nationalist agendas. Her writing ends draws attention to the fact that memoirs, as the one she writes, are repositories of human, of cultural and historical knowledge, of personal and collective concerns. Both borders and liminal spaces, then, both limes and limen, are inscribed into the history of Ireland and into being Irish, as the author illustrates with her own life. Becoming conscious once again of the thin places can be regarded as a way to overcome hard borders in the present and in the future. Thank you. There we go.
Well, thank you, both of you, for these very interesting talks about authors who seem to accentuate diversity, conflict, multiplicity in the current situation differently. I'm sure there are comments and questions.
We actually have one question from an online participant. You can unmute yourself.
Sure. Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for both of these, to both of you for these papers. I really enjoyed them. Very rich and thought-provoking papers. I very much like this idea of the connected forms of liminality that Miriam Wallraven introduced. And I was wondering actually whether we could also use that for the first paper to think about the policeman, about the police novel, perhaps more generally, as also a border-crossing figure, a border-crossing genre, someone who has access to all different kinds of spaces, someone who is also transgressing certain boundaries, also perhaps living in a liminal space, or rather using that concept again, connecting different forms of liminality. I'm not familiar with the first novels. I'm wondering if that would also work for this particular text.
Well, it's not a dimension of the novel that I've explored, but there's a particular kind of setting. It never actually gives you the name of a town, or a particular town, but it's supposed to be somewhere on the Thames estuary out of London and into Kent, as the Thames actually broadens into the North Sea. So it is a fairly liminal space, and the space of the bridge, I mean, the bridge plays a very important part in the novel as well. It's partly based on the Clifton suspension bridge in Bristol, which is a notorious suicide spot. But it's also that idea of the bridge as a liminal space, as a place where people suddenly disappear. You know, did they actually jump or not? If they jump, chances are their bodies might never be found. There's also the whole estuary, the idea of the estuary as a place of stasis where the water slows down, and yet at the same time it invites you to look outwards to the different ports on the continent. The body of the victim was also abandoned in a place which is very much a kind of no place, as it's called. It's a kind of wasteland, and her body was found in bin bags, scattered across that wasteland. And of course, they keep on revisiting the scene of the discovery of the body to try and pick up more hints. But they find themselves indeed in that kind of no man's land, which they find very hard to navigate. So they want to see all that as a kind of metaphors for a kind of place that is in limbo at the moment, that doesn't quite know which direction it's going into. I guess that might also be quite possible to focus on space in the novel and read it as a kind of symbol for a kind of tension between stasis and opening, between movement and stasis. But yeah, it's something that I haven't quite gone into yet as part of the paper, but it will be possible to do that. And it's also connected with the idea of the police detective work, as in you have to pick up the hints, or you have to actually try and navigate that space and be able to read that space.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think it would be good if everyone who spoke would stand
Okay.
there. The microphone is important. Everyone who wants to ask a question in the room. I've been hearing from people on Zoom that they should also go there. Yeah.
Okay. I try to speak up. If I'm not understandable, maybe please let me know. Okay. Moving today.
Yes, I actually have a question for both of you, and thank you for your great talks. Talking about border narratives, I would both novels actually call border narratives, particularly the one you presented, Miriam, and I have a question. You talked a lot about transition, transgression, threshold, and so on, or you quoted. Would you call those borderlands in one or the other way kind of a third space, a third country, a third place, kind of a new form of being to live in? Because it is not one or the other, that you have the south and the north, and this in-betweenness, or this in-betweenness kind of forms a third form of living, which you get used to, and you get used to this kind of transgressing all the time. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think I would. Yeah.
Do you want to stand up so that everybody can understand?
Yes, I think I would. Although there is still movement involved. So what happens when you transgress, and I'm really actually thinking of the liminal spaces she finds in nature that is connected to a specific time of the year, time outside history, that you're actually still moving. So you're tiptoeing around the edges, so you just don't just move in. And if you transgress normal perception, normal sense of history, you go somewhere, but of course you don't become animal or nature, but you're really actually in between, and sometimes you also step out again. So it's a bit of a dynamic space, but yes, it's a third space. It's a space where connection is possible, but you also switch back and forth. And what she emphasizes, I mean, the text is a spiritual novel, memoir of development. What Dorothy doesn't do is actual rituals in the sense of a religious or specific spirituality system, but she goes there particularly when the pagan wheel of the year that she sees as the ancient Irish wheel of the year presents such time. So she doesn't do actual ritual with an intention, but she goes there with an intention, stepping forth, stepping back, re-evaluating that. So it's not a static place she reaches where she actually stands or is or feels, but it's always a back and forth. But I definitely agree. It's a space that you don't reach otherwise. And this going back and forth, the transgression, of course, works against borders that are real lines, hard borders, lines where you have to do something, where you have to get permission. It's a much more fluid moving space, I would say. And this is what she really tries to describe in very poetic language. language. And this is, I think, the strength of the memoir is sometimes the intensity of language that's almost poetic in these moments. And then on the other hand, of course, presenting trauma and her own psychological journey, which is really confessional at times and sometimes hard to read because it really goes to the limits of her own experience, also to addiction and psychological issues. Yes, but I'd agree. It's a third space. I wouldn't know how to define it, but probably I don't have to know today.
More questions?
There is one in the back.
Please.
Hedwig. I think quick, so I don't need to go. I just wanted to pick up on the previous question. At the beginning, Miriam, you said something about relating on the molecular level. And I was a bit puzzled by how you explain it, because you just said that there is an atmospheric change. Like if you go sewing somewhere, it makes the same kind of landscape different. And I understand that. But what about the molecular level? Or is that not so important?
Well, with a molecular level, I was actually quoting Spretnak, who is a kind of feminist spiritual author, but who has really great insights on postmodern connections, like the small village we all are due to globalization. I think there are in some places some molecular changes almost happen, because when Dorothy goes out in nature, her language changes very much. So of course, for us readers, she tries to capture what she experiences, but sometimes it's almost as, if you can explain it like that, as if she is one of the moths that are actually on the cover here, as she is one with the landscape. She doesn't, it doesn't feel like she speaks from her normal identity. She also leaves her trauma behind, and it's almost as if she's part of nature, especially by the metaphors she uses and by the way she explains her connection to plants and to animals. It seems like she's on the same level. So the register changes. I would say if there's a molecular change in writing, that would be it. And I'm always thinking of Deleuze and Guattari's becoming animal, becoming nature. It's almost as if she's working with those, or maybe I'm reading those theories into that you're becoming something else until language doesn't hold and you can't render it in language anymore. Dorothy still can, but it would change when you actually become one with nature, and you're in the process of becoming, language would fail you. And then we're out of this memoir. But she's still sticking in, but almost merging with those entity by a different way of description. That's sometimes very detailed material and sometimes very metaphorical, I think. It's a good question, though.
Other questions, more questions? Maybe I could ask a question also. Thank you. Thank you very much. This also, I mean, just an aside on this Hedwig's question. Also, there is Jane Bennett, Vibrant Matter, and Catherine Hale's Cognizing, and so forth. The interconnections, emphasizing the interconnections between nature and humans and animals and so forth. And this emphasis, this is a question to both of you. The question is, under which conditions is such an emphasis on interconnection really feasible? Of course, if one looks from the angle that Miriam Wallraven pointed out, which emphasizes nature, myth, etc., then this seems to be possible. Nevertheless, one asks oneself, you know, a program of liminality, is that really possible? Can liminality be a permanent situation? Can we live on the threshold? Can we live on the border, maybe without the spaces that are connected by such borders and limits. And on the other hand, with regard to Patrick McGuinness's writing, whenever the perspective is more political, does not then conflict, strife, etc., come to the fore? And doesn't that undercut such a perspective of universality and universal interconnection?
Makes sense.
Well, I guess what you do find in McGuinness, of course, is I think, you know, what I found very striking about the transition from, say, a book like Other People's Countries, which has that attention for indeed the interstitial, the liminal spaces, also the blurring of the difference in past and present, the ghostliness and the ghostly echoes, but all of that in a very kind of quiet, poetic prose, which is very much McGuinness's hallmark, whether it's in his prose or in his poetry also, that describes the same kind of atmosphere and that sort of very ruminative kind of process through which he tries to explore indeed everything that makes him kind of split or double, but in a very, I wouldn't say completely relaxed, because it's also sometimes very poignant, and it's also very, it induces kind of very deep kind of metaphysical questioning, but it's taken on, of course, a very different kind of dimension, I think, since Brexit and with this novel, which, as I said, sometimes you feel extremely angry from somebody like McGuinness, who normally is not that pugnacious, although apparently people in Welsh politics will tell you that, you know, he is somebody who can be very, very combative at times. But it's something that's really emerged in his prose as a result of suddenly, you know, having this thing thrown into his face. Somebody who thought that, you know, he could go on meditating about what it meant to be half British, half Belgian, with a bit of Irish background, etc., suddenly is forced to actually confront this in a much more pressing way and in a much more political way, obviously. And so that's what's really strikes me about that novel. It's how angry and combative it can be, while at the same time still being extremely careful in the way it tries to navigate those different dimensions and those that slippage between different identities.
Yeah. Okay, of course, you can't stay in the liminal, right? But probably the author doesn't want to. I think what she sees as a problem first is that Ireland is mostly conceived by the Irish, including herself, by border thinking, right? Because border has created such a trauma, has influenced in the historical level so many generations, so many families. It's ingrained in thinking, so everyone constantly seems to think about borders, especially since Brexit referendum, feel about it, be influenced by that, and see this as the Irish condition, of negative condition of being Irish. So she really runs away and tries everything to get away and never come back, and it doesn't work. But by coming back and reconceiving of Ireland, not only as the border island, so influenced by border thinking, but also by liminal spaces that for her are deeply healing and typically Irish. So for her, they are not universal. She comes to, kind of exchange the border thinking of hard borders with this threshold thinking that she then sees as Irish. It's about a reconceptualization of being Irish after the Irish trauma, and this is why she always evokes the history. So I think it's actually really about a different idea of Ireland. And the problem is border thinking, she seems to say, is everywhere. It's ingrained, it's in the emotions, it's in trauma, but these liminal spaces have to be sought out. So you have to go there, you actually have to commit to this, you have to find them, search them in order to get this healing, which I think is not only romantic. Yes, of course, we are talking about a re-enchantment of the world here, but it's also an antidote against constantly thinking of Ireland together with border hard border, of course, and kind of an antidote, I think, also in thinking. And then, of course, she traces her personal story.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Any more questions? We still have some time left, I think. Yes.
Yeah, you were both talking about life writing texts, or at least biographically influenced texts. So my question is a more general one. What do you think of, with regard to this genre of life writing, to which biofiction, I think, also belongs? Why do so many 21st century authors, especially in Ireland, I'm also just reading a memoir at the time, using it, and what is the, how we say that, what is the advantage of that genre, or why is it so popular in the 21st century? Is it this idea of a truth claim, maybe? This is a true story. Read it and learn something from it, something like that. To put it very bluntly, I don't know, either one of you, whoever wants to respond to that. Why not?
Okay, well, perhaps unlike Miriam, I'm not the specialist on contemporary fiction, but I would say, there's an obvious valuing of the biographical and authenticity with all that also in a broader media culture towards, the real life experience and, including, the manifestations like the Big Brother thing, and, we want to see it real. We want real stuff. From the point of view of even the more highbrow writers, like, McGuinness would definitely be a case in point. I guess it's partly the exhaustion of a kind of postmodernism that was extremely playful and impersonal and went along with the idea of the death of the author. And the pendulum has swung back to the idea that it's perfect. Why? Even if, if you look at Other People's Countries by McGuinness, which is so obviously autobiographical and deeply poignant in that autobiographical dimension, he still, closes with that coda that he dashes off saying, all this almost feels as real as if I had really lived it. But and then he introduces, the cast of characters as though they were characters in a play at the beginning of the memoir. He's actually mentioning his grandparents and their friends.
We get some coffee and then we have the round-up discussion.
So welcome to panel 4, a slightly shorter panel 4. My name is Aimee Waha. I'm an adjunct lecturer at the University of Würzburg and a teacher of English and German at the Regiomontanus Gymnasium in Haßfurt. And it's my great pleasure to introduce Franca Leitner. She's a PhD candidate in Irish Studies at the University of Würzburg, and her thesis looks at contemporary Irish literature that was published after the financial crisis of 2008 and has the working title, Living Among the Ruins, Representations of Ghost Estates, Precarity and Homelessness in Post-Celtic Taiga Literature. She has an MA in British and North American Cultural Studies from the University of Freiburg, and also studied abroad at the University of Dundee and the University of Massachusetts at Amherst. And her presentation today is on ruins in post-Celtic Taiga crime fiction.
Okay. Where are my slides? Okay. Can everyone see the online? Thank you for this very nice introduction, Aimee. And yes, welcome to my talk on ruins in post-Celtic tiger crime fiction. In his monograph, Trauma and History in the Irish Novel, Robert Garrett makes a convincing argument for the centrality of trauma in Irish history. Marguerite Corporal, Christopher Cusack, and Ruth van den Boyken make a similar claim in their recent anthology, Irish Studies and the Dynamics of Memory, in which they write, quote, "The notion of trauma has become a dominant paradigm in the study of Irish cultural memory," unquote. In fact, Ireland, and I think I can say this with some confidence after listening to all the talks today, is a country with a particularly traumatic past. Considering the times of colonial oppression, the catastrophe of the potato famine, waves of mass immigration, the violent struggle for independence, and the troubles in Northern Ireland. It therefore comes as no surprise that, as Liam Hartley observes, the haunting repercussions of sublimated memory and unprocessed history run like a dark thread through the fabric of contemporary Irish fiction. And I would like that particularly contemporary Irish fiction. Crime novels, just for instance, Benjamin Black, Christine Falls, set in a gloomy 1950s Dublin, engage with the darkest chapters of Ireland's past, telling stories about Ireland's traumatic history. What is prevalent in these novels is that most of them rely on a mode which can be described as neo-Gothic. The close connection between the genres of the crime novel and the Gothic has often been noted. For example, by John Skaggs, who sees a clear parallel between the Gothic novel, in which a disruptive return of the past into the present is a central motif, and the hauntings of modern crime narratives, in which some crime in the past threatens the social order of the present. And in an Irish context, this Gothic convention gains additional voice. As Charlotte Killeen remarks, if the Gothic is often seen as the return of the repressed, the past that will not stay past, Ireland was usually read as a place where the past had never, in fact, disappeared, a place where the past was present. And this observation by Killeen was made in 2008, and it can then, in this context, be seen as almost clairvoyant, considering the developments that followed that very year. The financial crisis, to borrow the words of Ireland's finance minister at the time, the biggest crisis since the famine, and the ensuing austerity politics in many ways gave the impression that the country was indeed haunted by its traumatic past, once again present. It's therefore of particular interest to look at Irish crime fiction published after the year 2008. In the context of neo-Gothic crime fiction, the notion of haunting and the financial crisis, one motif seems to be particularly symbolic, that of ruins. Like in everywhere, ruins. As Emily Johansson has pointed out, ruins, quote, signal an ambiguous gap between the past and the present and simultaneously suggest how the past lingers into the present, unquote. Ruins as material reminders of the past as well as of transience have fascinated authors throughout literary history. From William Wordsworth contemplating the sublime beauty of the ruins of Tintern Abbey to the frightening ruined castle in Bram Stoker's Dracula. In contemporary Irish fiction, as this paper, or Irish crime fiction, sorry, as this paper will argue, ruins take on a threefold function. First, they often contain the key needed to solve the central mystery of the novel. Second, the ruin points to a larger communal trauma within Irish history. And last, the ruin epitomizes the state of Ireland itself after the financial crisis in 2008, a country that was then literally and figuratively in ruins. And this paper will focus on 3 case studies: Turner French's The Likeness, Davla McTiernan's The Ruin, and Stuart Neville's The House of Ashes. I will start with Turner French.
So Tana French the Likeness, that's the second novel in her Dublin Murder Squad series, and it portrays actually two places that are closely associated with traumatic events of Ireland's past. First, we have Whitethorn House, an old Anglo-Irish estate, which is inherited by Daniel March, a student from Dublin, who lives there with a group of his friends. And the second is the ruin of a famine cottage where the body of Lexi Madison, who is one of Daniel's friends, is found murdered. Whitethorn House and the famine cottage are two places that are linked to the period of colonial rule in Ireland. They are, as Shirley Peterson comments, two of colonial Ireland's most iconic domestic places. The role of the two places in connection with the murder also seems highly symbolic. While Lexi is stabbed in the big house, the colonial mansion, her body is found in the famine cottage. The cottage is also relevant in the context of changing attitudes towards Ireland's past. Detective Maddox, who's the principal investigator in the likeness, simply remarks that it was one of the famine cottages that littered the Irish landscape. And she explains, quote, "Famine cottages are all over the countryside. We barely even see them anymore. It's only tourists, and mostly tourists from newer countries, America, Australia, who look at them long enough to feel their weight." Although the traumatic past is not actively suppressed here, it seems to be overlooked and ignored by most people. Cormac O'Grada makes an interesting argument regarding the collective memory of the famine, stating that while there was a renewed interest in it in the 1990s, it had, quote, presumably gone into hibernation, unquote, by the 2000s. Hence the fact that Lexi Madison, who was then later murdered, was, according to her friends, so interested in the cottage when she first spotted it that she insisted on going inside and looking around, signifies to Detective Maddox that Lexi was, quote, definitely not Irish then, unquote. As Lexi is eventually identified as Grace Corrigan from Marygullen, somewhere out in the huge nameless spaces of Western Australia, Detective Maddox's theory that an interest in the famine and an Irish national identity are almost mutually exclusive is proven right at the end of the novel. Grace's or Lexi's origin in Western Australia can of course also be read as a nod to the many Irish people who emigrated to Australia during the famine in search for a better life. One could speculate that Grace Corrigan has in a way come full circle, dying in the exact place that her ancestors tried to escape. While the ruin of the cottage, representing the troubling and dark side of Ireland's, is portrayed as overlooked and abandoned, the opposite is true of the big house, Whitethorn House, which in many ways epitomizes romanticized version of Ireland, an Ireland of the past. While other historic houses have been transformed during the Celtic Tiger period, Whitethorn House seems to be completely unaffected by the developments around it. It remains, quote, delicate and remote, something of an old watercolor, unquote, as if fallen out of time. Moreover, the entire lifestyle of the students living in the big house seems to be affected by this fallen out of time quality, as even their leisure activities involve things like reading Dante aloud or restoring 19th century embroidered footstool. Jean Gregorick describes the students' lifestyle as a, quote, holdover from a gentler period, unquote. One can, however, pose the question of whether this really was a gentler period and for whom. The students in Whitethorn House live in the past, yet it is an idealized past, and the group fails to realize the past downsides. Oblivious to the history of their mansion, they end up replicating aspects of the colonial lifestyle of the Anglo-Irish ascendancy, making the local community, the village of Glenskehee, suffer. Through their refusal to sell their house, they stop the possibility of development for the village. As a local farmer explains, Glenskehee is dying. As soon as the kids are old enough, they pack up and leave, which seems reminiscent of the waves of emigration during the colonial rule of Ireland. Unaware of the house's past, the students, as Moira Casey observes, act like contemporary versions of big house landlords. And just like during the times of colonial rule, the local community rebels. A local farmer attacks the house, regularly breaking in and leaving hostile graffiti, saying, for instance, West Brits out, kill the landlords, up the IRA. Detective Maddox's partner, Detective O'Neill, concludes that the people in the village still think of the March family as Brits and landlords. Una Frawley observes in this context that While post-colonial memory tends to be indirect, delayed, or secondary, it can seem to be immediate and personally received. To the farmer, the colonial past is still present, especially as a member of the March family, namely Daniel March, is once again making the village of Glenskihy suffer. And the failure to acknowledge this traumatic past has fatal consequences in the likeness. In an interview, French herself states that the more the protagonists attempt to repress the past, the more explosive and powerful it comes back to claim its place. French does not mean explosive in a purely metaphorical sense here either. At the end of the novel, the farmer sets fire to Whitethorn House, reminiscent of the IRA campaign during the War of Independence, when many big houses were burned. The obliviousness to the past and the incapability to learn from it thus leads to a second ruin in the likeness, that of Whitethorn House. Okay, let's move on to Devla McTiernan's novel, The Ruin, which also features a former big house, the Dower House at Kilmore. And yet the collective trauma the novel touches upon is not the trauma of colonial oppression. Instead, The Ruin deals with the systemic failure of institutions in Ireland to protect children from sexual abuse by members of the Catholic Church. In the beginning of the novel, Detective Cormac Riley is confronted with a case he briefly investigated in the early 1990s. Hilaria Blake, a mother of two, had been found dead after heroin overdose in her derelict house. Her 3-year-old son was given into foster care while her teenage daughter ran away. While Hilaria's death was classified as an accidental death at the time, doubts rise when her son suddenly dies over 20 years later. Hilaria's daughter, who has recently returned to Ireland, demands an investigation into the death of her brother, as she's convinced that he's murdered. While nobody believes her and the death is filed as a suicide, it leads Riley to reevaluate the case of Hilaria Blake. He uncovers that Hilaria, a terminally ill alcoholic, had become more and more dependent on the help of a local woman with close ties to the church, a woman who shortly before her death had brought a Catholic priest into the house, who was later found out to be a pedophile. While Hilaria's daughter tried at the time to get help from the family's social worker, nothing was done to protect the children. And in the end, her daughter had seen no alternative but to kill her mother in order to save her brother, who was then, over 20 years later, murdered by a corrupt police officer to cover up another crime. So very uplifting. Okay. Overall, the motifs of repression and cover-up are central in The Ruin. And this was already hinted at when Detective Riley, when first called to the novel's eponymous ruin, almost overlooks this. The house is so isolated and hard to locate that he contemplates returning to the station before noticing the crumbling stone gateposts almost hidden behind a thick layer of ivy. Arriving at the ruin, he notices that it must have been grand and beautiful once, but observes that the state the house is in now is desolate. Quote, "It was obvious the place was in disrepair. Paint was peeling and stained, and all but one of the windows on the first floor were boarded up." Unquote. Both the isolated, almost hidden location of the house and the boarded up windows seem relevant here, pointing to the fact that whatever happens at the ruin happens outside the public eye, behind closed doors and shuttered windows. And over the course of Riley's reinvestigation, it seems as if many people involved with the family would prefer to keep the story hidden and sealed up. Riley at first is optimistic, and he believes that the 1990s had been, and I'll quote, "truly different times." In 1993, Brenton Smith, a former priest and notorious child abuser, was still on the run in Ireland. The documentary State of Fear Ensuing the Pope, which did so much to prompt long overdue government inquiries, had not yet been screened, and those inquiries had not yet been held. In the 20 years since the Blake case, Ireland had woken up. Is that the case? The more witnesses Riley speaks to, the more he is confronted with silence, omissions, and lies, casting doubts on his belief that Ireland has fundamentally changed. In his article, Irish Studies and the Dynamics of Disremembering, Guy Biner points out that even in present-day Irish society, quote, "silence can be the outcome of voluntary adherence to a social taboo, as in the reluctance to openly discuss clerical and institutional abuse." The social worker Riley confronts about the fact that she did not help the Blake children is also at first reluctant to talk. before admitting that her boss, quote, was very involved with the church, unquote. Once again, casting a doubt on how much has changed since Ireland, as Riley thought, has woken up. And as in the likeness, there is an incapability to learn from the past in the ruin. When Maud Blake, that's Hilaria's daughter, returns to Ireland from Australia, and because this is the second character returning from Australia, if there is any character returning to Ireland from Australia who leads a happy life in a contemporary Irish novel that we know, find any. So when she returns, she raises doubts whether her younger brother has actually committed suicide, and the authorities yet again do not take her seriously. While it is revealed in the end that her brother was in fact murdered, the institutions fail her once more. It is only at the end of the novel that Riley fully realizes the corruption inherent in his own police station, once again casting a shadow on Irish governmental institutions. While the novel seems to suggest that Riley, as a morally upright character, might change the police from the inside, also his approach when it comes to dealing with the past seems ultimately flawed. When revisiting the ruin of the Dower House once again, he reflects, quote, "The house had been derelict 20 years ago and it was rotting now. He was glad to see the place in ruins. This house deserved to die." While Riley's attitude might be understandable, it seems that also his solution in dealing with the traumatic chapters of Ireland's past is to hide them and let them die in darkness, and to neither openly acknowledge nor confront them, an approach that, as has been shown so far, will inevitably fail. Okay, let's move on to Stuart Neville's House of Ashes, where a similar attempt to hide the traumatic past is undertaken. Here, the setting is, however, not the Republic of Ireland, but Northern Ireland. And yet the attitudes to dealing with the past seem remarkably similar. The novel tells the story of a young couple, Sarah and Damian, who move into an old farmhouse called the Ashes. While the name supposedly refers to the ash trees surrounding a house, it takes on a second meaning as the house has recently burned down. Sarah comments in the beginning of the novel, quote, "A fire had left the place a shell, but it had been rebuilt. The original stone flooring remained intact, worn smooth by a century and more of footfall." It is this stone flooring that first raises Sarah's suspicion that the ashes, the rebuilt ruin, might have a traumatic history. Bloodstains appear again and again on the floor and cannot be wiped away. An old and seemingly confused woman shows up at their doorstep and demands to know what they are doing at her home. And the electrician Sarah talks to notes that the place has a bad vibe and reveals that someone saw the ghost of a young boy during the renovations. All of these very Gothic elements convey the impression that the traumatic past once again is still present in the ruin, despite its new interior. Over the course of the novel, Sarah discovers that the house has been the scene of a brutal crime in the 1950s. A farmer and his two adult sons had abducted young women, imprisoned them in their basement, and repeatedly raped them. Some of the children that were consequently born had died, yet one of them, Mary, had survived. She was also the only survivor when one of the farmer's sons attacked his father and brother with a rifle. In the following mayhem, the farmer, his sons, and the two abducted women were killed when Mary was able to hide in a shed. It is she who is the old woman coming to the house, demanding that Sarah and Damian leave her home. While the crime that happened at the Ashes is not as obviously connected to collective trauma in Northern Irish history as the one in the famine cottage or in the Dower House is to Southern Irish history, but it is noteworthy that Sarah comments when reading the newspaper reports on the case that they cover, quote, "a history of which she was only vaguely aware. The turn of the decades, the 50s turning into the 60s, and Northern Ireland was recovering from the ruination of the Second World War. Austerity was the norm, except for the most wealthy. The IRA were active along the border, moving from the Republic to the north. This seems to present a parallel to 21st century austerity politics, which also hit Northern Ireland after the financial crisis. Likewise, and although House of Ashes is set over 20 years after the Good Friday Agreement, the IRA still features prominently in the novel, with Damian's father, a property developer, being a former member of the IRA who had served time in Mace prison. It is he who decides to just ignore the fact that builders found bones when renovating the house. As Sarah accuses Damian, quote, "They found remains, but they didn't do anything, did they? I suppose it would make more sense to just dig over them, bury them deeper. Is that what happened? Are we walking on graves? It seems highly symbolic that a former member of the IRA would prefer not to uncover hidden bodies, instead just burying them deeper. As we have seen in The Likeness and The Ruin, the failure to address the traumatic history of a place leads to the past repeating itself. It slowly unravels that Sarah herself is also effectively imprisoned in the house by her abusive husband, who takes away her phone and forbids her to talk to anyone. She's almost like a damsel in distress in a classic Gothic novel. Yet Sarah also refuses to let sleeping bodies lie, hammering at the stone floor with a chisel until she uncovers one of the bodies buried there. When her husband attempts to stop her, she uses the chisel with which she has unearthed the mysteries of the house to violently defend herself and escape. Thus, through uncovering the secrets of the House of Ashes and confronting the past, Sarah has also in a way found the tools for her own liberation. Another particularly important motif in House of Ashes is the notion of silence. As Guy Biner points out, quote, the mapping of silence stands to confirm that Northern Ireland is particularly fertile ground for such an exploration, referring also to Seamus Heaney's famous poem, Whatever You Say, Say Nothing. Silence does indeed play a prominent role in the novel, with Sarah being silent about the domestic abuse, the workers at the house being silent about the bones they found, and the general silence of the community when it comes to the crimes of Damian's father, the former IRA member. And yet the ending of the novel shows that the perpetual silence can be broken when Sarah gets Mary to tell her what happened. Now, quote from the novel, I've never told anyone, she, that's Mary, said. No one would listen anyway. I'm listening, Sarah said. Aye, it's time. She took a long breath. Here now, till I tell you. The ruins in these three novels that I've just explored are not, and here I have to correct my own abstract, in which I spoke of them as lieux de mémoire, places of remembering. On the contrary, these ruins can be more accurately described by what Guy Biner has termed lieux d'oubli, sites of social forgetting. The ruins are connected to traumatic parts of Ireland's history, and yet what we see in all of these case studies is that the memory of these traumatic events would be much rather forgotten than collectively remembered. And yet, the books also make a convincing argument that the traumatic past needs to be confronted in order to move forward. And the way forward can only be found by listening to those telling the stories of the past. The novels seem to be telling us that we have to turn these lieux d'oubli into lieux de mémoire if we are to exorcise the ghosts.
Okay, thank you, Franca, for this interesting examination of these three novels. And now I'd like to invite questions, comments. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I have to confess that I don't know any of the three novels. Shall I move over there? But it's yeah, maybe I should. I've asked people all the time. Maybe I should do it now. Okay, so here I am. It's not a longish question, and I don't know all three of the books that you discussed, but what becomes obvious is that they are using this very venerable tradition of the Gothic novel, or at least they seem to use typical elements of Gothic fiction to create something new. And as far as I understood, they are not just only neo-Gothic novels, but they are also crime novels, they are trauma fiction. So they're really genre hybrids then, can we say that? And yeah, is that something that is typical from what you read in 21st century Irish fiction, something that's typical for yeah, this kind of literature that you were talking about, and what do you make of that play with genres? Why hark back to traditional genres like the Gothic? What is gained by that? Is it to you know, will all of the readers realize they're reading a text that calls up this venerable tradition, also with regard to crime fiction? And then I'm not sure where this question is going. It's becoming more of a comment. No, what I realized is this genre hybridity, and I'm really interested in this mix of genres. Maybe you can say something about that.
Okay, these were basically several questions. So I think the Gothic definitely still has a lot of appeal to readers. And especially, I think, in times of crisis, and it was a crisis, the financial crisis of 2008 was a big crisis. And I once read that the Gothic is a genre that is particularly apt to respond to crisis in a way. Or a lot of Gothic texts or texts with Gothic motifs come up in times of crisis. So I think that's one of the reasons for this. Will readers realize that I'm not sure if they realize that they're reading something that draws on the Gothic tradition, but I think especially in Irish crime fiction, there is kind of an expectation from the readers that some trauma of the Irish past will be negotiated in the novel. I think there are very few examples when it's just set in contemporary Ireland and only dealing with contemporary Irish crimes. That I think there are many, many examples where they draw on these crimes of the past, these traumas of the past. And then the Gothic tradition also makes sense because of this, what I said in the beginning with the disruptive return of the past into the present.
No, but I think that they are Gothic novels. I haven't read them. But I know you read a Gothic novel because it challenges you and it makes you uncomfortable because it's not real. And that's the reason you read it, because it is alienating and that's what you want to experience. And I mean, the novels that you described, I don't recognize that Ireland. I don't recognize the Ireland of the misery novels of Anne Enright.
Yeah.
And what I do know is that it projects a certain image of Ireland that some people think is real.
Yeah.
Some people living on an island not too far from Ireland who imagine that the Irish experience has always got to be miserable and Irish childhood has always got to be traumatic.
Yeah.
And the idea that we're hung up with religion. Sorry, I mean, the difference, if I was to ask my undergraduates, what's the difference between a Catholic and a Protestant, they could not answer me. And they couldn't answer me not because they don't know, but because they don't care. Yeah. It means nothing to their lives in the 21st century. It is totally peripheral. People who get angry about those crimes of clerics in the past are my undergraduates' grandparents' generation. That's just.
I think these novels are probably not written for an Irish audience. Yeah. They are probably written for an English audience or for a European audience. And I think there is a certain demand for this image of Ireland because this is what we are used to in a way. And this is what we are looking for again and again, I think. And I think that's why the representation of Ireland in these novels is as it is.
There's an interesting text, I think, by Aimee Waha, if I say the name wrong, Edna Lerner or Edna whatever, who says, Tara Stubbs was talking about this a couple of months ago, and she said, Irish literature, and that's just, I'm not even paraphrasing, it's just in a nutshell what I think the gist of the essay is. She's basically saying because Irish literature in the 20th century tries to cater to mostly a European or even transatlantic American audience. It's narrowing its focus down on specific topics. trauma, religion, the past, that these people from across the Atlantic or from across, I don't know, the channel, can we say that, want to read about what their idea of Ireland is, which might not be the real Ireland, and which really makes the range of topics or narrows down the list of topics or possible topics one could have. But on the other hand, if you're an Irish author, you would want to sell your novel in the USA because that's the biggest market, and if you can do it by including trauma, religion, and the stuff that you know the readers will look forward to in an Irish novel, you probably do that. And I find that to be a very interesting argument. I'm forgetting who the author is. Do you remember?
I don't remember either. No,
But you remember the essay?
I do absolutely. Yeah.
So that's pretty much you know, adds to what you said about your experience with your students. Yeah.
And I think maybe it has something to do, like, to connect what you said about your students' grandparents, and that they would get hung up about and angry about that kind of thing, and the Irish diaspora, because of course when you immigrate, your image of Ireland gets frozen, and then
romanticized.
Yeah.
Not real.
Yeah. Antonius.
I also remember reading a paper, now connecting this to your point, which critiqued Joseph Connor's Star of the Sea, because it was very much Americanization of the Great Famine, where it was filled with tragedy. Of course, I understand it to some degree, but on the other hand, you really see it is catered to this international market. But what I originally wanted to ask here, because we already are on the topic of alienation, Ireland experts, please correct me if I'm wrong, but if I remember correctly, hearth and home were pretty much essential to Irish life in the past, where storytellers would gather at the fireplace and tell stories. And I think it's interesting how those places, those houses now, or ruins nowadays, really shift from this place of stories to the place of forgetting. But then at the same time, once you confront them, they are also this kind of side of remembering, as you said, you have to kind of turn them around. And this way, kind of place itself shifts, not in itself, but by confronting it and then also gathering something from the past. So I think we also have this kind of sense of hybridity, maybe, or even some sort of liminal experience, what do our experts say, in the sense that you confront the ruins, and by uncovering the past or uncovering the truth, whatever that truth might be, your perception of the past, of the present changes, or something changes. Most often identity in a way.
Yes, I would agree. Yes, definitely. No, I think what these novels tell us is actually that you have these ruins, and you have to tell stories about them or uncover their stories to then move forward. Yes, if that is then actually the case, that's something to be debated, but that's at least what these crime novels tell us. And I mean, crime fiction is not known to be the most subtle kind of fiction ever. So I think this message is kind of clear in these novels, and also not extremely surprising, maybe. You never get a like totally surprising story. It's usually some well-known trauma of the past. And in a way, it's also understandable that maybe people no longer want to be remembered. Things.
And then we have a question. Can I just? Yeah. I just googled it, and it's Edna Longley's essay, Irish Bards and American Audiences.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. Yeah. Please.
Thank you very much for your talk. Wonderful. I haven't read these novels either, so and I'm not sure what I say now is very helpful. Would there be also not only trauma, but also would there be novels focusing on ruins that would have utopian potential? And I am just reminded of the fact that the Federal Republic of Germany's national anthem is Aufstanden aus Ruinen, arisen from ruins. So obviously there was a lot of utopian potential invested in that national language. We all know about the history of that state. Right? And so obviously we are thinking of trauma as well, but also about inclusion.
Federal.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
It's not the Federal Republic.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. I think what it reminds me of a little bit is maybe the story, or not the story, but the narrative that was prevalent during the years of the Celtic Tiger, because this was kind of like this Auferstanden aus Ruinen. So this island with this very long traumatic past, and then suddenly there was this economic uprising, and everything was great. Not great, but at least economically there was a sudden rise. And I think then this narrative would have very well fitted. But then with the crisis, as I said, it was kind of like, oh, and now we are back at like people being in debt and losing their houses, etc. And we are once again confronted with these very bad economic situations. I think after the financial crisis, Jerry Smith said something that we now have to once again rise from these ruins again. And this is, I think, or at least that's how I understood it from the literature I read, this is kind of the process that is happening at the moment, like recovering once again from this crisis that has happened. About the utopian potential, I'm not so sure. I've definitely not encountered it in crime novels, which also I think that's a thing about a characteristic about all these most Irish crime novels I've read so far. They are not very optimistic. They are very bleak. It's all very bad. The situation is very dire. And there is maybe one detective like fighting heroically and uncovering this perpetrator of this single murder. And this is like the little sign of hope that we get. But overall, the situation is still very bleak.
I'd be bold enough to argue that's true for all 20th century crime fiction. So you don't have this cozy crime fiction anymore where, I don't know, the crime is solved and everyone's happy again.
Sometimes you get that. I think in England, there is a little bit more cozy crime fiction, also like more contemporary cozy crime fiction.
So probably I'd argue literary crime fiction, whatever.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. No, probably yes. Yeah, no.
Okay, question from you. Okay, I'm not a specialist in crime fiction, but I've just read about McDermott's Skeleton Bird. She's, of course, a Scottish writer, and what she does, she uses ruins and places, especially in Edinburgh, but in Scotland, not for a kind of visualization of trauma, but rather, I think, Scotland stands for a more mystical place that escapes, the tediousness and routine and rationality of the world. So rather harking back to a past imagined, it's very clear, that is more exciting, more unclear, less rational, and in vague ways. Not trauma, I don't think I don't read it there. And what about the presentation of those ruins of those places? Do they have this potential too, or is it really trauma? Or rather some more, I don't always say sublime, non-rational.
Yeah, well, definitely in the novels of Tana French, I would say. Those are the ones that I know best. And she definitely has this mythical element as well that comes in. There's sometimes a mysterious animal that some people have seen and some others have not seen. There are also witches, for example. So she has one novel set in a boarding school for young girls where they develop like mythical or magical powers. So that's definitely also there, and I think this is also playing a bit with this Irish stereotypes, and like you go into the woods and there might be like a mythical creature living there or something like that. Yeah.
I don't know whether it's a question or more of a remark, but regarding the whole rising from the ruins aspect, in House of Ashes, was it called, the third book?
Yeah.
I mean, you have a literal house that burned down into ruins and was built up again. So it's kind of ironic because you see that this potential of rising again is kind of countered there, because in the end it's just, well, we built up the terrible past, trying to forget it, but it's still there until the very end. So I don't know what the suggestion is here, whether you need to raise it all down or something like that. But I think it's wherever I want to go. So I wouldn't see this as a potential to rise from the what's your
well, in House of Ashes, I couldn't explain the whole plot. But actually, this one girl who survived all this terrible story, Mary, she was still living in a house, and she's an old woman. And then Damian's father approaches her and asks her if she would sell. And she doesn't sell, and then her house is burned down. So there's a very clear suggestion that he actually burned down the house to get rid of her and to then get the house for his son. What Sarah does in the end after she hears Mary's story is to say, okay, I will divorce my husband and I will fight for this house and I will give it back to you. So we have this kind of justice in a way, which is a little optimistic sign in the end of this, overall very bleak crime novel.
Yeah, just a very short question. I'm wondering in what way the novels you mentioned touch the field of this culture of remembrance or memory culture. And which way the sites that are mentioned in the novels can be kind of places as embodied memory, about those contexts, things that in the German context, at least, Aleida Assmann very often talks about. So did you see those lines?
I would have liked to have seen them, but I did not really see them here, actually. Okay. Because these houses, as we have seen, they're not really embodied memory, because no one is actually, not a lot of people in these novels are actually remembering these stories. And that's why I call them sites of social forgetting, because they are mostly overlooked and people, do no longer have these memories connected to them.
And it's just a kind of a wishful thinking to turn them into sites of
I think that's what these novels suggest. I don't think it's actually very easy to realize or even possible, but I think that's the message the novels want to give us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think
exactly. Okay, thank you very much, Franca, for this wonderful paper, and let's give her a round of applause.
Minutes break, just very briefly to go to the toilets and then come back and do final stuff before we get in our round.
Okay, so welcome back, everybody. I'm very happy to start this last panel with you. My name is Cornelia Savelsberg. I'm a former research assistant at the TEFE chair in Matthias Eisenmann's team, and I'm very pleased to introduce Manfred Schewe to you today. He's an educational researcher who took on a discipline within educational sciences, namely the performative approaches to language, literature, and culture that some of you participating today, even maybe behind the screens, have not heard a lot about in detail before. So I'm very happy to do this. And since Aimee Waha will not be here today, I will gladly use those 5 minutes of introduction to give you a little bit more insight into the very interesting career of Manfred Schewe. Now, while he has gone back and forth between Germany and Ireland throughout his academic career, he began in Oldenburg, Germany, where he started his teacher training course at the Karl von Ossietzky University, and he chose German, English, history, political, social, and educational sciences as main subjects. Soon after, he emigrated to Ireland for the first time during his career and joined the team at the Department of German at the University College Cork as a DAAD lecturer. When he was awarded a scholarship by PhD project focusing on drama and education. And during this second period in Germany, he participated in numerous drama-based workshops at British universities and completed a drama and teacher training course at the Oldenburg University as well. In 1994, he decided it was time to return to Ireland, and he took up a lecturing post in German at the University College Cork, focusing on German drama and theatre, as well as performative approaches to language, literature, and cultural education. From 2005 to 2014, he served as head of German, and from 2016 to 2018 as head of theatre. He retired in 2019, but he has since continued to associate with both departments, and he continues to examine research theses, give lectures, and lead workshops for institutions and professional associations in different parts of the world. His research interests and focuses have been and still are innovative connections between the performing arts and education. And while his disciplinary background is German studies and German as a foreign language studies, he has always been keen on building bridges between and to other disciplines, such as, for example, drama pedagogy, drama and theater studies, literature studies, intercultural studies, and many more. In the course of finding and creating these interdisciplinary synergies, he founded the first UCC's online journal called Scenario, which is a bilingual peer-reviewed journal with a special focus on performative teaching, learning, and research. In recognition of the significant contribution to the scholarship of teaching and learning through the Scenario project that encompasses not only the journal, but also a book series and a forum for international conferences, symposia, and colloquia, he holds the title of UCC Teaching Fellow. On top of Scenario, in 2014, he initiated the research cluster Culture as Performance, Performance as Culture within the Center of Advanced Studies in Languages and Cultures at the UCC. He has published numerous innovative and pioneering works and received several honors throughout the years. The latest award was given to him by the College of Arts, Celtic Studies and Social Sciences in 2018, namely the Impact Case Study Narrative Prize. During his career, he contributed to conferences all over the world in countries like Italy, Austria, France, Greece, India, Iran, New Zealand, the United States, and many more, and collaborated with professional associations like the German Studies Association Ireland and numerous Goethe institutes around the globe, as well as the Bosch Foundation and several theaters like the National Theatre in Weimar, the State Theatre in Hanover, and also the Granary Theatre in Cork. Now, since it would take way too much time to go into further detail on his scientific accomplishments, I'd like to give you a brief overview of what he will be talking about today. His topic will be the Irish past and the present, a performative perspective. And by introducing and critically analyzing projects related to theatre and education that aim at introducing German secondary school and university students to aspects of Ireland past and present through the medium of theatre, he's going to illustrate that performative approaches to language, literature, and culture can in fact facilitate deep learning about Ireland's past and present. He will embed this special symbiosis between theory and praxis, between Ireland performance, literature, and education with a theoretical framework to performative foreign language didactics. So now I'm very excited to hear about whether the performing arts in combination with literature can in fact and how contribute to intercultural learning in the FL classroom. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Cornelia. This is the longest introduction I've ever came across, but you've been very generous, and so I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So I begin. Usually I begin, look at this little symbol there. So I'm into drama theater, as we have heard. So what I do with students certainly often is, so after a day like this, listening, we would do kind of small exercises to come to our senses a bit. And we can't do this in a big way here, but a little bit maybe, just if you put up your two hands and just do a little bit of finger work here, press against your fingers, just to feel. So we are still there with our bodies, and maybe you can at the same time turn your head a little bit to the left, to the right, and not overdo it, obviously. We don't want injuries.
It's already making cracking. My neck's already making cracking sounds.
I'm not sure. Shoulders always helps a little bit. All of us are doing too much computer work, so we need to do these things, and the other way around. Okay. So maybe that will do. I mean, you can spread your arms if you like. And pretend you're flying. Okay. And what I sometimes do, you can't do it there very well. So one hand is to the floor, the other one to the sky, and then you feel a bit of a stretch, but again, don't overdo it. Yeah. So a little bit. Okay, that will do. Okay, at the end of the day, so I hope I have something to offer in this symposium. So that image, so I begin with something personal. Each year around this time, actually in June, with our Irish friends, we are going west. And this time we went to Kerry and spent some days there. And it was a beautiful kind of little place called Kells Bay. And this is just an image of one of the evenings. So isn't it Ireland beautiful? Yeah. And hasn't it a wonderful landscape? Again, that's what I'm saying to myself. So isn't Ireland beautiful? Isn't Würzburg beautiful? You see, hills and all that is beautiful. But our world, obviously, thinking about our world, the large scale, so thinking of crisis and so on, sometimes in moments you might have thoughts like Rainer Maria Rilke. If Rilke comes on. Pardon? This one? Where's it going? Here we go. Is it possible that there have been millennia in which to look, reflect, and make a record, and then that we have allowed these millennia to pass by like the lunch break at school when you eat your sandwich and an apple? Yes, it's possible. So, connected to this symposium, those questions, have we really learned very little from history? Could we learn more from history? I'm not a historian, but I'm interested in history when I come across it. I'm very grateful to Maria Eisenmann and Ina Bergmann for the invitation to the symposium, as this way I can re-engage with the time when I arrived in Cork as a young lecturer. I became very interested in Irish history. And then as years went by, I lost track a bit because there was too much to do in academia. But so it's still there. I'm re-engaging now a little bit. I'm not a professional writer of stories, even though when I came to Cork as a young lecturer, I contributed to a little volume and I wrote about Cork. If you're interested in the discussion, I can give you a taste of it. In this context, and in the context of Beatrix Färber's talk, my contribution is in a volume called Cork Through European Eyes. And I think there are kind of, and you asked that question, I think, about outsiders' views. And I think they're going through the different centuries in that book. So there might be something in there which is of interest. So, like everyone else, I sometimes tell a bit of my own story. As you will see, I tend to do that here today a little bit by referring to the academic setting and what I do in the academic setting. I listen to stories others tell me, and occasionally I read a story. Stories that speak to me, including stories that are linked to the art form of theater. It's often become a departure and reference point for my teaching and research activities. Just to give you 3 examples. One example is a poem by Bertolt Brecht in English titled Legend of the Origin of the Book Tao Te Ching on Laozi's Road into Exile. A very long poem, 13 stanzas. I can recite it in German for you if you want, would take too much time. Als 70 war und war gebrechlich, drängte es den Lehrer doch nach Ruhe and so on. So this poem, or this story, the poem is a story about a Chinese intellectual who leaves his country because of the increase in wickedness. And so this story became a departure point for a creative writing and public reading project. The next example is the novel Till by Daniel Kehlmann. And Kehlmann tells the story of the legendary figure Till Eulenspiegel, a vagabond showman and provocateur. With his touring stage, he travels across a country devastated by religious wars, and in many places leaves spectators spellbound by his acrobatic tricks. This piece of fiction about war-torn Europe is an epic of the 30 Years' War. I chose to have an extract from the novel published in Scenario, the journal Cornelia mentioned earlier on. So at the invitation of Maria Eisenmann and Ina Bergmann, I've been teaching a module this semester here at the university entitled Exploring Performative Approaches to Language, Literature and Culture. A major focus was on the story that well-known playwright Brian Friel tells in his play Translations. Through intensive study of this play and also Brian Friel's play Making History, the students engaged with aspects of Irish history and the question to what extent a story in the form of a theatre play can lead to an understanding of Irish history. Teaching performatively to me means to allow for spontaneity and to link your teaching, if at all possible, to personal experience. And I knew I would contribute to this symposium, so in my everyday life, then I began to think, so what can I possibly do? And it happened that I had visitors, and these visitors wanted to visit places. So I hadn't been there since 1987, but I took the visitors there recently. And then I came at St. Patrick's Rock. So history is explained here. So I leave the reading to you if you can, maybe you can't from there. Can you? Yeah? And just, I guess, to speed up things, I just focus on the underlined. So what is explained to the tourist here, that the king of Munster, or so as soon as that, mustn't be good, so. So, where the Earl of Ingelbien massacred hundreds in 1647. I come there as a tourist. I don't know who this person is, Earl of Ingelbien. So, where's the context? And then why is this of interest that these were hundreds massacred? So we need context. This is kind of a presentation of history, which is not very helpful, maybe, I think. I was in Spain recently. A friend took me to the outskirts of Madrid. So it showed me the royal palace of El Pardo, very impressive building. So, and it's the same story there. I read the leaflet and it says Prince Philip so-and-so built this, built that. Yeah? And my question then was, who lived in this palace from 1939 to 1975? Any idea? Yeah, dictator Franco. No mention of that side of history. Amazing, isn't it? So I guess the question arising for me, from these examples, historians in their academic research are working hard to arrive at a differentiated understanding of historical events. However, what about the aspect of didactic meaning? How can research outcomes be made more accessible to members of the public? How can historical knowledge be presented in a more differentiated way to different target groups? In this case, to tourists from abroad who happen to visit the Rock of Cashel, this impressive landmark. I couldn't help but, again, to think of Bertolt Brecht. Many of you might know that poem. So X could be anybody. How do you read history? And one of Brecht's poems is a worker reads history. I won't read the full poem, it would take too much time, just the beginning. Who built Thebes of the 7 gates? In the books, you will find the names of kings. Did the kings haul up the lumps of rock? And so on and so on and so on. I go to a later point. The young Alexander conquered India. Was he alone? Caesar beat the Gauls. Did he not have even a cook with him? Philip of Spain wept when his armada went down. Was he the only one to weep? Frederick II won the 7 Years' War. Who else won it? Every page a victory. Who cooked the feast for the victors? Every 10 years a great man? Who paid the bill? So many reports, so many questions. When I came to teach here, I think it was last week, I was put up in the Hotel Walfisch on the 3rd floor. And so I went down to breakfast. And so on each floor, I saw images of this kind. So this one, I just give you 2 examples, but there were more. So, so every image, some sort of a story, I guess. So again, no context. I don't have a clue who these people are, but they are very present in this space. So their role in history apparently is being celebrated. And obviously, we are looking at the achievements of men. Which reminds me actually that in 2010, I think, I was involved in a theater project. We performed a play called Cork's World Theatre in Cork's Aula Maxima. And then we looked at the space and thought, how can we work in this space? And on one side, there were portraits of university presidents, 14 or more of them, who knows? And it's an energy which is in the space then, which kind of can conflict with what you have in mind, and so whatever energy that is. So I think these things possibly need to be looked at, revisited. Wenn nicht mehr Zahlen und Figuren sind der Schlüssel aller Kreaturen, wenn die so singen oder küssen, mehr als die Tiefgelehrten wissen, wenn sich die Welt ins freie Leben und in die Welt dann wieder zurückbegeben und sich dann Licht und Schatten zu echter Klarheit wieder gatten und man erkennt in Liedern und Gedichten die wahren Weltgeschichten. Dann fliegt mit einem geheimen Wort das ganze verkehrte Wesen fort. Poem by Novalis, romantic German poet. And he is emphasizing here that there's a lot to be said for poems and songs. And he claims maybe that there's the true stories of the world in songs, that there are true stories in songs and poems, which reminded me of Bob Dylan, the story of a hurricane. Many of you might know that song. And I just checked briefly. Actually, when I listened to the song, I never fully understood the lyrics, but it's an interesting song. And in the context of the Black Lives Matter movement, very well worth revisiting. Interesting that he says, I was never a good singer, but if you have a good story, then it doesn't matter because people want to listen. The impact of stories. How do we measure impact? These days, it's with numbers possibly. There's only 33 million have listened to that song on that channel. There are probably other channels. So this song has had quite an impact. So I'm poster in a theater and education project. That was when I came to Cork first. So together with, I think, 8 others, we were kind of a theater troupe. We traveled through many towns, cities in North Germany and South Germany, also Switzerland. And as you can see here, I mean, the poster speaks for itself. I don't have to comment on it. It was reported on in the Irish Times at the time in '87. Irish students bring theater to Germany. And there you see underlined, we play to 17,000 children in schools and so on. The idea was to actually present Irish history through drama. So for me, it was a very formative, a very important experience. And I think through this project especially, I began to become more and more interested in using performative approaches in the teaching and learning. So this actually then resulted in a little booklet we put together, Irish Experience Then and Now. So you have texts about Irish history in the book, and now meant at the time 1985, mid-80s. So what we were involved in, just to explain at the time, you would call theater and education projects. So before we went out, we sent to the teachers lots of materials, so historical sources, prose texts and whatever. So they worked with those texts in their courses. We then came with our performance. After the performance, we did workshops with the students, so hands-on workshops. So these are large-scale forms. All of that you can do in educational context. The classical one is up there, staging a play. I can't go into details here because of time reasons. But why translations? As you can see here, the play is on at the moment in the Abbey, in the Lyric in Belfast, and so on. It's put on again and again. So there must be something in it, and I added here in yellow. It is a story about Ireland at around 1833. Many of you will know the play, but here's a brief summary. The action of translations is located during 1833 in an Irish-speaking community in Donegal. The actors on stage speak in English, but the audience is led to imagine that many of the characters are speaking Gaelic. The community is defined by the local hedge school. It is threatened by the imminent establishment of a local national school. It is more dramatically threatened by the arrival of Royal Engineers, Captain Lancy and Lieutenant Yolland, whose job it is to map the area for the Ordnance Survey. The renaming of local place names for the purposes of the map appears to be no less than the casual annihilation of a culture. According to Fintan O'Toole, an influential intellectual voice in contemporary Ireland, translations has become a national classic of Irish drama and has become renowned worldwide as a definite statement about the nature and meaning of colonialism. While the play at the time was very favorably received, there were also critics who claimed that in the play he had distorted the historical facts. I don't have the time to look at this in more detail, but wish to draw your attention to an article by Brian Friel, John Andrews, and Kevin Barry entitled "Translations and a Paper Landscape." So, Andrews published that book in 1975, goes on to explain the whole kind of context of ordnance service, goes back into history. He is a, historical geographer or geographicalist, historiograph maybe. And then you have playwright Brian Friel. He published translation in 1980. So they then were asked by Kevin Barry, could they come for an interview? And I'll give you a taste from that interview in a short while there. Before I do that, I quote from Rachel Hewitt. Friel seems to be interested not in giving us a one-sided story of events, but in the dilemmas and choices which have the potential to affect the course of history. In many of Friel's plays, at a precise moment in time, individuals face a dilemma which must be resolved and which will have a decisive effect. In translations, to take one example, Owen and Yolland face the dilemma of what to call a place called Tovavri, which is named after a man who fell down a well there. Owen asks, do we scrap Tovavri altogether and call it, what? The crossroads? Or do we keep piety with a man long dead, long forgotten, his name eroded beyond recognition, whose trivial little story nobody in the parish remembers? Friel indicates that the answer to the question will affect the future of Irish language, culture, and history, even if only in a small, local way. The achievement of Brian Friel in translations is that he brings us to the realization that every little personal, local story of love, hope, loss, and change is connected intimately and subtly to the course of history. As to what each story means and how each character should have dealt with her or his dilemma, he leaves that to the audience or reader to decide. Just to say at this point, yesterday evening I worked with the students here and they did a little performance based on translations. So their task was to really get into character. So one played, for example, Owen, the other Yolland, and so on. And I must say the Würzburg students really engaged with it. And it was a very interesting evening. And also the discussion afterwards, they really immersed themselves into that time of 1833. And that was, for me, like many years back, interesting to revisit translations and what translations still can spark off to see that. So I quote Brian Friel maybe, and coming back to that interview here. So he says, because there were quite a few critics, he says, writing an historical play may bestow certain advantages, but it also imposes particular responsibilities. The apparent advantages are the established historical facts, or at least the received historical ideas in which the work is rooted and which gives it its apparent familiarity and accessibility. The concomitant responsibility is to acknowledge those facts or ideas but not to defer to them. Drama is first a fiction with the authority of fiction. You don't go to Macbeth for history. Thomas Heywood, a contemporary of Shakespeare, defined historical plays, or chronicle plays, as he called them, in these terms. Chronicle plays are written with this aim and carried with this method: to teach the subjects obedience to their king, to show the people the untimely ends of such as have moved tumults, commotions, and insurrections, to present them with the flourishing estate of such as live in obedience, exhorting them to allegiance, dehorting them from all traitorous and felonious stratagems. So Fried finishes by saying, if we accept that definition of an historical play, Translations is a total failure. But viewed from a different age, and maybe a different island, perhaps some merit can be found in it. So what I did, and maybe that's typical how I work sometimes. So the evening before I met the students, I was thinking, what will I do now with them? What's my first step and so on. So I was then sitting there, I needed something to eat, and I had one of these wonderful German beers. So when I'm here, I'm enjoying them again. And then I saw that Würzburger brew is 1643. So then I thought, why not ask them? What happened in Germany, Ireland around 1643 when in Bavaria the Würzburger Hofbräu was brewed for the first time? So I asked them, but there was no historical knowledge. There wasn't much, but it's not an easy one either. So how many people would straight away be able to say it, except historians, obviously, what happened in those years? What happened in Ireland? Anyway, my idea was now to build the bridge to Brian Field's play, Making History. And that is kind of set around 1600. It's about the flight of the earls, battle at Kinsale, 1607, and so on. And this gave me an opportunity also to obviously look at what happened in Germany and Europe, 30 years war, and then to situate it in the context of today, war, and what we hear on the news and so on. We don't want to hear it, but then again, the question, can we learn from that? And come back to Rilke, have we learned from that? No, I mean, see what's happening. How much have we learned? Is there hope? So I don't think I have an awful lot of time left, but Making History is another interesting play, because Friel here, and he wrote that play in response, I think, to the critics, so those who criticized translations. So he wanted to make a point. And so I just quote from the play Making History. In the discussion, maybe we can look at further details there. So in the play, you have Archbishop Lombard, who intends to write a history of Hugh O'Neill, the Earl of Tyrone. And here we get a taste of how he wants to do that. Earlier on, I think in the context of discussing novels and debate the ones based on ruins, I think Ina Bergmann was talking about truth, and you were mentioning the word truth a few times. So we have in Making History a lot of references to truth, and I can't go to all of them here, but here a little taste. Lombard, the Archbishop, says, people want to know about the past. They have a genuine curiosity about it. O'Neill, then tell them the whole truth. Lombard, that's exactly what my point is. People think they just want to know the facts. They think they believe in some sort of empirical truth, but what they really want is a story. And that's what this will be, the events of your life categorized and classified and then structured as you would structure any story. So O'Neill's life, he wants to write the history of O'Neill. No, I'm not talking about falsifying, about lying, for heaven's sake. I'm simply talking about making a pattern. That's what I'm doing with all this stuff, offering a cohesion to that random catalogue of deliberate achievement and sheer accident that constitutes your life. And that cohesion will be a narrative that people will read and be satisfied by. And that narrative will be as true and as objective as I can make it, with the help of the Holy Spirit. Would it be profane to suggest that that was the method the four evangelists used? Took the haphazard events in Christ's life and shaped them into a story, into four complementary stories. And those stories are true stories, and we believe them. We call them gospel. You, don't we? It's a complex play. I can just give this little taste. So what's going on here? Lombard, the Archbishop, writes the history in such a way that Hugh O'Neill, the Earl, is put on a pedestal, is becoming a kind of national hero. And Hugh O'Neill himself doesn't want that. He wants their history to be written in a different way. He wants also to come across as a man with his shortcomings and weaknesses and so on. But he doesn't succeed because Lombard writes the history in the way he does. Okay. So that's the play, just this comment by Friel there in the interview. I want to apologize to him, to Andrews, who is into facts a lot, for the tiny bruises inflicted on history in the play. I don't have the time to go into this, so these are techniques I use when I work with the students in classrooms in order to get them into character, to relate to the plot of the play and all of that. It would take up too much time to explain this in more detail. Up there, for example, I'm talking about still images. We used a lot of them yesterday as well in the work. What does performative mean? Again, how much time is over, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. So basically, just to close then, performative language pedagogy. So what am I doing here? In foreign language education, so classically, there's a lot of talk of science. So my thing is we have to bring art more into foreign language teaching. So this is why you see science and art kind of on an equal footing there in this kind of overview. So, and this performative language pedagogy obviously also has always practice and theory. And there's new reference disciplines, drama and education, theater pedagogy, and so on. So these become reference disciplines of the modern languages. So all of this you can, I suppose, read in more detail in the journal scenario and in other sources, or we can go into that in the discussion a bit more. Just in a nutshell, stories. Who tells the story? On whose behalf? What is told? What is not told? How is it told? How do we know that a story has or had an impact? And this is the question here, which came up a few times. Creating a better future through stories, a very high expectation, who knows? To be without a story is to be lost. And then here questions. I think it can be related to story making. I think the typical questions of didactic. So it would be interesting to go through them. No? Which is story. I'm finishing with a little extract by Rebecca Solnit, American writer, and I happened to listen to Deutschlandfunk and heard her voice and what she said, and I found it interesting. I won't read the full text, but just the beginning, and to just make you aware of that source. What's your story? It's all in the telling. Stories are compasses and architecture. We navigate by them, we build our sanctuaries and our prisons out of them. And to be without a story is to be lost in the vastness of a world that spreads in all directions like Arctic tundra or sea ice. To love someone is to put yourself in their place, we say, which is to put yourself in their story, or figure out how to tell yourself their story, which means that a place is a story and stories are geography. And empathy is, first of all, an act of imagination, a storyteller's art, and then a way of traveling from here to there, and so on and so on. I won't go on. It's an interesting text, and it's a very personal text. She's then talking about her mother and dementia and so on, but it's all in the context of stories and understanding our lives through stories. So in good Irish fashion, I'll end this way. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Schewe, for giving us those insights into how literature and history can be perceived with the help of performative approaches. I think we're open for discussion now. Are there any questions, maybe also from the audience online?
Yes, thank you very much for the talk. Did you give your students time for rehearsal, or was it just all kind of spontaneous, reactive playing?
I mean, we did a lot of improvisation work in the classroom or seminar room.
As a training phase?
Yeah. So I worked with them. I basically brought in these techniques. So they were getting more and more used to it over the first few sessions. And then I also gave them towards the end a bit of space to work on a small project. So to give them the autonomy, to give the piece their shape, so they could bring in their creative ideas that way. But first it was necessary to supply them with a few formal kind of ideas. So what are still images, what is hot seating, all of these things. So, and they then applied those techniques in the project there yesterday.
One question, do you know if there is a broadcast of the play in the, was it Abbey Theatre?
I'm not too sure if there is, but I have my doubts, but I can, yeah. I can have a look, and then if yes, I'll let you know. Yeah.
We have a question regarding the name of the author of the quote you just read out.
The last one?
Yeah, exactly.
Rebecca Solnit, S-O-L-N-I-T. Okay. Okay.
Did I hear you mention Koch's World Theatre?
Yeah.
Could you explain? I mean, it reminds me of the Salzburg.
Yeah. I think there's a similarity. So in Switzerland, in the small place of Einsiedeln, around 5,000 inhabitants, in intervals of 5 years, they performed a play called the Great World Theatre, El Gran Teatro del Mundo, Calderón de la Barca, Spanish playwright, 1636. And this play was put on again and again in the village since 1926, in intervals of 5 years. In the 1980s, late 1980s, the citizens of Einsiedeln said, okay, we are doing this again and again. It's a very traditional play. Can we give it a modern sort of emphasis? And they then commissioned to Swiss playwright Thomas Hürlimann to write the play Das Einsiedler Welttheater. So he brought in themes, or in our play it was, climate change, basically. So climate change becomes the focus of the play. And so the Swiss play he wrote, together with a colleague in Cork, Stephen Boyd, Spanish department, I translated into English. And then we had the script. And so we then worked with a theater company director, and we had it put on in the Aula Maxima in Cork. So it's very much in that tradition. So these plays that were originally put on for pilgrims passing through pilgrims' places. I wouldn't be surprised if in Würzburg maybe there were similar events in past centuries. Yes. Does that answer your question? Or yeah, I mean, I could tell more about that project, but I mean, the interesting one is in the context of modern languages. There are different languages in there. There's French in there. There's Latin in there. There's Spanish in there, and English in there. No? So that was an interesting multicultural, multilingual experience for the students as well. So again, the work started in my seminars. So I worked with the texts, and then we worked in a practical way. And at some point I thought, hey, that's interesting material. So then we branched out and began to translate the text and so on, and then work towards a performance.
Are there any further questions? All right then.
It's more of a thought, but I try to kind of delve it into the direction of a question. So I was thinking about an interview with Columbia Can, aptly titled "Making It Up to Tell the Truth," where he pretty much also talks about this kind of dichotomy, I almost would say, between authenticity and truth if you want to teach about the past, and kind of try to teach a current generation on what you can learn from the past. There was also this question of, do you really have to represent the facts as they happened to teach, to really have the value of this? Or can you also make it up, not like completely make it up, but insert your own story into it, really, to also teach one aspect of the past? So he also never makes the claim that he represents the story as that his representation of history is universally true. He also goes against this fact. But I was just wondering about your opinion.
Well, truth and objectivity, difficult concepts. I mean, aren't we doing it all the time when we read a story? So we know that from this theoretical position, Rezeptionsästhetik. So we read something into it which is connected to our own perception, our own lives, and so on. That's how we connect them with the material, I guess. So to what extent are there objective facts? I suppose, yeah, I mean, we believe in certain things and they can be proven. So on what day did the Second World War start or something? So there's agreement on it. Those things are clear, but there are other things which aren't that clear. And I think the Brian Friel play is, I guess, a play that focuses on the hidden dimension of history. That's what critics would also emphasize. So in the public presentation of history and the more facts-based presentation, you simply forget about these people who were in these small communities and in the translations play, maybe working in a hedge school and going about their everyday business. What were their lives like? And Brian Friel imagines the lives of these people and tries to give us a taste. And how believable that is. But he's basically saying, I think it could very well have been like that. No? And so either you go then with that and think, yeah, I agree, it could have been, or you say, no way. Yeah?
Also, a major part of this is really empathy. So we can stress this, that McCann also works a lot with it and builds on this aspect that through empathy, we can really represent aspects of history which previously had been kind of glossed over. We didn't like to just mention those small communities.
Yes.
They weren't relevant before
Yes.
because
Yes.
there was no information on them.
Yes.
Of course, you can make it up, and whether you believe it or not, that's up to the reader or viewer, really to the audience.
Mm-hmm.
But I think through this, there is worth also in really just making it up, so to say.
Mm-hmm. There are different readings of what happened. I mentioned the Bob Dylan song. So there was the black man who could have become a famous boxer, but he was put into prison. He was accused of having murdered somebody. So that was the official line, and the judges sentenced the person. Bob Dylan went to the prison and did interviews and so on, and didn't believe that account, and made this song in response to how they read history. So that kind of conflicting, interpretations, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think we're running a bit out of time, but thank you so much, Mr. Schewe, for this speech and for the discussion.
Okay, we have a half-hour coffee break over there, and then we'll resume at 1:15 for our concluding. And yeah, that will be it.
So can we start? Really good. So a last hello for today. My name is Jennifer Meier, and I'm really looking forward to leading this discussion today. And before we start, I will just shortly tell you how I will proceed later on. And I will put the microphone in the middle of our room because there have been some complaints from the virtual viewers that sometimes you cannot be understood. And then I will try with the camera here to focus on the person who is talking and pan the camera accordingly. At least that's what I will try to do, because it's really important what is said here, but what is happening in the room. Okay, so before we start with discussion, I will try to do like a little overview of what we have heard today. Of course, you've been here, so don't throw stones at me if I get something wrong. So I hope I will get to do that. And to start, I have selected a short quote that I have come across while reading for my own research. It's from Alfie Hartley from 1953 from the novel The Go-Between. And there he says, the past is a foreign country. They do things differently there. And that I had to think of that again when Hedwig Schwall said, well, regarding to historical novels, and David Mitchell that the past is historical novels are a reconstruction of a lost world. So we have two things here. We have a lost world and we have a foreign country. And today we did a journey. We did a journey to that foreign country, or maybe to a lost world, or at least I hope that's not the case. And we traveled to the Middle Ages with Damian Bracken. And we heard that the Irish were received as barbarians living at the edge of the world. And still there, they tried to fight against that representation and show the Irish can be all. And then Helmut Flachenecker kind of supported the thesis with his hagiographic text, which were used as a means of communication. And the Irish there also tried to convince that Ireland is important and that they were sent by the saints to show that they were sent and that is important. Then we traveled to the 18th century with Beatrix Färber. And there we saw Irish representations by a German person, Karl Gottlob Kuttner. And I perceived that those representations really were linked to today already, but we'll get to that in the discussion. Then we went to World War II with Hedwig Schwall. Where is she? There she is. With a novel by Lucy Caldwell and These Days, and showing the Belfast Blitz with different voices, women voices, and also with dualisms. And I wrote down
dualisms like the past and the present, self and the other, conscious and unconscious, and also with references to problems of today. And then we traveled back to the present, or forward to the present, I don't know. And we started with autobiographical insights, and we had two autobiographical insights. The first one being with Throw Me to the Wolves. And here we had an outsider's perspective to British society and his views, or their views on Ireland, and an ongoing hatred towards the Irish in the British society. Then we had Miriam Wallraven with a memoir of the troubles and current political events, and she showed us borders and liminal spaces with references, for example, to Brexit using natural writing. So those were the autobiographical ones. Then, that's the first one. Then we went with Franca Leitner. We have seen crimes novels, and we've seen that trauma is represented through ruins, which were sites of forgetting and like sites for colonial oppression and repression of all. And the last one is like, I don't know, the last journey we did was with Manfred Schewe, and I had like the feeling there's a connection already, because he used texts that related to the past, of course, with translations, but still his main question was how we can learn from history and how we can make that history accessible, because we need context. And I got from that it's about deep learning through performative pedagogy. So I found it so interesting. I'm so thankful that I could be here today. And what I find really, really good, that the lectures connected different universities, but also different disciplines. So we had the historical sciences, we had literary studies, and TEFL methodology. So we can see that we linked the teaching at the university and the teaching at schools. And the common thread was to look into events of Ireland's history and how these events can be held up as a mirror for today. That brings us back to the outgoing questions. The questions lead us here. And I want to invite you to discuss the following questions. So maybe the past isn't so foreign at all, and it's not lost, and we can actually learn from it. So the first question I would like to go into is, can a backward glance provide guidance for today's challenges? And did the lecturers provide us with such? So as I set the microphone in the middle. And maybe you already have a thought on that. So if you want again, can a backward glance provide guidance for today's challenges? And did the lecturers provide us with such? Yes, Schwall.
Yeah, or I don't know. I think you go first. Does it work just sitting here?
I hope so.
Okay.
I will come to, can we have some feedback from people? Can you hear us?
Yes, I think so.
Can you hear us now? Yeah? Okay.
Okay, I think if we're looking for guidance, the question is, and I'm taking questions that Manfred Schewe had in his didactic approach, who speaks, so who looks on the Irish and the Irish history and the Irish past, and for whom does he or she look at the past? So what is the audience? I think this very much determines if there is guidance at all, or if there is some learning. So is this an insider from an Irish background? And even if the author or a narrator is an insider, he still or she would be not an insider to the past because it's gone. Or are we looking at an outsider, which would be all travel authors such as, for example, Karl Gottlob Küttner that we heard about. So inside or outside, what connection to the past exists and for whom? So what's the audience? Is it a transatlantic audience? Is it an Irish audience? Is it, for example, in thin places, an Irish and the British and the European audience? I think this very much determines like how histories and stories work. And I would be interested, but this is a question, not an answer, how those perspectives, the outsider talking about the Irish and the insider's perspective would come together for a specific audience. So where are the overlaps? Where are the where's the common ground? I think very much a lot depends on perspective and intention, audience intention. But this, of course, is then another question.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we have a response already from the audience.
I would totally agree that I'm also on Zoom, so okay. I think you can leave that.
I'll put it here.
People can see me, and then most of those people here see me every week, so they might be happy to not see me for a while. I totally agree with you. I think it ties in with what many of you, I think, touched upon today. There's a difference between the past and history. And the past, I think, is something that we cannot know in its entirety. We cannot know the truth about the past. And then for a long while, there was this idea of hegemonic history, the maps and chaps version of history, great deeds by great men kind of history. And I think this idea of histories, and I think that is what you're aiming at. You know, there's not just one story about the past, there's different stories about the past, and they are all equally true, with the caveat that, you know, we cannot know the whole truth about the past. We can only know the past through history, through story. And that ties in, I think, with what you said about what's the perspective, who's the audience. I think what Hedwig Schwall, I think it was best illustrated in Lucy Caldwell's novel, and how you discussed it or analyzed it, that this is certainly a text about the Irish past, but it sheds, it has specific focus and trajectory on women's lives, right? And so that's a history, not with a capital H, but a her story, or a history with, you know, one of the histories that could be told, histories in the plural about this time. Yeah.
So it's like a question of perspective. Yeah.
Can I get it?
No, you just don't have to. I will have to do this next time.
So just to pick up from what you said, Lena, I think Lucy indeed, by choosing women only, the very poor ones and the very rich ones and leading ones and the humble ones and so on, she tries to give a broad picture of the past and yet a very specific one. And that's why I liked actually you, Patrick McGuinness, because he's a mosaic man. And so he is all these different little things. And as long as you see the complexity of the past, you can never get it, as you said, in its completeness. But if we see the complexity and the layerness, and in German, Geschichte ist Schichten, is as clear as could be. And so I think that's what literature does as such. Whether it's about the past or not, it just makes all these different layers, interweaves it more than any other kind of language. But I would like to say something about Beatrix' remark about deforestation. This was Jacob Marian, his book about the fact that Ireland was completely deforested by the British, and that then made me think of what's happening in the Amazon area right now. So it's nothing new as long as we look back properly and see. And that my question would then be, what did they do about it? Did they try to do something about it?
No, I don't think that they seriously did something about it. But then in the 18th century, there were the big landlords and they were starting some forestation projects again. Yes, but it wasn't, you see, it wasn't recognized. I mean, now we know what we know today. I mean, they didn't know how would it affect the global, or how it would affect the soil. And you only notice that afterwards, that soil erosion and all that. You notice that when the trees are gone and have been uprooted on a larger scale. So I think at the moment, I'm actually not sure if they tried to do something against it, but there wouldn't maybe have been a movement because they profited from it, like today. And whether it's Indonesia or the Amazon or Brazil, there were people who profited from it. And yes, we can learn, but I mean, there are people who want this to stop. They are obviously not the people who profit from it. So it's really also, it's like there's small groups and larger groups. Yeah, I mean, that's the deforestation and the speculation the same. It's like it's still going on in some places. In some countries, obviously, the laws are better than in others. Yeah, that was the second one.
There's a really, really interesting insight. And then that's another question. What can we do to change who is we? What can we do? Actually learn from what you have just said. That was a brilliant example of the deforestation. And why hasn't humankind learned from that?
I mean, I think the question is always, do we want to learn? And also, I mean, much of what we see, when you look at the last 2 weeks of news from US, for example, is very much going back to times that we had thought were behind us, and it's really, I don't know, right now I have the feeling also with what you both just said about deforestation and so on. There was this new Supreme Court ruling, I think today or yesterday, about the climate issues in the US. And sorry, these are US examples. There's probably better Irish examples that some of you have heard about. But I think, I mean, while this whole call for papers for the symposium sounded probably very positivistic, so we just have to look at the past or at the history about the past, and then we can learn from it. I have to say, I mean, even though I wrote part of it, I very much doubt it. I wish it were that way, because all of these mistakes have been made over and over again. And if we looked more closely towards, the history, historical documents, literature, we could avoid falling into the same traps over and over again. But I'm not, people here who know me better than others know that I'm not an optimist. So this is actually not something that I mean, I wish it were that way. I doubt it very much that we, I mean, we could learn from the past, but we most probably don't.
That's not a possibility. We have Mr. Schewe.
I think when we learn, if people want to learn, especially, I think learning requires effort, and people do shy away from making that effort often. And there are many out there who would like easy answers. So, and what we came across that during the COVID period, and also in the political sphere, there are those who seem to know the answer, or this is the world of religion, where certain dogmas and people think they know the answer. That's the problem. So I guess at university we're trying to, I suppose, motivate students to become critical thinkers. And that's the key, I guess. And the more critical thinkers we have, the better in the society, I guess. And so I guess my assumption is the more critical thinking, the better the political system, maybe the more democratic it is, etc., the more tolerant the society is. But that's my very broad. Coming from the performative perspective, I sometimes think as well that just talking about something, just reading, not necessarily, gets you to a point that you think you will change your perspective and so on. So, this working in this performative area, I believe much in it. It's not everybody's cup of tea, I know that. But my experience is that if students actually experience something with their bodies, get into a situation which is challenging, and you feel it with all your senses, it's a different experience from just sitting and reading your book and so on, or talking. So, but that's maybe a different level of discussion.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this input. I'm also convinced that people want to learn something from history, and we probably can learn very basic things such as power structures or where things might get wrong at which kind of stations. But the problem is to transfer that is that you always have a new situation in a new context, in a new environment with other people, and to adapt that to what happened maybe 50 or 100 years before, it's very difficult. This is about discussed now in the Ukrainian conflict, that people say, couldn't you see that beforehand? So why didn't you see this danger and stop it before? And now afterwards you can see that there are similar structures, but it was probably very difficult to see that also for politicians a couple of years ago. And I think that's basically what we could do. But I wouldn't doubt that people want to learn history. I see positive.
So just a sort of a positive experience. When I got off the plane the day before yesterday in Frankfurt, I got off the plane, walked into the airport, and straight through. I mean, I definitely crossed the Limes somewhere, but there were no checks. And I just realized, that's an example of an effort not to repeat the divisions and the genocide that happened in the last century. So, there is hope. Sometimes we do learn from our history and we do take positive steps, and we build identities which are inclusive, which are accommodating of other identities, and which aren't attempting to present something that is exceptional, but something that is open. So I think that we have learned to some extent from our history, from our recent history. And the examples that I was looking at this morning, when you have other cultures' views of other people as barbarians, this is the language of dehumanization. This is the refusal to acknowledge other people as basic human beings. And the results of that is, what happens. This is literature which is used to justify the conquest of Ireland. And they call it conquest, which is a nice term for saying genocide. We're killing these people because they're not entirely human. Or this is what happens in the modern world when people try to cross a sea and they're allowed to drown. You have some cultures which want to deal with this in some ways. I won't mention who they are. And you have other cultures which allow 1 million people past their borders, which I thought was in terms of recent history, was one of the most remarkable things that has happened in my lifetime. So I think we do learn from our past. It's a pity we don't learn more. But I do think that, I'm hopeful for the future, put it like that, rather than pessimistic.
Yes, I could say something. This goes back to the question of being insider and outsider. And once I thought about it, and I think that you're never a complete outsider and you're never a complete insider. It's always partial. And I think once we recognize that also applies to us, then we get more tolerance for others. Because, for example, I thought it's kind of unrelated, but some time back I thought, oh, well, there's these minorities and why can't they just do this better? Because then I was part of the majority. But then I thought, oh, maybe there's also, spheres in my life where I'm part of the minority. And when I'm part of the minority, I say, well, I wish the majority would understand us better. So nearly everybody, maybe not quite everybody, but nearly everybody is at the same time, in some spheres, a part of the majority and a part of a minority. I think when that clicks, then we can, on the one hand, see what is reasonable to expect from others, but also what is reasonable that others can expect from us. And then we will have more tolerance. And I think maybe that is one way to be able to learn better, because then when somebody else comes with some demands, then we don't automatically want to reject, say, no, I can't do that. And say, well, maybe there is a way, maybe let's talk about it, how we can accommodate each other. Then I don't want to do what you asked me because of this, but I know where you're coming from, and maybe I can do this, not quite what you want, but maybe sometimes there's often different solutions. And when people have problems with each other, that you have this win-win or lose-lose or win-lose. And I just think there are often more situations that can be converted from a win-lose for two people to a win-win. And I really think I really have experienced that. It's just a matter of figuring out how to do it. And so people want to learn also. I think at the core of their being, they want to learn, they need to learn, because we're humans and this is way how we develop. But then when it comes to personal changes, we are often scared, or we are held back, or we think, oh, this is a bridge too far, or we want it comfortable. We want our comfort. We don't want to do too much. But I think this may be a way forward to keep harmony, or to achieve harmony. So to learn something, although it's not infallible, of course.
Can I ask the Zoom people for their feedback to the papers and the overall discussion, the questions, the leading questions that Meier just posed again? Any feedback from you, any ideas, anything you took from today? Yeah, Klaus.
Yeah. I hope you can hear me. And thanks for to all speakers today for the very insightful and thought-provoking papers. And my personal takeaway is to be cautious of the power that stories have in shaping history, in remembering history, but also in creating a present. I guess it's very easy to not learn from history, because you feel yourself in a story and you go along with the story because you feel like your way is predetermined. And we have seen in the first panel, for example, that certain narratives can shape the way that the world is perceived, and how people can go along with stories. So it's, I guess, we should learn from history and from the past that there are certain stories in our lives, and that we can also shape these stories for ourselves, and we can create new stories and help that the present is later on remembered in a certain way, and also of our shortcomings, that for future generations, that they can learn from our story and not repeat our mistakes.
Thank you. Do we have another question or input from the audience? I think I've seen that. Yes, I've seen that.
I'll just fix it. By now, basically, what I wanted to say has been said to the highest extent. But what I wanted to maybe once again mention really is this danger that also Dominic just mentioned. If we look, for example, at Hayden White's concept of history as essentially a narrative with often a certain goal in mind, and which of course can be abused, then history has this kind of analysis, once again, pessimistic to the highest degree, this potential use to dehumanize people, to really kind of legitimize whatever tyrannical regimes want to do. But on the other hand, and now this is wishful thinking for a change, if you read about those stories, it doesn't always have to be trauma, but just the past. And if you then are able to kind of build this connection, just be emphatic and feel with those characters. And now historical fiction pretty much always is just a way to talk about the present, masking it with the past. But if you then uncover this, if you then feel with the characters, and let's just say immigrants to America fleeing from the Great Famine, and then you see this parallel, wait, this is kind of still going on, but just other people are on the receiving end right now, and maybe I should also. Maybe the person cannot change a lot, but at least the way you approach this, the way you approach also people. In Germany, there was this problem where immigrants were kind of also really dehumanized in the way that were described. So wave of immigrants, really not just as humans, but more like a pest. And I think this also then has, of course, has to change. And through history, looking at the past, and then being able to kind of understand what happened and that those, in fact, were people, or if we look back at stories that those could have been the fates of theoretical people, then you should also be able to connect to the present, which then, of course, would help to change something, at least of your own thoughts. I mean, one human by himself cannot change geopolitical crises, but it's the first step, I think. But wishful thinking, like I said, but better than nothing.
Okay, thank you. What I got so far to do a short summary of the discussion is that we kind of have not, if you do not treat the past as a foreign country, something that isn't connected to us, then we can learn from it. I think that's what most of you said now. And that it really has to click. That's what you said, Mrs. Färber. I think it has to click. So we need like a change of, who would say, a change of perspective. We need something that helps us to overcome our own views and see what has it to do with me, what can we do to change that? Yeah. So Jim, you want to add?
Just this one point, I gave the example there of the rock of casualness, how that history is presented. I think in our everyday experience, how is history presented to people is my point. And how can we achieve that in many contexts the more differentiated interpretation of history is offered? So, and obviously, as we know these days, through the social media, there's all kinds of manipulation going on. I mean, what channels do we use or make use of to get across the perspective of history, which...
Put that over there. Oh, okay, hold on.
Okay.
I'll try to come as close to you as I can, as the cable allows.
I'm more or less done now.
Well, maybe you have to.
So my point is, I mean, through the social media and so on, because there's so much manipulation going on these days for political purposes and ends. So how can it be achieved that, the presentation of history reaches, I mean, the more differentiated interpretation of history reaches people? How can we get there? Obviously, we can achieve it in our university and safer academic context because we have groups there and we can engage in discussion, and that's possible. But I think the problematic point is out there that there are so many people who are given, these kind of fragments of history, which don't tell them much, or, you know, I mean, which sometimes misleads as well, or gives a picture of history which is really problematic. But how can we get that changed? I mean, it's an open question. I don't have the answer, to be honest.
I think, I mean, I'm not the TEFL expert. There's more TEFL experts here for Meier than Aimee is really our practitioner on this part. But I think schools, I mean, you need to start. Maybe you guys will do that and say something about that. I mean, this is where you have to start with the children in school. I mean, we can do it at the university level, but I think it has to start early on, and you can. There is a lot of texts out there that can be applied to teaching in schools, and then you can already there. I mean, start. I don't know, probably not the most critical discussion, but you can start a discussion, and you can explain, like you said before, there's no easy answers to complex situations. And I think that's something that we need to understand, and it will help us, help make us and future generations bulletproof against, hopefully, you know, fundamentalism and populism and racism and all of those isms, if we understand that. Yeah, but maybe Aimee, if you...
Yeah, I was gonna refer to your point anyway, because I think one way is encounters between not just people and texts, but maybe even people and people, and then you can listen to each other's stories or each other's histories, and then become less entrenched in your own worldview and set of beliefs, and more and sort of transgress that boundary of that might separate you from this other. Yeah.
And maybe the start is to kind of encourage individuals or empower individuals to tell their story. So when you get into a conversation with another person, you get different perspectives. I think, that's. And one more point, because I mean, I'm just curious. I mean, is there something like tourismus didactic?
And there was a touristic approach back then when they said, okay, they need like tools to get to phone the target culture and like book a hotel and talking about things they need when they are abroad as tourists. And nowadays we talk about intercultural, transcultural, global competencies, which allow you more. That's what we were talking about all the time. It's like the change of perspective. Now you need knowledge. That means you need to know about things you're talking about. You need to know about stereotyping, how to treat different things. Then you need different skills to perceive that, to relate to that, and then to have a change of perspective, change of attitude, and to be open-minded and to be tolerant. And that's actually also what I'm doing in one of my seminars at the moment. It's about cultural learning. How can we treat each other fairly, and how can we learn about that? And I think it really depends also in as I said, a link. It's at teaching at university to show students how important it is to look at text and to look at the history and what we can learn from that. And then if we look into teacher professionality, the future teachers have to have that knowledge. They have to be interculturally competent in order for them to teach their students to become interculturally competent. So that's why I could circle. And I think if we begin here, if we don't forget what passes out, and we lead the students to critical reflection and critical thinking and to mirroring what they know and what they might get to know in the future. It's like a lifelong learning, and maybe we can change something. But it begins with the students, and then they will be, for example, in our profession, they will be future teachers, and future teachers teach the future generation. So that's the fact, and I think that's what, maybe that's where we can begin, and that's where we can change something. Yeah. So now I did the final. So if there are no questions anymore from the digital audience, none so far, then I would say thank you so much for the discussion. It was really, really interesting, and I have to say I learned so much and really enjoyed being here. And do not forget, also for the digital audience, to buy the book. And it's been really and follow the discourse and follow we have to begin advertising really soon. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to very briefly say a final word. Thank you to everyone who actively participated. It's very much appreciated. And then I wanted to thank the team, which has been very much working in the background today. First of all, Franca Leitner, who did a lot of the organizing, despite of being a speaker, an active speaker today. So thank you very much. And then secondly, our student assistants, Bianca, Anna-Sophie, David, and Antonius, who really helped us a lot with technical and coffee issues. Not officially part of the team, but two people who extremely helped us with the technical glitches we were experiencing yesterday. Frau Meier, thank you very much. And Aimee Waha, thank you very much for your help. And then last but not least, thank you very much, Maria, for being a congenial colleague, a pragmatic person when I'm starting to panic. Maria is still pragmatic about things, and also thank you for being a great friend. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's okay. So thanks very much, everyone. Bye-bye, Zoom people. I see some of you Tuesday. Remember to read the book. And everyone else, we'll see you at dinner. Thank you.